everybody, and good morning! Welcome to the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. We are so excited to be here to celebrate some of the best players in Legends of Runeterra, and I've got the best voices beside me to do just that. To kick things off, we've got Spids and Alan. Spids, welcome to the broadcast. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I'm so excited to watch these players play in Worlds. We've been watching them for the past, 11 Riot tournaments, and they're finally coming together to finally show who's the best. I'm so excited to see it.
It's gonna be an amazing time.
Hey Necra, hey Speeds, welcome everybody in front of their screens. We're here for a big treat. It's Worlds 2023 with the top 64 players. Damn, those games will be hot.
They are going to be red hot, and we've got 3 days of action that we're going to be bringing you for this weekend. We also, of course, have Boulevard and Skarzik that are going to be joining us to be able to talk through all of the action. But 3 days? What the heck? This means that we've got a brand new format and a brand new way to celebrate Legends of Runeterra. So let's check out this video to see what's in store for this weekend.
The Legends of Runeterra World Championship is back with a brand new format. Here's everything you need to know about the exciting 3-day event. Worlds 2023 is expanding to include a total of 64 players across all 3 shards: APAC, EMEA, and the Americas. Each shard will be sending 21 players to the championship, where they'll join last year's world champion Aragorn in a 2-stage tournament. All players will receive exclusive early access to the upcoming expansion, Fate's Voyage Beyond, to prepare. The World Championship will be played in a best-of-3 pick-and-ban format. All players will submit 3 decks to play for the entire tournament. For each match, players will go through a banning phase with their opponent, where they each ban 1 deck and then duel it out with their remaining 2. On December 14th, the tournament commences with a 7-round Swiss stage. During this phase, players will start with a match against a random opponent. Following the first round, players will only be matched against opponents with the same record as them. This will continue for a total of 7 rounds and end with the top 16 players advancing to the bracket stage. Those 16 players will then be drawn into a best-of-3 Double Elimination Bracket, culminating in the grand final on December 16th, where the new 2023 World Champion will be crowned and given the opportunity to become an architect of legends. So, who will come out victorious? What decks and strategies will reign supreme? And just how much will the new cards from Fate's Voyage Beyond shake things up? Mark your calendars for December 14th. Tune in and find out.
Alongside a 3-day tournament event, there is a $140,000 prize pool on the line. Everybody that has already made it this far is going to be going home with just a piece of that prize pool, but the winner gets $30,000, the lion's share, and you heard it. They get a chance to actually create a card. It's going to be a follower card, and that feels like such a unique opportunity, doesn't it, Alan?
Yeah, most definitely. I would give quite a bit to make not a follower, but a spell card, which is granted to the 2nd place. Oh boy, making a spell for some juicy karma deck. Oh, I would love that.
Sounds like it would be a great prize to have, even just for first place alongside of that. But it is going to be for that 2nd place player. They get a chance to create a spell. But Spids, so many possibilities to do with either of those choices. What would you pick, and what would the concept be behind your card?
This is a totally novel idea. I think I'd try and create a 4-mana follow with quick attack and shares keywords. We've never seen anything like that in the game, but that's definitely what I would run.
Love it, love it. That's good stuff here. We've got the creative juices flowing on the broadcast right now, so this is the perfect opportunity to talk about yet another creative avenue. And this time, you viewers at home can get involved in this one as well. That's right, we're naming a deck this weekend. We got some brand new cards coming through from the expansion, and we need to try to figure out what we're going to name this deck. So, thoughts here? What's jumping out at you?
Well, going with the how to yodel your dragon, that definitely brings memories, but I'm looking at the option 4 right away, respect your elders. This deck will bring you to the retirement home. That's a pretty good name, not gonna lie. I definitely a favorite. What do you think? Which takes your eye?
How to yodel your dragon is really funny, but I am not going to enjoy saying that every single time on cast if that ends up getting voted. So I really hope it's something that's, only got 2 syllables, like Nettie or something.
That's a good point. You guys are stuck with this name every single time that you have to bring it up on broadcast.
Listen, Neddy is definitely would make it easier to cast, but come on, respect your elders. We have Nora, Elder Dragon together. Both are pretty ancient beings, no?
Yeah.
I'm here to split the difference for both of you. I think respect your elders is the choice that I would go for. And of course, all of you get a chance to choose your choice. Use the QR code that was just up on your screen, and you get a chance to vote to become a part of history for Legends of Runeterra. But we also have a bunch of players that are trying to do just that by claiming the title of World Champion this weekend. So let's start by going over some of those players. We'll start out with the APAC Shard.
There are some amazing players here in APAC, lots of returners from previous worlds such as Chenia and Reroll and Aurora. We've also got some players that have been in the scene for so long, finally making it into worlds such as JO1 and rafh. Just amazing players, and I'm so excited to see who shows up as the best APAC player.
Moving to the EMEA players, look at those 21 finest EMEA players joining the 2022 World Champion Aragorn. Listen, I don't want to spoil anything, but like, how does NA and OC has a chance against those players? Like, come on. We have Cass coming, who has been playing so many tournaments. We have Ultraman, who has been such a beast over all this time, and Aragorn himself defending the title. What do you think about that, about NA participants?
Well, I think you both make strong cases for the APAC and the EMEA shards, but the Americas are here to maybe take home that grand prize. There's so many different names that jump out at me as players that were here at the 2022 Legends of Runeterra World Championships. I'm looking at players like Floppy Mudkip, the Tank Buster, but you also can't count out some of the big America's favorites either. We've got Aikado, Dona, Grandpa Roji, Majin Bay. Like, the list just goes on here. So I feel like Americas are also here to show up and play. So I don't know. What are your thoughts here, Spids, on maybe the favorites you feel like could actually win the whole thing?
I think like a lot of what's happened in LOR over the past couple of years is the prominence of teams, and in America especially, RPG has done amazingly throughout this year, and they've sent 3 players from America and 1 player from EMEA to make it. There's a bunch of other players that I think are quite likely to win from EMEA and APAC that are also part of teams. I'm thinking APG sent a lot of players, so did KDF, so I think those are the sort of things I'm looking for as the favorites for this tournament.
I love that you bring that up, because sometimes when we see these 1v1 games, we forget often that there are teams and just groups of friends that are behind that when it comes to team building, when it comes to meta development. So I would love to see if that is going to pay off for some of those players that are a part of a bigger organization like that. But there's also something to be said about the mentality that it takes to get through not only a unique format for the first time for the World Championships, but you got to have a little bit of that edge, don't you, Alan?
Yeah, most definitely. The preparation group is very important, and also on top of that experience that comes with competing in even the smaller tournaments or grass tournaments, like, they build up your confidence up to the point where when you compete at that biggest stage, where now we are at the Worlds, definitely matters, because when you jump in, there'll be a stress. You'll be misplaying. You are not mentally ready. Participating in the previous Worlds, in seasonals, in all the regionals, most definitely help. On top of that, having a proper preparation. Let's not forget, we are in the new expansion. Barely few weeks for players to prepare. Like, if you don't have a proper preparation group, like, you might fall behind. Let's not forget about the last year Worlds, where players completely missed out on the best decks. No one brought the best deck, which was Acolytes. And maybe this time there will be such a broken deck that 1, maybe 2 players brings, or no one. Let's find out.
A good point. We're going to have to wait and see whether or not these players do have a read on the meta. But I also want to get some thoughts from them on what it feels for them to be here competing at the World Championships.
The best among everybody else. Plus, I mean, come on, you get to design a card.
I get to clickbait every single Twitch stream for like the next year.
If I win, APEC will have the best Runeterra player in the world.
Just to have a title as a world championship in anything is like great.
Win it all? Oh, that would be great.
If someone doesn't play card games, they don't really know what that means. But if you say, oh, I'm the world champion of this thing, everyone gets it.
Design a card and actually become a part of this world that I have loved and been playing since I was 12, 13 years old.
I think it's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to really say that you're the best at something.
That would be life-changing, first of all, and then that would be a great day.
I have to defend my title. Yes, I have to defend my title.
You heard it there, Aragorn, the 2022 Legends of Runeterra World Champion, is back to be able to defend that title, which would be unheard of when it comes to several competitive games. So maybe he will be able to get the run back here. But as you alluded to, Alan, there is a wrench that got thrown into the mix of things, not unlike what we saw in the 2022 Worlds. We've got a brand new expansion that came through on December 6th, and that was Fate's Voyage Beyond. Spids, how much is this a game changer when it comes down to the meta as we know it?
All of the new champions have made a massive impact into this meta. We've seen in previous expansions, sometimes only 2 champions or 1 champion make it. But as we can see here with the 5 most brought champions, we've got Elder Dragon at number 1, Morgana at number 2, and Mordekaiser at number 4, all having massive representation by our players. There are only 3 players that didn't bring one of the new champions. So everything is different about this meta.
Look at all those new spicy decks coming through. Aren't you guys excited to see what players cooked up? Remember, those players were practicing day and night for 2 weeks. Those decks will be pretty well polished. They screamed all days.
But are they going to be polished enough that players will remember to bring the most broken decks that they can come up with? I cannot wait to see, as we start to kind of go through the Swiss rounds today, what lineups start to appear. Because this is just a breakdown of the meta decks and the champions. But walk me through here, Spids. What are players even looking for when it comes down to making that 3-deck lineup with the new expansion involved?
There's a couple of theories you can go through regarding what you want to bring to a big tournament like this. You can say, I'm going to bring the 3 best decks. And there are quite a few people that are on this Elder Dragon Nora, the Morgana Mordekaiser, and then their pick of the 3rd deck, whether it's a set deck, whether it's Jax On, whether it's something else. But a lot of other people are also going to be trying to counter this thing. We've seen 5 people bring Mill this time around to try and deck out these decks. There are people that are trying to go for these awkward, other options that may not have that much oomph inherently, but are able to target what may have been obvious as the big decks.
Look, we have several options here. If the players go for they say, okay, we want to be consistent. Let's bring the 3 decks that has the best stats right now in terms of play rate to win rate. Or there are players that will go, oh, let's try to counter that. And they're going to go with either, like Spids mentioned, either Mill, the mushrooms are very effective against the slow decks because you can multiply those mushrooms and just kill them without them being able to interact with you, or go under their board, which is just go with the elusives and make them unable to block you and go for those sneaky littles.
Remember, those keywords will be so important. And when you take a look at what's available now in the new expansion, what are some of the cards that stick out to you as things that you could tech into a deck or that are going to be the most influential here, Alan?
Listen, we have some new cool stuff. We have the new card type, which are curses, that doesn't allow opponent to properly attack or block into you. If you, for example, curse them with Morgana, and they have to spend insane amount of the mana to remove that curse, or with the stuff like Deathless, that punching through this wall of units with the Deathless that resurrect if you attempt to kill them will just make it impossible to get to the Nexus. So definitely looking forward to see what players will do to bypass those specific things.
All right, so curses definitely on the menu here, but Spids, what else?
I think we can talk about all the new cards, like the new keywords and all these sorts of things, but I think one of the biggest new cards is Yodulski Snowdog. The fact that you can just play this 2-mana 2/3 on turn 2, sometimes a 2-mana 3/4 for some reason, and then buff everything else by +1/+1 over the next couple of turns. That card is showing up not as much as we all thought during the reveal season, but Jaxorn is one of the most brought decks for a reason, and part of it is the Yodulski dog.
I'm calling that card Omen Dog. I'm not calling it Snowdog. It's Omen Dog. I don't care. It's 2 mana, Omen Hawk, pretty much. And it's as broken. You just play it on turn 2 after your Omen Hawk comes on turn 1. And this card is just bonkers.
Oh man, I'm so excited now. Spids, Alan, thank you both so much for giving us a great introduction into what to expect, not just for this tournament, but also looking forward to right now, because we've got a Swiss round number 1 coming at you, and I don't think anyone could be more excited about who this could be, because we're going to be following Aragorn for this next one. Let's hear what he had to say about coming back to defend that world champion title.
I mean, I have to defend my title. Yes, I have to defend my title. I think last Worlds I was too anxious. This time I'm more relaxed because I am familiar with the whole process. And I'm going to enjoy it a lot more, I think. I think an immense amount of pride that I won the World Championship, and gratitude towards everyone, really. Because without the player base, there would be no Worlds. So I owe really everything to the people that watch these tournaments and support these tournaments. I'm trying to enjoy Runeterra more of a card game when I started, rather than a competitive passion of mine. That's what I have been doing. I have really have been taking some steps back to enjoy the game for what it is, rather than play tier 1 decks, win tournaments, and etc. etc. So yeah, I just have been enjoying the game more, taking a more relaxing stance. Pretty exciting. I'm always anxious to see American players and Asian players in Worlds. I think it's a joy to see for us Europeans, because it's really the only tournament where different continents really fight each other. So yeah, and I also there is always the interesting thing about metas being slightly different in each continent, not by a lot, but slightly different. So whenever you have an Asian player brings, for example, the first World's Darkness, Yamato, that's very exciting, I think, and especially when it pays off.
And speaking of paying off, we're now going to get to see exactly how this will play off as Aragorn is up against rafh Tera from the APAC Shard, who's got a rather spicy lineup. But before we get into that, we have to say hello to Skarzik. Skarzik, how are you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm so excited to be here for these matches. I know that our players are going to be excited as well. Like we just heard from Aragorn, he's really enjoying the game just on the fundamental level, and hopefully rafh Tera can give him a good match.
And we're going to take a look at their lineups here in a second so that we can see exactly what they're going to be taking into the head-to-head, because Aragorn hit it right on the money. APAC has brought some spice to this World Championship. rafh Tera has it on full display here, which we will see in just a moment. Until then, Scar, what are we looking forward to in this match? It's the opening match of the World Championship Day 1. What are we looking to see?
I think what our audience at home, certainly myself included, want to see is whether Aragorn has managed to maintain, his edge as a player. He's kind of taken a back seat, been very, very chill all year. He's been qualified for this World Championship pretty much since day 1. And he's coming into this tournament now as an underdog. So I think the players want to see whether or not he's still the big name that they might have built up in their head leading into this tournament.
And I feel like that's a position that Aragorn has become comfortable in, was a huge underdog last year, and then said, okay, I'm coming in as the defending world champion. How do I keep that underdog status? I'm going to pull back a little bit. I'm going to have some fun with the game. But his lineup would deceive you on that. He has brought a very powerful lineup. He's not just coming in and having fun at the World Championship. No, he knows that it's time to dial in and go for that back-to-back win.
Yeah, I think if you're coming into the first championship with not as much time to test, with things much more up in the air, you're willing to take that risk. And now he's appreciated, as you said, Boulevard, the history and the legacy he's begun to build in this game. So let's see what he did bring, something a bit more grounded, something a bit more expected. We'll jump right in and take a look at these decks now. And he's looking to go big. He's looking to go over the top and completely outbreed. And I really like the idea.
And it's really funny to me because a while, like not too long after the World Championship, they asked players on Twitter, hey, you know, if you could buff a card, what would you do? And Aragorn himself mentioned Kadrigan the Infernal and wanted to change it to do something similar to what Age of Dragons now does. So for rafh Tera to come in with an Age of Dragons deck against Aragorn in round 1 is just so special.
When that prophecy comes full circle, I think you couldn't have had it any other way. And of course, the Elder Dragon being part of this new expansion, I think really shows that sometimes when you put those thoughts out there, they really come back to haunt you in interesting ways. Doubling down on the Age of Dragon strategy, rafh Tera does not want to be banned out, wants to play this big game-ending spell and put tons of stats into play for free. I'm not entirely sure if it's going to work out. Age of Dragons has been a sleeper hit for a long time. Dragons haven't been too much on the radar for any of the testing groups that I've been following for the World Championships, but it seems that rafh Tera is rounding this out with a nice Mordekaiser Senna, which we know has been making some waves in the Mordekaiser community. I love the potential for Castigate to be accelerated to fast speed. Any other board-based strategies like Jack's Ornn, for example, would really get scooped up by that.
It's a pretty follower-heavy meta. Usually you'll have one champion come down and try to take things home, but now we're going to move into Aragorn's lineup, which is going to require both champions. That Karma set late-game combo, this deck has been a control staple throughout the entire year, and I think there were a lot of concerns from players when Heisho came out about, okay, you know, maybe this is the new Ionia late-game strategy, but after that sort of hotfix nerf earlier in the week, Karma set is back in full force.
Yeah, the Deny, the Unworthy Soul, Capsize, tons of defensive potential here. Capsize being a very singular card to counter Age of Dragons. Aragorn also keeping things familiar by bringing back that classic Kane Aatrox, a deck that he brought during the first World Championship. Even though this deck has received a lot of nerfs and some recent buffs, the strategy remains the same. You're playing for the board. You've got the overwhelming value and sticking potential of these darkened threats, and then of course the World Ender's game-ending potential.
And we'll see how this works out, because right now a lot of the meta is revolving around turn 6, right? That's when the Elder Dragon things come online. It's a turn before the Mordekaiser stuff comes down. And speaking of Mordekaiser, we've got Mordekaiser Nora, you know, sort of combining two of the most popular champions in this event in a unique way. This one revolving a lot more about recycling Portal Scholar in order to just get more portals out, level up the Nora, and start to get larger and larger, higher costed units out of those portals.
Mordekaiser typically, as you said, Boulevard, wants to end the game around turn 7, turn 8, but once you throw the portal the breed of Portal Scholar, I think Aragorn is anticipating a lot of Mordekaiser mirror matches and just wants this almost infinite blocking and attacking potential that Deathless and Portals can offer to always have a board and keep your Mordekaiser threatening with his stacking slay mechanic.
It's not as much of a combo-oriented Mordekaiser deck, because obviously you still have the combos, right? There were Kindlers still in there, the self-slay spells are still in there, you can get multiple Mordekaisers down, but it is a little bit more value-oriented, but neither of these are the Mordekaiser deck of the event. Neither of these are the Morgana Demacia Mordekaiser, and we're actually not going to get to see the Senna Mordekaiser from rafh Tera or the Karma set from Aragorn. We have our bans locked in. That's going to be double Age of Dragons to kick things off.
I'm scared, Boulevard. Double Age of Dragons. This is a tournament lineup I don't think it's ever been seen before, and it's exactly the sort of wild idea that you would expect from rafh Tera. He found probably early on in testing that Age of Dragons was doing a little bit better than expected, and as the metagame for the world's testers, when they had access to this set early, began to develop and mature, maybe this Age of Dragons deck just continued to overperform, but we're going to see it now as we jump into game number 1. Aatrox Kane versus Age of Dragons. I think that depending on the early curve, Aatrox could just take over the board early and, start trying to win on turn 6, turn 7 before Age of Dragons even comes online.
It's gonna have to, right? That's really the strategy that you've got to go for here, out-tempo your opponent. My concern for rafh, though, and my concern with Age of Dragons in general is, while functionally this card is supposed to say 12 mana win the game, sometimes it just doesn't. As statistically unlikely as it is, you could just draw 0 dragons. It's possible.
Yeah, and there is also the other side of the coin where rafh gets all the dragons in hand, but doesn't have enough time or enough actions to actually get them played down onto the board. But Aragorn's off to a pretty nice start, has a keeper of the box with the Darkened Bloodletter to augment that attack. Fearsome going to attack over the Cosmic Youngling to outpace that healing and keep the pressure going.
And I don't think rafh needs to commit anything like a Stun Hawk here. This 3 damage is fine. You've already got the Youngling in play. And a lot of what this game is going to come down to is rafh using those stuns for the key moments where actual threats are coming in at the Nexus, like the Dark Binding, like the Solari Sunhawk. And that Expanse's protection out of Aragorn is going to have to do some really heavy lifting to slip in a lethal.
Yeah, rafh lining up the pieces now with Blue Sentinel development and the Otrani Dragon Worshipper. These are the double ramps that he'll potentially need to maybe just get an early Aurelion Sol, maybe Infinite Mind Splitter, which is very strong into the sort of attacking decks, or that early Age of Dragons if he happens to draw it.
These double keepers are looking a little more threatening than you might think at first. It's going to be 7 damage, fearsome damage potentially coming at the Nexus. Okay, I was going to say, Aatrox off the top. The problem that Aragorn's running into, only 2 cultists, that's not enough to tutor Kayn. Only 2 weapons, that's not enough to tutor Aatrox. You need to find a mid to late game threat soon before we get into the turns where the Age of Dragons can start to come down. Granted, rafh doesn't have it yet, but here comes that 7 fearsome damage that I don't think this is worth a Dark Binding just yet. Oh, rafh is going to disagree. Might go for the stun here.
It seems like there's really not too much else to do. The Morgana here is nice. Potentially what rafh is trying to set up is, I'm just going to Dark Binding now, see if Aragorn is going to spend the mana, and then throw down the Morgana to double down on those shackles and axe for even more.
Yeah, I feel like that might have been a little early for one of the stuns, but rafh does have that Stun Hawk in hand and is actually going to go for the heal here, and it looks like a curve into Eclipse Dragon.
Yeah, not too shabby. And Age of Dragons off the top. Now rafh is going to be trying to trade in this Blue Sentinel. Aragorn's not going to take the bait, however. Now the big Aatrox enters play, and you can already kind of see the dynamic that we're expecting Boulevard, where the dragons are just a little bit too big for the Darken to deal with confidently.
Aragorn does have 2 copies of Heedless Resurrection in hand, though. I'm wondering if this is going to be some kind of line where Aragorn tries to trade off the Aatrox with the Eclipse Dragon, then bring back 2 Aatrox to try and discount that World Ender, because I know last year at the World Championship there was like 1 Aurelion Sol. We got to see Aatrox versus Asol. It looks like we're going to get that again here today, but now things are very different than they were a year ago.
The stacking pressure, right, from Keeper of the Box as this game has gone on hasn't really amounted to much. rafh is still sitting very comfortably at 20 HP, is on the cusp of getting a lot of big stats in play to hold down the fort. And from this point, it just comes down to, how do you actually end the game? And rafh has the answer. The Aurelion Sol, the Age of Dragons. And for Aragorn, you have to have established board dominance before the Darken can continue their onslaught, right? With the World Ender, getting all of these expensive monstrosities down.
So right here, if Aragorn uses the Unforgiving Cold, that'll frostbite the Dragon Mancer, that'll frostbite the Eclipse Dragon, all of his units will survive the... Okay, I was going to say, all the units will survive, the World Ender will go down to 11 mana, that's something that Aragorn would be able to play on the next turn, assimilate the entire board into Darken, but decides, you know what, I've got this Buru Cultist in hand, I'll get the Darken Thrall out of the weapon, that's enough, I don't need to use my Frostbite spell just yet, because that is one of the most effective ways to pop Aurelion Sol's Spell Shield and Frostbite that unit a little bit later down the line.
I think that Aragorn has been offered a very awkward hand, right? With a double Heedless Resurrection, you really want to trade away your Aatrox, but because of that looming threat of a large dragon or something along those lines, it's been pretty difficult to make that call, to say, okay, yeah, I want to get this Aatrox down, double Heedless, and go from there. Runeterra is already mounting the pressure after the Zolani enters play with the Shackles.
Skarzig, it's coming. We've got a mana gem that's about to be given over to Runeterra. That's going to be 9 mana plus 3 spell mana banked. 9 plus 3 is 12, and that is Age of Dragons mana with 5 hand spaces.
The forbidden double ramp is lined up beautifully. Age of Dragons now coming. Let's see how many he draws, Boulevard.
1, 2.
Okay.
3.
That's already good. Solid.
Oh.
This is important to note as well. We've got double Aurelion Sol in hand. So now there's the threat of the skies descend on later turns. This is the moment where Aragorn has to fully extend into this next attack token. And after seeing your opponent get 3 cards off of Age of Dragons, you can only imagine what could have been gotten.
They're not small units either. There are some lower to the ground dragons in Runeterra's list. We're looking at Cloud Drake, I believe Ocean Drake as well. Things in the Targon region. Actually, that's the Elder Dragon version. This one's a little bit different, but still, it's a 7/7, an 8/8, a 10/10 with Spell Shield coming down. That is not a stat line that Aragorn is equipped to deal with. There would normally be some kind of opportunity for a cheesy Zolani plus Aatrox overwhelm over 2 blockers line, but probably not from 20 HP. And Runeterra is actually already going into combat despite not having fully played out the dragons yet.
Wants to save the Aurelion Sol threat, is definitely looking to punish with the Infinite Mind Splitter. Going to get some value out of these dragons perhaps right now to clear some board space, just to see what Aragorn is up to. Because if you bait the Unforgiving Cold right now on a defensive turn, then perhaps you have a clearer path to victory come your next attack token.
Everyone's lining up the blocks, trying to do this World Ender math, going, okay, how do I get out of this one? Why hasn't Runeterra played the other 2 dragons that they drew off of the Age of Dragons just yet? It's going to be 7 Nexus damage coming through. The Aatrox survives. Darkened Lodestone now going to come down, and we're looking at a pretty impactful assimilation next turn.
Yeah, I was still looking for the Aatrox to maybe get traded down. Oh! The Supernova grabbed off of that 0 mana Aurelion Sol development. Aragorn trying to develop as much as possible and gets locked out by a 0 mana Infinite Mind Splitter. You select 2 of your opponent's units, and at the start of the round, they get stunned.
And at the moment, Aragorn was just 1 mana shy of taking out that Mind Splitter. Would have had to sacrifice the Aatrox as well as the Aatrox spell in hand to get it done. And this is a precarious position here, Skarzig. I don't know how Aragorn gets out of this, especially with a Harsh Winds top deck from Runeterra.
Everything came up roses. The Age of Dragons, I wasn't entirely convinced, but I can definitely see the potential if your opponent's playing a deck, even one like this, known for its aggressive potential, its board dominance potential. If they don't put on enough early pressure, then you cruise to that spell pretty consistently.
And this, I guess the question now is just, is it Supernova or is it the Skies Descend?
After Aragorn has played down all of this mana, the Skies Descend looks like a beautiful outcome. All that would be left is Harazi because of the spell shield. You got to remember, Supernova's an obliterate, so this is going to get rid of the weapons. Looking to pop the spell shield, just going to go for both Boulevard. Have your cake and eat it too.
And with the Zolani still locked down by the shackles, Runeterra doesn't have to worry about that Darken going into combat at the moment. Harazi is completely alone, nothing to support, and once that Kane gets brought back down, maybe then Runeterra will throw out the Skies Descend, wipe the board. This is a lot of very special animations that we're getting to see here in the opening game, Skarzig. We saw Age of Dragons, we saw the World Ender. We're going to probably get to see Skies Descend as well.
And the only there's 2 dragons off of Age of Dragons. The rest was just Eclipse Dragon being a big body. Aragorn didn't have that additional scaling that sometimes would matter in these matchups, right? Where Aatrox comes down with the +1/+1 or the +2/+2 from Darken's Spear to really force these mirrors. As we see in hand, there's only one Furious Wielder to even try to reach these numbers, and Aragorn just evaluating the situation, seeing, is there any way I can block this down? Can I put up any more threat potential from this point? And I'm certainly not seeing it. Boulevard game one seems to be very much in the hands of rafh.
Oh, and because Kayn was leveled off of the World Ender, it automatically puts you into red Kayn, so you don't have the 0 mana sort of in between Kayn. So with Aatrox getting eliminated, that is no longer a 0 mana champion. It's up to the full 5 mana. Aragorn can't even play it. He just surrenders.
That is a incredibly precise silver bullet to go for that supernova, to get that, to recognize the way that that discount is working, to even prevent Aragorn from developing onto board any further. rafh made the correct ban, getting rid of Ionia, the only region that could give, Targon, Age of Dragons a run for its money, and now is looking to 2-0 with the Elder Dragon version. Aragorn already got a taste of what this matchup will look like. Might just pivot to Mordekaiser just to shake things up a bit. This is, again, folks, the Nora version. Has a lot of portals, has a lot of blocking potential. From what I understand, rafh doesn't have, Dragon's Clutch or anything in their list where he can give overwhelm to those dragons to actually get through. So it's going to come down to Aurelion Sol perhaps again, and these bigger Elder Dragons to just go through on raw stats.
When the decks are this similar, you'll have to forgive us for getting a little confused on which champion goes in, which is like a 30 card overlap. But the one thing I want to call out here as sort of an unfortunate point of interaction for the Age of Dragons deck is Seismic Shard. Mordekaiser is Titanic, and that means he has 8 HP and cannot be taken down by the 7 damage of Seismic Shard.
So that is going to be really important, because if Mordekaiser can stick to the board and keep attacking, his level 2 effect does stack. And that means... Oh, pardon me, I'm just getting word from production that Aragorn actually DC'd. We're going to try to get him back into the game, folks. But if you'll just give us a second to, get him sorted out. And certainly I need a little bit of time to breathe and get my story straight. Elder Dragon with Age of Dragons is going to be a monstrous stack. We have Cloud Drake, Arranged Fire Spitter in here, and the new dragons, right? That C play in Elder Dragon, getting the boons and a random effect that you can now choose thanks to Elder Dragon's origin. When you play a unit from hand that has a base cost of 6 or more, it's going to get that additional effect. And some of them are very devastating, Boulevard, like Deathless.
Deathless, tough, fearsome challenger, even the heal, because it gets your entire board plus your Nexus, sometimes that's enough to get you over a mid-game hump, stabilize you a little bit. Not that we're seeing a ton of aggression in this meta, but sometimes against other decks you still need to stabilize. And here we're actually getting to see some of the variety patch cards highlighted as well, both Boadir, the Blackened Ice, and Enraged Fire Spitter finally coming together in the same list.
These dragons, players had been using them in other decks for quite a while. We knew that they were strong, but having these powerful cards that were in such disparate regions, being united under one banner is going to be, a sight to behold. But because we're still trying to get Aragorn back in the saddle, we're going to go ahead and pivot to a match between Grandpa Roji
and Aikado, I believe, if I heard that correctly. That is... These two players are friends. You'll see them streaming together all the time. The fact that they have to run into each other round one is going to be heartbreaking for them. It looks like we are actually coming in at the very beginning of a game. We've got a set deck on the bottom here for Roji, and it looks like Nora Elder Dragon for Aikado.
Yeah, it has the broad main, going to have a lot of pings and board control potential with the finisher of Riptide Rex at the top end. It's going to be difficult for Grandpa Roji to win through a standard board-based means, but you have to make sure you have something in play to kind of tank through all of the Riptide Rex shots, certainly.
And that's not every player is including Riptide Rex into their Nora Elder Dragon list. In a matchup like this, that's really where it's going to shine. Riptide Rex has always been phenomenal against control. They tend to play a lot of more what we like to refer to as backline units. In this case, I'm not sure if it's Karma or Seraphine or both on the side of Roji, but once those do start to come down, it's difficult to get them into combat. You know, a little bit of Challenger can come out from the Elder Dragon to help out a little bit, but for the most part, Riptide Rex is that surefire way to clear out those units.
A card that I am definitely zeroing in on is that Sunken Temple. Going to offset a lot of these cost increases from Prank and allow Grandpa Roji to kind of go into this overwhelming value state. We're getting a small update on the scoreboard as well. Looks to be that Roji is up 1-0. Aikedo sitting on double Riptide Rex, has the win condition locked in, but just needs to get there.
And it is worth noting that Aikedo is bringing one Explorer in this deck. The Portal Pioneer is in there, so there is landmark removal for that Sunken Temple, but it's got to come off the top now. This is the turn where it comes down, and it's not there, and this is just such a top-heavy, expensive hand from Aikedo.
Really heartbreaking to see, and we can already look at the cost of Burblefish. Only at 6 means that Aikedo's also been whiffing on spells. Sunken Temple's going to come down for Grandpa Roji this turn, and Aikedo's probably going to be forced to play Sign in Thousand Tail to look for more threats.
And this is kind of indicative of Aikedo's deck building process here. Some of the early game cards, some of the early portal generators have been cut in favor of going all in on the late game. We're seeing Plaza Guardian and Burblefish and Riptide Rex. And sometimes that means you run into hands like this. And it looks like, yeah, Aikedo says, I need to make a play here. I'm going to fire off the group shot for value just so I can get down a wiggly Burblefish.
And then that will generate another spell. And hopefully from here, it can give Aikedo a little bit of breathing room before the Sunken Temple runs away with the game. Picks up another group shot and a boon for the Burblefish. So a little bit of elusive pressure coming through. Roji updrafts the hand. All of the cards in hand go back into the deck, are permanently discounted by 1 mana, and then draws the same amount of cards plus 1, thanks to Sunken Temple. Early Bird found and finds a place your bets. This gives Aikedo a little bit of information about the current state of the hand.
Which is pretty irrelevant when Sunken Temple is in play, right? Normally, it's very great to get that hand information, but when you know that your opponent's going to shuffle everything back. I like the play, though. You're aiming for Set, you're aiming for Karma. Those are some of the most expensive cards in the deck. Formula could protect it, but it just barely misses the Set there because there was another 5-mana card in hand. And here, on the side of Aikedo, we get to see Deathless on the Sign-End Thousand-Tailed, which is a really cool interaction because I believe Sign-End's a summon effect, so you are going to get that draw too and that board buff once this card reanimates.
That is correct. When a Deathless unit dies, it resummons itself with 1 HP and stunned. So it's a great way to still keep those blockers in play and keep up the defense. Grandpa Roji's working on a value avalanche here as the Sunken Temple continues to build up momentum and stacking discounts, but still needs to find Karma in order to really hit maximum overdrive and truly end the game.
And Aikedo is getting into those turns where the Riptide Rexes are alive, where the Broadmane can come down, where multiple Plaza Guardians can come down in a turn. And with the Trinket trade, that's a really good way to accelerate those reduced cost cards. That's the problem with Karma Set, is you really can't end the game before turn 10, barring some incredible circumstances. But Aikedo's got some gas in there, Skarzik. What they are lacking is a surefire way to damage the Nexus.
Portalpalooza is the card of choice. You can draw a card, get the portals in there immediately. Going into the Trinket trade, it looks like Aikedo was just mapping out this turn in his head. Picks up another Prank as well. Just trying to get the cheap spells going. Scout out a little bit of hand information. It can't hurt. But Roji finally finds Karma off of Sunken Temple. Has to find a window of opportunity to set her down in the next couple turns. Should be good to go. Another Portalpalooza coming through. 3 portals now off the top, including the Yadolski Skulldog.
Oh, man. Not only Yadolski, but also Domination. While the Husk and the buff to the 1-cost units might not be super impactful, that is another generated unit for the Nora level up.
That is valid, yeah. Nora can level up and start getting even bigger and bigger units if this game does go too long. That's going down here potentially to the group shot, and Karma still needs to find a safe window of opportunity to enter play. Aikido suddenly going from almost no pressure to having a pretty full board, and this damage is going to begin to stack up on these open attacks.
Group shot going to take out the set. Roji could try to take enough units off the board, and actually looks like that is going to be the line. Get this group shot back down to 1 damage since there's only 3 units available. This is going to take away the potential board wipe with the rocket barrage, but a second group shot from Aikido going to make sure that set is finished off, and there's just no protection in the hand of Roji. That's the risk you run when you start flowing through your deck with the Sunken Temple. Neither player knows what's going to come off the top. Your opponent doesn't know what to play around, but you don't have that guaranteed game plan.
And Aikido, after lacking a bunch of spells early on in the game, like we saw as we jumped in Boulevard, now they're all coming off of the top thanks to Portal Palooza. Look, Plaza Guardian, is already down to 0 mana. All of the group shots coming through to clear a path for these big units to start taking over the game.
Now Rocket Barrage is going to clear the spell shield off of the Plaza Guardian, but Skarzik, how many quick attack challengers have we seen in our time? It is a monster of a keyword combination.
Once these get a couple reps of attacking, you get bullied out of the game for the rest of eternity, and that's what's going to happen now to Grandpa Roji. 6 damage coming through. Sign in Thousand Tailed kind of has to be left alive. It says, no, I'm just going to block this down because it's guaranteed, and now Sign in going to draw a little bit more.
There's no way for Roji to actually... Yeah, very smart by Aikido in order to give the buff over onto the Plaza Guardian that is getting through if this sign-in is blocked. So going to buff that up to 7. And there's no clean way for Roji to deal with a deathless sign-in Thousand-Tailed. If you return it to Aikido's hand, they play it again. They get the draw 2 anyway. Sure, they spent a little bit more mana to do it, but Roji's not playing a deck where they can really punish that mana swing in an impactful way, so is just going to block it down.
Aikido getting a little bit more fuel. Picks up an elusive, another early bird, and this is dangerous. This Karma has not been discounted yet, getting shuffled back into the deck with Sunken Temple, and it's been enough time where Aikido now has board dominance, has Riptide Rex threatening, has another Sign in Thousand Tailed, another full board, another domination off the portal, and now you've built up enough room to just go for this early bird. At the end of the day, it's just a card that your opponent won't have access to, and looking at the current hand state, has a chance to hit that place your bets and rob even more potential from Roji.
And Roji might even need to use Nopify to stop this from discarding the Smooth Mixologist that we could see at target there. Roji should have full vision. If you hover the early bird, I believe it'll show you what card is outlined, what's going to be discarded, so you can play around that effectively. And Roji's going to be losing these tag outs in this concussive palm next turn because of the temples, so all of these defensive tools are not going to be sticking around for Aikido's massive attack token, and if just 1 unit gets through, it's Riptide Rex time.
And it's the point that you talked about earlier, Boulevard. It's coming to fruition. Roji can't rely on these defensive cards. They're just going back into the deck, and if Roji's under too much pressure, then you're emptying your hand anyway, and Sunken Temple doesn't have enough time to re-establish and refuel you. No Karma, no set in play means that Aikido's free value of portals, the free value of boons, is somehow outgreeding Karma set, which was once known to double up the coins and seemingly go infinite this late into the game.
It's sort of the problem when you're playing a deck that relies on getting to turn 10, but doesn't have a way to accelerate that. You're not Freljord, you're not playing Wild Mysticism, you're not ramping into it. You have to wait for it to happen organically. And while Nora Elder Dragon is a slower deck, they really spike between turns 6 and 8 and can close it out so that you don't have enough time for the Karma to come down. And even if Karma did come down here, Skarzik, what are we doing with it? Doubling up tag out, doubling up concussive bomb. You're still only stopping 1 unit.
Exactly. She's going to go pay a visit to my friend the Plaza Guardian and just immediately go down. The pressure of this onslaught is just mounting. And if any of these unit connects, then Riptide Rex gets to come through and dump even more damage onto the Nexus.
There's no way for Roji to stop everything from connecting. Going to use a Palm to stop something, a Mystic Shot to stop something else. Even Tag Out getting used. It's only going to be 2 damage onto the Nexus at the end of the day, but as long as Aikido plays it slow, they can stop Roji from developing a Karma.
The The 1,000 tailed getting sent back to the hand also results in more card draw. Is Roji trying to look for some sort of just hyper stall win condition? But this is an Elder Dragon deck. It has a card in the game that literally cannot be stopped and will end the game eventually.
I don't think we're going to see an Elder well, okay, so throughout the weekend, we will probably see at least one Elder Dragon level up from Nora Elder, but it's definitely not what the deck was designed to be doing, right? Aikedo having these 2 Plaza Guardians that have been sent into combat a couple of times is definitely accelerating to that. But what I want to see from Aikedo now is actually a fish with the early bird. See if you can hit a karma out of your opponent's hand. And if you can, then maybe you throw down the Rex, you clear the board. Otherwise, maybe you can just go ahead and actually going to go for the fish. I like this a lot.
Yeah, you've got to protect it. Early bird, eating a little bit of mana, eating another resource from Roji. Coin goes back up to 4, finding some use here for karma to hit the board, but Aikedo has Riptide Rex.
And just, again,
I don't think she's going to get sniped.
No, probably not.
Deathless, no! The purple fish, we can't stop it. Gets a bursting backpack for even more pressure into this sunken temple.
I love this deck and this build from Aikedo so much because it's an amalgamation of Nightmare Fuel throughout the history of Legends of Runeterra. You have Burblefish from the infamous TFs. You have Plaza Guardian from the Seraphine Plaza Guardians early in the year. Riptide Rex from Plunder back on the launch of Rising Tides. Even Sinan Thousand-Tailed brings us back to that Ari Kennen meta.
Yeah, and then the Broadmane from the Condense meta with Riptide Rex.
And Conchologist has just been there the whole time. Conchologist has been in so many scary decks over the course of Runeterra.
And he's main decking the best Conchologist hit of Early Bird to have immense over-the-top pressure and just, well, I'm getting all this free value and my opponent accidentally discarded their win conditions. Roji's going to draw 3 cards here, plus 1 free spell from Karma. This needs to be set. Showstopper has to try to come through here to start cleaning up this board.
And even if there was a set, because Sunken Temple has been in place so long, I don't know if Roji can actually spend enough mana because everything is so reduced on cost in order to get the Showstopper. Only has 10 mana for the turn regardless, has a couple of coin generators, but this is not looking like a good comeback. And this is one of the big problems with Karma, is that when you look at a lot of your spells, you don't actually do too much by doubling them up.
Oh my goodness. Roji already knows what this pie toss means. Lord Broadmane is zeroing in on his target. Roji going to cash in the second karma right now to get 4 random spells from the doubled up Insight of Ages, and those don't look very good.
Now, a couple of Jack's Orange staples here, as well as a way to discard some of these cards and turn them into units, which is not... I mean, yeah, you can make blockers, but all you're kind of doing is stalling at this point. Roji needs to get a turn with some breathing room, bank some spell mana, draw a set, and try to find a way to fight back from there.
And if a big bomb were regenerated, something like Singular Will, the Plaza Guardian's a 0, the Burblefish is 0. It's just a threat that cannot be stopped the way that Ionia is used to stopping threats.
Yeah, this deck sort of cosplays Elder Dragon level 2 by just making a bunch of other things that can't be stopped rather than the level 2 Elder Dragon.
And drawing more cards, the backpacks. Okay, I mean, that does give you Facebreaker as well. Roji doesn't have mana to even set these up right now. They're going to get shuffled back into the deck and discounted. And maybe... Roji can draw back into some more defensive measures against this upcoming attack. But no, another Riptide Rex going to hit the board and wipe out all of this to set up for the perfect aggressive swing at the start.
That's 4 damage onto the Nexus if Roji... Yeah, that's going to be 6 damage onto the Nexus if Roji uses the tag out. And there's not a lot of over-the-top damage in this list, but there is 1 over-the-top damage in the form of the Perilous Pastry off the pie toss. So going down to 1 is always a little bit of a risk in a matchup like this, on top of the fact that Roji also has 5 other units that they need to try and deal with right now.
Here it comes. Riptide Rex gains Impact 2 from the Dragon Boon. So if this connects with any unit in combat when it's attacking, it's going to deal 2 damage directly to the Nexus. And Roji has to rely on 1 more spin of the roulette wheel to get some 0 mana cards in hand to stop this next attack and try to buy one more turn. But also the mushrooms.
Oh, Skarsig!
I forgot about the mushrooms!
Hang on, no! The smooth mixologist, what is supposed to be a healing card, actually kills Grandpa Roji with that poisonous puff cap, tying up this series 1-1.
Roji had gotten the earlier win with the Mordekaiser Morgana list, it looks like. And Aikato recognizing, right, the Elder Dragon Nora is kind of insane, bans that away, says, I can beat Karma Set.
These are actually very similar lineups from these players, with Aikato going for an Ionia Seraphine rather than the Karma Set. And that's actually just one of the more popular lineups throughout the day. A lot of players going for the Nora Elder, plus the Morgana Mordekaiser, plus either an Ionia PNZ list with Set in it or Jaxorn.
Aikato now on Mordekaiser, trying to close out in game number 3, running the Darken Halberd. Going to be a fantastic, incredible late game option. Just as a reminder to the folks at home, the Darken Tarash is old harrowing, where it actually revives the opponent's things that you've slain as well.
Yeah, definitely a good threat to have in the opening hand. And of course, one of the key pieces of this card in the deck is that it doesn't use the stack to kill things. So once Mordekaiser is out, you get to immediately slay something with the Darken Halberd, bring it right back, no stack interaction available. And that's going to be difficult for Roji to punch through, who has a pretty slow opening hand. Aikato's deck can certainly play more aggressively, and so Roji's going to have to stall out. That Aftershock was the only piece of removal available. Okay, that's a good one.
And as I'm kind of going over both deck lists in my mind, right, Boulevardic, Aikato's going to put on a lot of early damage. We see just a little bit of chip from the Ceaseless Sentry. And what Roji needs to do is once this Mordekaiser comes down, levels up, has to stun it to prevent that stacking drain effect from accumulating. And hopefully Showstopper can show up here in game number 3.
Yeah, it was a little bit absent in the previous game, and Aikato getting wide on board here. Roji drew a couple of cards, could go for a coin into an Aftershock here, but next turn, it really just comes down to, do you Temple, do you Set, do you Rocket Barrage? Roji's not going to have the attack token, and so if they do go for the Temple after taking, say, an open attack from Aikato, Aikato has the Explorer. They can pop the Temple. Here's the open attack.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit of damage. That's all you need. If Grandpa Roji gets a little bit too comfortable, takes too much damage, you aren't going to be able to stabilize once the bigger threats start to come through. Wisely uses the Mystic Shot on the 4-2, the Legion of the Severed. Just great stat line up there.
You know, I'm glad Ceaseless Sentry is getting his day in the sun. Avaros and Sentry was always an underrated card in my opinion. Didn't show up in nearly enough decks. Apparently, all we had to do was move it over to Shadow Isle, and that was enough.
I mean, I agree. I was always brute forcing, like, you know what this deck needs? It needs a couple Avaros and Sentry. Like, you just need just a little nice chump blocking potential. It's a great low mana commitment. If you're trying to fish for board wipes or removal spells, or just to pass priority to the opponent while still setting up something that will give you value down the road. And Roji sniffing out a Vengeance here, doesn't want to just play down the set, doesn't want to overcommit into the Sunken Temple either.
Just a pass from Roji saying, okay, I don't know if Vengeance is going to hit the set. I don't know if the Explorer is going to hit the Temple. The answer is both would happen. But says, you know what? My game plan is getting to turn 10. If I just hit the pass button and my opponent doesn't develop and they float 8 mana, I feel like that's pretty good for me, actually.
And because Aikato has to respect both of these potentials for mid-game threats, has to be forced to pass in return. Now with the attack token, Roji says, okay, now I can play Set, because this would be a nice aggressive turn for him. Tag out to back up. And this is important, right, as well, Boulevard, that tag out is a defensive spell in terms of saving one of your own units, but also a defensive spell in terms of bouncing an opposing threat. So that's being used for defense to save the set, resetting things back to 0. We're in the same situation as last turn, but now Aikato's got Mordekaiser to extend into his own threat potential, saying, I don't need to answer Set anymore. I don't care about Sunken Temple. I've got my win con. And Grandpa Roji just going to immediately bounce Mordekaiser with Unworthy Soul. This is huge. because it will also cleanse Deathless, if I'm not mistaken.
I would be surprised if it didn't, but it looks like it's actually going to be Aikedo going to sack the Mordekaiser to take out the Ceaseless Entry. That's going to get countered by Nopify. And that was Aikedo just trying to set up for a very strong Rekindler turn. Again, Mordekaiser both on level 1 and level 2 will reanimate anything that you self-slay. So if Aikedo had that mana available, 8 mana, they can go Rekindler into Mordekaiser. Oh look, Mordekaiser's in play. Let me Darken Halberd, sacrificing my Rekindler. Mordekaiser would reanimate that, bringing out another Mordekaiser.
And even on that interaction with the Death's Grasp, the Deathless Mordekaiser would have been created and then sees the Slay, I think technically, or like the tail end of its resolution, and then brings the other Mordekaiser back.
I don't think you get 2 Mordekaisers if you sacrifice a Deathless Mordekaiser. I don't think they see themselves die in that way.
Just a little bit. This set is definitely just a little too new for some of the niche interactions that are possible with Mordekaiser. He's really roared onto the scene as a great value champion, has so much potential, so much synergy with what Shadow Isles does best. And Grandpa Roji is just has his back against the wall trying to deal with the snowball potential of this Revenant.
Roji's got an okay Rocket Barrage here. It's not great. You know, you don't really want to be giving your opponent more draws and things of that nature, but just clearing out the units so that Aikedo doesn't have the opportunity to slay them is something that Roji's got to keep in mind. This is a very complicated deck to play against the Mordekaiser Morgana. You can't really leave things around in a way that you normally would because your opponent just gets to self-slay them, reanimate them, progress the Mordekaiser level up, and that's where the real fun starts.
And we haven't even, really talked about the Morgana angle of just shackling the units. They do get shuffled into the deck potentially with Sunken Temple, but there is that threat that if you tap down into a big commitment turn where Morgana comes through to punish with the shackle to set up an open attack, this is another factor that Roji has to run in his calculations every time he extends with a pretty expensive spell. But hopefully Sunken Temple can make these turns a little bit easier to fathom.
Ooh, and that's going to be not just a shackle onto the set, but a level up on the Morgana as well.
The threat of even more direct Nexus damage, which is something this list really wants to try to avoid.
And
4 mana shackle.
Normally, in a situation like this, if you're Grandpa Roji, you would go for a preemptive concussive palm onto the Morgana if you don't want to be damaged, or a preemptive concussive palm onto the Mordekaiser so that you don't have to worry about the challenge coming through. You get the additional blocker. But if you were to stun the Morgana here, Aikedo can just hit it with the Darken Halberd, reanimate it. Oh, look, it's no longer stunned. Straight back into combat we go. Here's my Morgana attack trigger.
And that is a major reason that Mordekaiser has seen so much success in this early part of the, expansion, is being immune to stuns for the most part, or even being able to cleanse curses, allows this Mordekaiser deck to be very consistent and also very, audacious with my win condition is going to happen and there's not a lot that you can do about it. The Ceaseless Sentry providing chains of card draw and fuel with the reanimation effect is glorious.
I like this a lot from Aikedo. When you're one off of lethal, yeah, you could take the hit, put him down to 1, hope that the Death Realm later in the game can activate and get you that 1 damage off of a slay later. But Roji can't really develop here unless they unshackle set first, because Morgana's attack trigger is going to shackle whatever the strongest non-shackled unit is.
And fortunately, by using all of these spells for defense, Set does level up. He's still shackled, though, but now with Mordekaiser being sent back to the hand, Aikedo's going to have to find a different answer to get this thing off the board before Showstopper comes through. It's an Obliterate, so we'll begin to deny a lot of this revival synergy.
And if Roji can get that Obliterate down onto the Mordekaiser, I don't think one has actually died yet.
That is correct. It's been continuously going to get bounced. This is the ideal scenario for Grandpa Roji, is to either prevent Mordekaiser from leveling altogether, or once he does, if there's enough stuns lined up, Mordekaiser has to attack for that slay and drain ability to continue to stack with the Grey Realm.
Aikato probably just thinking about whether or not they want to use their Glimpse Beyond here, maybe get some additional value out of the Ceaseless Sentry since whatever... Oh, actually going to do it onto the Mordekaiser. Says, I'm tired of playing this game with you where the Mordekaiser gets returned to my hand. I want one of these to be in the death pool for my Rekindler combos.
Very smart. Very, very smart. This allows Aikato as well to just, play 2 for 1. Developing 2 decent threats in one action is great against Grandpa Roji. And then once you have Rekindler in play alongside Mordekaiser, the potential to irreparably snowball the game in your favor is huge.
It's not a safe karma from Roji. There is the possibility of the Husk spell from Aikato, but Aikato doesn't have it. If Roji throws down karma, it will stick, and then karma and set, the main win conditions of the deck, are assembled. Roji doesn't even have to pay for the shackles because one of the ways to get rid of curses is to shuffle them back with Sunken Temple. They can't be targeted out of your hand, but if something gets rid of your entire hand, then they will just go back to the deck.
And Roji just makes the call now for Smooth Mixologist, get some stabilization, get another body in play. Doesn't want to extend into the hate spike, and that karma is going to get shuffled back into the deck. Maybe when it comes back, it'll be a bit cheaper.
I see a karma. I see a set. I see 13 mana. This is Roji's big comeback potential turn. There's really not much interaction in the hand of Aikato either.
And I'd have to double check his specific list. There's only a handful of players that are running the Morgana Mordekaiser and also Ruination as just a failsafe. And you can't really even confidently extend with a spell like that into Ionia.
Aikato is one of the players bringing that Ruination.
Yeah,
says,
now
you know what?
with Place Your Bets, it's a great call, even if you don't have Deny in hand, right? To just say, okay, well, I'll just draw 4 or 6 cards and get it anyway.
And now... we talked about it. Aikato's got that Mordekaiser in the death pool. The Rekindler would reanimate it, but there's no slay spells in the hand for Aikato. The only point of combo potential they have is the Darken Halberd, and that's sort of a one and done.
Kindler comes through. Mordekaiser's in play. This offers up another fork for Roji. If I answer this Rekindler, then Aikato's going to, kill the Rekindler and revive it with Mordekaiser, get that summon effect again. Roji's a little bit incentivized to try to keep this board a little full and awkward, but at the same time, it's a huge risk on his part.
Just back to 13 mana for Grandpa Roji. The coin karma interaction that has been a menace all year with this list is being shown in full force here.
Yeah, this is the board state that Roji was trying to set up in game number 2, and it just never fully lined up where Set and Karma could be on the field at the same time. And with Sunken Temple as well, it's going to guarantee that Grandpa Roji has access to monstrous amounts of resources to take full advantage of both of these champions.
And now Aikato's got a decision to make. If this Morgana gets taken out, then the Dark Binding in hand does go away. And again, just not enough interaction in Aikato's hand. They'll probably be able to survive the turn. I don't think they're in danger of dying, but they might just lose all of their board here. And this is not a deck with incredible refuel potential. Tarash could get played next turn. Roji's going to lose their entire hand to Temple, so maybe that's something you could try and sneak through.
And whenever Aikato sets up a threat, Roji can throw the kitchen sink at it to get it off of the board, even if Aikato says, okay, well, I can revive it, or I can sidestep this removal spell with Glimpse Beyond, for example. The potential for Grandpa Roji to have multiple ways to counter the counter to counter the counter. Aikato's quickly running out of ways to continuously replenish these threats or keep the mana and cards up for those interactions to be meaningful.
Oh, and there's the showstopper and so many coins that Roji says, you know what, turn 1 was great, I got to play a karma. Turn 2 was cool, I played even more cards. Let's see what turn number 3 feels like for me, and goes straight back to 10 mana from 1.
Showstopper is doubled. It obliterates the initial target and then deals 1 damage to the rest of the opponent's board, including their Nexus. So this is going to wipe the entire board. And Roji threatening with 16 damage right now, forcing Aikato to develop something here. And this is game number 3. Roji is swinging back with Karma set, a deck it was like night and day. In game number 2, it didn't seem like the deck was really doing much of anything. And suddenly, once it gets the matchup that it wants, it can completely take over the late game.
And it's really close to lethal here. Roji's got 16 damaging units in play with the Mystic Shot in hand, so all they need to do is clear out all of Ikado's blockers for the remainder of the turn, which might just be possible given that Concussive Palm and how little mana is left on the side of Ikado. I know there's only 3 seconds left on the clock, but don't worry, there is 5 minutes of overtime, so this one should not be an issue for the clock. I believe Grandpa Roji is just going to be able to finish it off right here, right now, Skarzig.
Yep, there's even place your bets. The Concussive Palm getting more blockers. Ikado does not have any more blockers from this side, and it's going to be a full swing for lethal once all of these spells resolve. This is still early on in the tournament. This first stage in day 1 is Swiss. Roji's going to come out on top for this one, and it was certainly...
Roji thinking about not even letting him have the Glimpse Beyond with that Nopify, but does say, you know what, maybe I'll need the Mystic Shot because I'm not actually getting these Concussive Palms off.
Yep, and there it is. Bada boom, bada bing. Sets down to 2 HP, and there's the double Mystic Shot for the finale. Grandpa Roji in a hard game number 3, recognizing I can just pass. I can play towards my late game versus Mordekaiser. He never had a chance to stick, never had a chance to level up, but we're going to hear more about what we saw from a little bit of round 1 for Grandpa Roji and a little bit of round 1 from Aragorn as we head over to the analyst desk and Necra. I think.
Boulevard Skarsig, thank you so much for bringing us through that Swiss round number 1. We are here to break down the action that we saw from both of our matches. And the first thing that I feel like we've got to start out with is that very first match we had between Tera versus Aragorn. And Aurelian Soul? What is going on right now, Spids?
It was a very, very interesting matchup. Not what I was expecting to see from the first round. I don't think Aurelian Soul was on anyone's radar, but we saw a matchup that sort of made sense in how it played out. The ASOL deck is able to be really, really greedy, and we saw going into that ramp and getting into that Age of Dragons was able to just put too much pressure against Kane Aatrox, which relies on big units, but they're never going to be as big as Aurelian Soul.
We saw 3 pretty important draws come through there, so it felt like there was just so much value on the board after you were able to get that 12-mana spell rolling. But even though we didn't get a chance to see a lot of that, we did get a chance to move forward into what felt like such an exciting matchup versus Ikado and Grandpa Roji. We hopped in for that game number 2, Alan. What was going on in that game?
Look, that game was really, really interesting to watch because what happened at turn 5, we've seen Ikado have very poor turn, no tempo at all, where this is matchup about getting some tempo. And then we've seen from the Roji side, he had the best possible turn, which is Sunken Temple, and there was absolutely no interaction, and it created landmark removal. So, Roji was looking very confident in that spot. But what happened, he was just lacking a completely board presence, where the Ikado managed to find his 6 drops, and the crucial interaction was getting Deathless on his Sunken. So when the Deathless got traded into one of the Roji's units, he redrew even more cards to fuel the Ikado's hand. And then the really good interactions between the sequencing the board, like buffing his further line of the attack was really, really good from the Ikado turn.
Yeah, and I mean, if you pull it back even further, Ikado, while having a sort of bricky-looking hand early on, ended up having 2 Plaza Guardians and a bunch of these big units that the Karmaset deck wasn't able to interact with, and then wasn't able to chump block either, because as we're saying, there weren't that many units in that deck. Everything that Ikado needed, you didn't need the early units. You don't need these things like the group shot to interact with stuff because there's nothing really to interact with. So having all of that late game 6/6 Plaza Guardians are hard to deal with when you're a PNZ Ionia deck, and that's sort of why this deck managed to beat Grandpa Roji here.
And so after that game, we ended up seeing Ikado tie up the series. So Grandpa Roji and Ikado both had 1 game apiece. So it came down to that final matchup where, let's be honest, Grandpa Roji was off to a pretty rough start there, Spids.
Yeah, Grandpa Roji, definitely had some troubles with what they were trying to go for, and again, like struggling with units. They ended up bringing it back and winning with a bunch of units on the field, so it seems a bit weird to complain about that, but having units is really, really important. There's no pit professional in this deck, as opposed to like the Karma sets of old, which I think is like a big reason why that happened, but there was lots of weird hand states here. Ikato not having any like self-sack cards in the last turn to try and like get the Rekindler back, get the Mordekaiser to do things, it's just so sad to see.
Yeah, it comes down usually to like if as Ionia player has do you have the recall for my Mordekaiser? Do you not have recall? And then if there is some sort of interaction that comes down with from the Mordekaiser, like some sort of sacrifice spell, and then the question is if Ionia player has some sort of deny or notify in response, which is exactly what happened. Recall into Mordekaiser, there was a sacrifice spell, but there was a notify to interact with it. So exactly what Mordekaiser players hate to see.
We did see a lot of Mordekaiser and Morgana, and I think we're going to end up seeing way more of that. So what is the big secret to this deck heading into the tournament when you are trying to hit specific matchups here, Spids?
With Mordekaiser Morgana, I think like you're really trying to like, I mean, it's using the suppression card as best as it can, trying to tax mana, trying to set up these sort of like checkmate positions. You've got Mordekaiser on the field, you're trying to checkmate the opponent by saying, you want to interact with me? I'm going to get my Rekindler back, and your interaction has become my tempo swing. Trying to find situations where you can do that is your aim, but against a deck like Karma set, it just doesn't work because you're not dealing with damage-based interaction, you're dealing with things like recalls, which are a little bit more expensive, not able to do what they need to do as effectively, which means that reaction pieces are better. You're also trying to target some of these other like mid-range decks that also they attack into you just self-sack, and then you get your units back. That's what this deck's trying to go for, and we just didn't see it happen enough in that game. It happened once, but not twice.
The key cards in this matchup are like getting Legion of the Severed into the Mexican Inquisitor, into Morgana, just trying to tax the absolutely maximum out of all those sneaky control players, not let them get back into the game and just get your big boys like more on the board.
We'll have to wait and find out how many other matchups we get a chance to see in action for this Mordekaiser Morgana. Even just looking at the set list here for Ikato and Grandpa Roji, the deck list looked really similar, at least the lineups did. So, Alan, do you expect heading into kind of the rest of the tournament that we're going to continue to see lineups like this go head-to-head?
Again, like we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, there will be players who go for the consistent lineup. I just bring the good decks, the power creep decks, and there will be players bringing the counters to this. So yeah, the most players will go for the consistency, definitely. But I'm expecting to see a lot of spice up. The players maybe bring some Caitlyn Teemo, and the mushroom finish them off like we've seen happen to Roji, just die to the mushrooms.
If we see a little bit more Aurelia and Soul too, I think that might also be in the mix. Looking forward to the next few rounds. But Spids, Alan, thank you both so much for breaking down that match in post. And we're going to take a short break because when we come back, it's going to be Swiss round number 2 of day 1 of the Legends of Runeterra World Championships.
Found a good amount of success in LoR. I mean, I think it'd be hard pressed to argue that I'm like the best player on the server when talking about chips around. But I definitely think I'm a name in contention out there. I think I'm probably in a lot of people's top 5. It's really cool. I'm really happy to have the success that I've had. You can't really be objectively good. You can be better, and that's really what people mean when they say good. But like, I'm terrible at this game. I don't really know what I'm doing. And it turns out that I know a little bit more than the next person, but we're all pretty bad at this game. And the goal is to just be slightly less bad than the next guy. I have a heart condition. It's concerning for my everyday life, but I'm not like in danger of dying anytime soon or anything. It's not like nearly that serious. The relevant part for this story is I wasn't allowed to play sports as a kid. Whenever you had to like go to the doctor and get them to sign a waiver, the doctor would not sign the waiver for me. I was not allowed to play competitive sports. So I kind of looked for a competitive outlet, and I pretty quickly found competitive gaming. I'm not the easiest person to work with. That's not something that I'm particularly happy about, but I've very strongly held beliefs about decks and cards, and it's very difficult for me to change my mind. So I'm pretty unpleasant to work with, and that's unfortunate, but I try and be better about it. I try and work with people when I have to, like Aegis, team events, I play semi-regularly, and try and not be politically abrasive, but it'd be pretty difficult to do the 3-for-1 thing.
We're back, everyone, with day number 1 of the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. We concluded an exciting matchup between Aikato and Grandpa Roji, and now we get a chance to roll into another one. We've got Skarzik and Spids to be able to walk us through this next match. And Spids, I'm so excited to hear you on the casting desk. What are you looking forward to for this next round?
I'm hoping to see some of like the main meta decks. Like, I want to see the players that are the best at this game play these decks at the best skill that they can do it, and being able to see these players do that is going to be a great experience. But I also hope to see at least one cute, weird deck that's only got like 3 people bringing it. Hopefully we can see that as well.
So we got a little bit of a glimpse at the Aurelion Soul, but kind of what is one of the maybe more off-meta decks that you're hoping to see?
There are 5 people on Mill. I don't know if we're going to see Mill this time around, but this like watery grave deck, sometimes it's Champless, sometimes it's Bilgewater or PNZ. There's so many different ways of building it. All APAC players on it. Very, very interesting like decision for that region to have made, and I'm curious to see if it can actually get it.
I love creativity when it comes down to these bigger tournaments. I feel like it's what an expansion coming in right before a world championship can sometimes breed. So maybe you do end up getting your wish there with some of those decks appearing on broadcast. But I also want to take a look at what happened in that Swiss round number 1, because while we only got a chance to check on 2 of the matches, we've got 64 players that are competing in this event this weekend. And so there's going to have a lot of exciting kind of results that we get a chance to look at, but it is also only round number 1. So there are still a lot of room here for our players to come back. That's what makes these Swiss rounds so exciting, Skarzig.
Yeah, the Swiss rounds, even if you take a couple early losses, you're always building up that underdog energy and going to try to run it back when your back is against the wall. And sometimes players have that X factor. They get in, they aren't warmed up yet, maybe a little bit nervous as this big tournament is kicking off. But once they find their groove, they're going to start tearing their opponents apart.
So, I mean, so Spitz, I feel like when you look at Swiss rounds, right, it does take like a different mentality. We've seen players go through this format in particular, but having a top 16 cut, where do you feel like that might put players mentally, knowing that they've got to secure 5 wins, but if they do that, they're into that top 16?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much pressure on you to try and do it. You need to get that 5 and 3 to make it, or 5 and 2 to make it in. You need to have that good record, and then after that, it's double elimination. You can only lose once. So in front of these players, they've got like a 12 and 2 at like the worst they can do to try and make it in. It's very, very difficult, and the mindset of having to constantly prepare yourself every single round. Every hour there's a new game with a new enemy gamer with different lineups, with different things they need to practice. It's a big toll on these players. It's over the course of 3 days. They have a little bit of relaxation between days, but getting into top 16 is hard, getting through top 16 is hard, and even getting here is hard. It's not the easiest time.
Yeah, that's a really great point. The players are focused so much on the match at hand and just regarding their prep time, right? Did you practice? What do I want to bring to counter what my opponent is playing? Am I confident that I have a right read on such a fresh meta? Or am I going to focus on practicing and scrimming with the decks I like the most, that I think are strongest, so I'm playing at the best of my ability? And if your strategy is, I'm going to try to outplay the rest of the World Championship qualified players, that speaks to having a lot of confidence, I think, in yourself as a competitor.
There's so many things to work on when you're a competitor, right? You need to work on matchups. You need to work on like overall foundational skills. Are you hand tracking? Are you keeping track of like what the tempo state looks like of everything? There's so many different minor elements that you can target in your prep. And some players are going to favor some stuff. Some players are going to favor other stuff. And we're going to be able to see which players targeted what when we.
And I think that when it comes to targeting, sorry, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, please.
I've been holding back, but while I have some time here on the desk while we're waiting for our next match to start, the players very smartly began to gravitate towards Early Bird, a card that is very much targeted towards these late game win conditions and these greedy cards. And we even, we got a little of a preview in round number 1, how greedy and over the top these players are willing to get if it means they're going to do well here at the World Championships.
Here, I remember hearing your discussion on Early Bird, so I feel like Skarzig is trying to be the early bird that gets the worm on introducing the tech to the rest of the broadcast. I see what you're doing there. But yeah, I feel like we will have to see a lot of players go for these riskier styles of play or these greedier styles of play, because it's a very kind of first place mentality. You know that you've got to secure these wins, and even sometimes 5 wins just isn't enough. If you can go in undefeated, that might give you a lot of confidence heading forward towards the second half of the competition when it comes to that double elimination bracket. We are waiting for a couple of matches to conclude though in Swiss round number 1. So we're going to take a short break to let them do that. And when we come back, we will have Swiss round number 2. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We had a brief break there to let our games from Swiss round number 1 complete because we had a 1 in a million scenario happen, and that was a tie. Skarzik, I see you over there grinning from ear to ear. Walk us through what was going on.
I mean, in a tournament like this, when the players are, fighting tooth and nail for these slots, that something's going to come to a stalemate. It's, of course, for a tournament like this, we're going to have a tie, and I'm just glad we got it out of the way early.
Jinxed us now, I think, is what you've done there. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. There's a few players that are going to be playing those more like mill or mill decks, so maybe that's going to be a bit of an issue there, but we'll have to wait and see. So far, though, it is smooth sailing otherwise as we take a look at our results and we can see how the rest of Swiss round number 1 shook out. Spids, is there anything that's jumping out at you right now on these standings? Yeah, we're just cycling through these again. Yeah, it's definitely exciting to see how those results have shaken out here. It is not actually Boulevard and Alan, though, that are going to be going through this matchup. It's going to be the two of you, and I am so pumped to be able to follow our next Swiss round number 2 match because we've got Drizo versus Talpinator, and I feel like that is a matchup everyone is going to be super excited about. So without further ado, I want to let you two take it away and start deep diving into the lineups and the decks that these players are going to be bringing. Skarzik, take it away.
Yeah, Drizo and Talpinator, 2 pillars of the community. Drizo, known for his mantra of just play some good decks, play some Burblefish, you'll be all right. And Talpinator just cruising along, making a name for himself in EMEA, and is one of the few players here in the World Championships that's brought a more aggressive lineup.
Yeah, Talpinator's got a very different read on the meta. There were only 2 people bringing Morgana Ribbon. One of them is Talpinator. There's only one person bringing Jananilla. That person was Talpinator. It's so different from everything else. There isn't any of this sort of like Mordekaiser that a lot of people bring. They are still on the Elder Dragon Nora, but definitely a completely different vibe from what everyone else was doing.
Yeah, the Morgana Ribbon really was the first deck that players really began to respect right out of the gate when the new expansion dropped, especially for the latter. As an aggressive, tempo-oriented deck, players weren't prepared to deal with being mana taxed with shackles, couldn't keep up with that aggression, and it saw a lot of early success. And in a closed testing environment, we'll say Spids, right, where players are going immediately for more greedy lines, the aggro players might have gotten scared, but not Talpinator.
This is in comparison to what Drizo brought, which was this Jax on in combination with the 2 main decks, the Elder Dragon Nora and the Mordekaiser Morgana. Jax on has historically, it's not struggled into aggro as much as being like slightly weak into aggro. Obviously with the new dog, it's going to be able to just have so many stats that what's Jananilla going to do shooting PNZ removal at my 10-10, right? Jax on will be able to come into.
Yeah, we can hop now into the deck list. We'll take an even closer look at what the different techs and things are that were brought. Drizo on the classic Jax Ornn. This deck has just survived so many rounds of nerfs. It's still hanging on. And the ability for it to just play a strong early curve, have that snowball potential with the Snow Dog, And it's just a fantastic, well-rounded list that Drizoth is comfortable with. And when you bring this on your lineup, your opponent has to respect it or ban it out if they aren't prepared for just these gigantic stats.
We're now going to go to the Elder Dragon Nora. This one's on 2 Gnar. Some people are on the Gnar, some people off the Gnar. But another thing that this deck isn't on as much is the Plaza Guardian. We saw Icado be on Plaza Guardian, setting up those 5/5s or 6/6s when they're buffed by the Dragon Boons. This version is slightly different, not on that, going for more of the early game control, things like Junk Construct, extra copies of Group Shot, and Pytos. Same deck, slightly different feel. People build these in very different ways.
Also, the lack of early bird means that Drizoth is looking to go maybe underneath a lot of these greedy opponents with that list. And of course, to round it all out, Morgana Mordekaiser, a list that, you know, if Elder Dragon Nora isn't the top 1 deck, I think this certainly came in second place, if I'm remembering correctly, and the potential to hit Legion of the Severed onto Mageseeker Inquisitor, to duplicate Mageseeker Inquisitor, to just keep your opponent from being able to respond to your board with spells, proves to be a pretty powerful win condition.
Moving on to Talpinator's decks, we have Nilla Janna. This was a deck that had like 1 season of being incredibly strong. It got nerfed slightly and then fell out of the meta. But we're seeing it brought here. You're trying to go for just getting so much updraft, leveling up your Nilla, leveling up your Janna, getting every single card in your deck. This one's on Tide Dancer as well as Cold Shot, setting up that parallel convergence to get that very, very surprisingly.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. We've seen from time to time how strong that can be. Of course, Elder Dragon Nora, Talpinator has to bring it. This is the all-star of the new meta. Only on 1 copy of Early Bird, just for a well-timed late-game shenanigan. Maybe kicking that Elder Dragon or kicking a Riptide Rex or something in the mirror could be a sight to behold, but this one is importantly on the Plaza Guardian. That potential pressure of having multiple 0 mana units to develop in the mid-late game to pressure is going to be fantastic. And as we've already teased, Spids, the Riven Morgana.
Riven Morgana plays for such a powerful thing. If they ever tap under a certain amount of mana, you can play Morgana and get rid of a unit for the rest of the game. They can't ever spend mana on those shackles because you keep attacking them with Riven Blade, you keep attacking Fire Spitter, with Might, with so many powerful, aggressive cards that you need to play so cleanly against Riven Morgana. Any slip up and Riven Morgana will punish you greatly.
Yeah, perfect way to put it. If you don't draw well, an aggressive deck is already going to run you over, but if your most important units to stabilize are getting shackled, then the deck still has a lot of play and a lot of strong combo potential, especially on the back of Ruby-Eyed Conjurer. Drizoth and Talpinator now staring at the ban screen, thinking how they want to approach this one. John Anila is looking pretty rough into this lineup. It has a lot of chip damage, a lot of early swarm potential, but all 3 of Drizoth's lists are built to have some early presence.
This is going to be a really tough ban for both players. I think Talpinator, by being like a double aggro plus this Elder Dragon deck, is probably trying to keep up this Jax on and saying aggro has historically tried to at least threaten Jax on. You're able to do things like shackle Jax, shackle the Overwhelm units, and try and get through that way. So I imagine the ban is going to try and be something towards this like Mordekaiser list that gets to spam out units and not do anything else. But you could
I do like that.
Also respect how strong this Elder Dragon deck is and ban that.
Yeah, it's it's a tall order for sure. I talked earlier about how Mordekaiser, by killing and reviving the units or just sacrificing the units in general, doesn't really care about the shackles. And if you have a deck that can just sidestep one of your list's main mechanics, it could be smart to take that off of the table. And Elder Dragon Nora, this is already round 2 of Swiss. This is a deck that throughout the rest of the tournament, I'm calling it now, it's just going to be one of those lists that you think you're good, you think you can beat it, you leave it up, and somehow it will find a way to hang on through the early game thanks to portals or stabilize off of the backpacks and group shots from the Burblefish that really bring the game to a close.
We have to talk about how absurd this Burblefish pool is. There's so few options for Burblefish to target, and because we're not playing Bilgewater anymore, all of them are amazing. Every single thing that you could possibly want, you can get off this Burblefish. And it's not just Burblefish, you can get off Trinket Trade, you can get similar things off Conchologist. This pool is amazing, but we have the bans come in Elder Dragon Nora banned on Talpinator, and Jax on banned from Drizo. I was wrong.
I mean, the idea of trying to play aggro into it, I think, was certainly the older way to build it. I know that after the nerfs, John and Neela began to pivot toward Wizened Helmsman to have extra burn or extra removal potential, but with Omen Hawk blocking your elusive damage, and now the Omen Dog coming through to snowball that early game even harder, I'm not too surprised at Talpinator banning that one, just because, especially out of every deck here on the screen, is one of the most historically ridiculous tournament decks.
This bodes well for Talpinator. If this is their ban strategy and this is their target strategy, that they're going to target Mordekaiser Morgana and going to target Elder Dragon Nora, I think Talpinator's got a great chance of doing well. If that's their target, that's going to be great for them.
And finally getting into the mulligans, Riven Morgana versus Mordekaiser. For game number 1, Drizo has a little bit of early pressure, some blocking with Fading Icon, and even Mage Seeker Inquisitor makes it difficult to weave in these blade fragments. If Talpinator gets a really strong keyword, that could help fight for tempo, but who knows? Could just be a board-based beatdown where you say, okay, well, I don't need to play spells. Be that way.
This matchup's going to come down to what these blades end up drawing as their massively powerful cards. Talpinator's looking for the third blade fragment if they can find it. Maybe get 2 procs of Riven, maybe find a blade fragment card here. But if Drizo is able to play these spells in response, kill stuff like Riven with Death's Grasp, deal with things with Vengeance, that will be the sort of dichotomy that they're playing for, right? Drizo needs to have like 2 or 3 pieces of hard removal, and Talpinator needs to find 2 or 3 threats of like permanent overwhelm damage.
Very interesting here. Going for the Rune Weaver, trying to get as much pressure as possible. Just high rolling, right? If Drizo doesn't have a unit here, I get 3 damage. Could have been the Rune Squire to get a free trade into the 0-1 with the Challenger. Talpinator just considering now. I want to play Ruby-Eyed Conjurer, maybe try to put Spell Shield on a champion to give that a stronger threat potential. But then is also saying I can float mana here in order to make it easier to deal with suppression, to weave in this Dark Binding for a stun, get some overwhelm damage. So very interesting forked line here, Spids.
There's a lot that's got to go through Talpinator's brain. If they play Riven, they're able to start getting the blade fragments early. They want to have a Riven proc by next turn, but it could suffer to the grass spell. If that just happens, Riven dies, and it's hard to get her back. You have to draw her another time. It's not a revive deck. You could do the Spell Shield on Red Barbed Razor Mace and try and pressure in, and Drizo doesn't have good answers for that. There's just no way of effectively having that happen. So that could have been a line. You're going to see the Rune Squire come down. Very safe line, not committing hard to either.
Still floating enough mana to deal with suppression. Answered immediately by the Scholarly Pioneer. Going to get this 2-1 off of the board, saving the prey, the 0-1 as a free target sacrifice down the road. Try to weave in this Glimpse Beyond perhaps to get a little bit more resources. Already Drizo is running a bit thin on wide development potential. Now with Morgana coming through, however, shackling a big target and getting some lifesteal means that Talpinator has to turn up the heat.
Before this draw, both players looked like they had sort of weaker hands. Talpinator maybe had a better hand, but it looked very low power level. Now both of them have drawn another champion, and this game is going to be going much higher in the strength. Talpinator is probably going to be able to get 2 blades over the course of this entire game, or Drizo is going to be able to shackle everything that Talpinator is going for. It's going to probably go long, especially for this Mordekaiser deck. Always tries to stretch out this game as long as possible, and Talpinator is going to be preparing for that, putting Spell Shield on the Riven, playing the long game.
What I like here, too, is Drizo recognizes Talpinator's the aggressor. I don't have to develop. I don't have to do anything because I can rest on the laurels of my kingly late game. Talpinator now setting up the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer, proccing on Riven, already preparing to get a massive combo turn set up. Mana that was floated early now gets to pay for suppression. But this is where things get dire because the Inquisitor can be killed and revived potentially with Drizo's synergy, and if a blade gets locked out with suppression or this Dark Binding gets locked out, Talpinator is going to have a hard time hitting through with damage. We're already deep into the mid game, and Drizo sitting at a clean 20.
Talpinator is going to have exactly 9 mana next turn. That's 3 for Riven, 3 for the Blade Fragments, 1 for the big blade, and then only 2 mana remaining. That 2 mana doesn't have a great... Never mind, it's got a great place to put it now in this Rune Squire. While Drizo is going to be trying to answer with their 2 pieces of interaction. Their Morgana, and then either their Morgana's Dark Binding or the Grasp. But after those removal pieces, there isn't that third piece of removal for later on, right? There's still, this game's going to go quite long, and Drizo's going to have to find more removal. There's only 3 in the hand right now.
And the nightmare scenario, right? If you're Talpinator, you're looking across the board right now, you're playing Riven with the Spell Shield, she gets shackled, the Inquisitor's there, you have to immediately spend mana on the shackles and essentially take this attack token off. Because with the threat of Mordekaiser coming through, if you're double shackled and double suppressed, it's way too much mana you have to spend just to recover your position, while Drizo has multiple challengers in play and the potential to just run over the game, and has the wider development, as you talked about, Spids. Playing the Rune Squire, has all the fragments in hand now, has to just find the mana and the attack token to use it.
Talpinator's got a few options here. You can do a small level of playing these blades. You can just put +2 on the Rune Squire at quick attack. Don't spend anything else. Target the Morgana, target the Maidseeker Inquisitor. Or you can go the full way, but the other, like the full weapon on the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer, do a 2-pronged attack and deal with the fact that Drizo doesn't have that many pieces of interaction. You haven't really tested for them. You're still trying to play around Hate Spike at the moment. You're still trying to play around all these cards. But if they go for that, there will be 2 big units that are able to attack.
And Talpinator opts for option 1, boosting up the Rune Squire with quick attack, trying to take out this Inquisitor before the suppression gets too much to handle. We'll see if Drizo wants to let this through. Maybe use the Dark Binding here to keep this.
See a spell hover. The Glimpse Beyond, try and find more cards, try and find their Mordekaiser. They still need to find it. These Rekindlers aren't going to do too much until Mordekaiser comes down. Finding more interaction, that's exactly what Drizo needed, but would have preferred a Mordekaiser, right? Interactions, second best choice, but first best choice would have been the Mordekaiser. Talpinator still has a bunch of ways to threaten over the next couple of turns.
Precisely. You told the audience at home that these Mordekaiser Morgana decks are incredibly reliant on Mordekaiser to have true threat potential and to end the game. Drizo is in this most awkward timeline of having tons of reactive spells and removal and sacrifice spells that are going to be focusing on leveling Morgana potentially as the win condition, rather than even Mordekaiser making an appearance. Could just be the Iron Wall of Lifesteal keeping this aggro deck at bay. Explorer's Blunder just to pop the Spell Shield on Riven. She is still shackled.
I like your implication that Drizo is not enjoying the fact that he's got nothing but reactive cards. I know Drizo, this is all he wants. He wants to play nothing but broad main-esque decks and just have spells in hand that don't win the game, just prevent the other player from winning. Drizo is eventually going to have to draw a win con, unfortunately for him, to try and eventually win. But I think while Drizo's hand isn't amazing, this is sort of what he's looking for. See the difference in the Morgana level ups. That level up can matter even for this Mordekaiser deck, shackling constantly, putting extra burn on, taxing mana even more, but that isn't necessarily the win con.
And because Drizo does not have that turn 7 impactful card, Mordekaiser, Talpinator is able to spend this off turn setting up for the next token. Uses the spends the mana on the curse to free Riven from her shackles. Has Black Shield in hand to put another Spell Shield down. Morgana's also in hand to maybe move a big target out of the way. The pieces are beginning to align for Talpinator, as Drizo has not managed to establish too much of a threat from this point.
You're going to see an early hate spike trying to deal with the challenger unit, trying to make sure that Drizo's spending his mana effectively, right? You don't want to be spending all of this mana next turn dealing with the board that's about to attack, especially with Spell Shield being something that's going to get rid of the 3 mana from Drizo when they eventually do go for that interaction. Spending this mana now, possibly going for that level up if the Glimpse Beyond comes down. I think that was exactly a Morgana level up if that happens. Talpinator having to consider this, thinking, can I develop or should I wait and try and use my own Morgana to prevent their Morgana from attacking?
That is a beautiful point with these decks when you have spells that target your unit and then the opponent's unit. Morgana just has to target units to level up. So just one more spell will make that happen. Getting some more augmented life steal, getting some free shackles and board wiping potential makes it that much harder for Talpinator to put forth a threat. And with Drizoth on the attack token, not sensing any response from his opponent, goes for that level up. Death's Grasp, dealing 5 damage to take out the Riven, clearing a pathway for Morgana.
There is another Riven in hand. Talpinator doesn't feel the worst in this position. They do have that other champion currently looking like a champion spell. We'll come back into the champion in a second. Talpinator has to make a decision. Do they use the spell shield to protect this Riven, but let Morgana attack? Or do they play their own Morgana to prevent their Morgana? And is this the best Morgana you're getting from Talpinator? This Morgana card is such a massive tempo swing that while you can play it on this turn to reduce Drizoth's tempo, you might want to play it later for a massive combo. We're going to see what Talpinator goes for, but this isn't an easy decision to make.
There's potential for a pass here from Talpinator because of the way Morgana shackling works, but no, prevents that level 2 effect. Doesn't want another shackle being put in the hand, doesn't want to be chained down. Going to try to go for, again, additional pressure with only 2 mana floated for Drizoth. That means if this Morgana gets unshackled in order to block down this turn, that's once again no Mordekaiser.
Talpinator's got a bit of an awkward looking hand. That last draw of another spell shield is going to be nice in future when spell shield is able to be played rather effectively, but Talpinator doesn't actually have all that much mana. Spending Morgana was a lot of mana to go for, and while they do have Riven and Blade of the Exile around for them, they're not going to be able to do amazingly into Drizoth being able to put 2 pieces of interaction on the field. Something like a Death Grasp plus a Vengeance might end up dealing with these cards really effectively.
And because there is plenty of time for Talpinator, every turn that ticks by, that's just another threat drawn. With all of these Blade Fragments and now Blade of the Exile working in tandem, any unit that potentially sticks can become massive damage that Drizoth is not willing to take with this hyper-reactive hand. Vengeance and Dark Binding going to do a lot of heavy lifting, but still 2 dead cards because of the Rekindler draws.
It also
Will Drizoth
hurts to have
unshackle
no
this
good
turn
sack
and try to go?
targets.
And with Black Shield now, Talpinator maybe thinking about an angle to level up his own Morgana.
We are going to see one of the self-sack cards hovered. Targeting your own Morgana never feels good, but it makes sense to try and threaten this first, see what's going to happen. You do have to probably play this eventually in the next couple of turns, but these Rekindlers are just sitting like bricks in the hand. They can get back this Morgana if Morgana dies. That's one of the things that Rekindler is able to do, and it sort of unbricks that card, but not getting a Mordekaiser from that has got to feel awful for me.
And this is certainly the best line. And now with the spell shield being placed on Riven, Drizoth's idea of sacrificing the Morgana and reviving it is taken off of the table. If you want this Riven to go down, this forces the Vengeance to come through.
Drizoth is
you calculate for this, right?
He's seeing every single possibility. Am I going to play Rekindler so that I can pressure more on the next turn, get a Morgana and open attack with her potentially, get the lifesteal, get the extra shackle on the future turn? All of these players thinking multiple turns ahead, and I think that's what Drizoth is going for.
So it does resolve. Drizoth opts to keep that 7 mana for the Rekindler potential. Now that things are back over to Talpinator's side because of the way the actions work as the response. Okay, I'm just going to open attack. Unshackle Riven from her own Black Shield, and just a clean 9 being put down on the table. Doesn't seem like much right now, but with the right setup of Dark Binding and a leveled Morgana shackling, it'd be pretty easy to find this remaining 11. Drizoth now just thinking, okay, do I play the second Morgana down, get more life steal? Beautiful.
I completely forgot that this Morgana is what, like, it looked like a binding. That's a deck. That's a card that's like very common in these lists, right? Obviously, it's not actually in this region, so I think I should have known ahead of time. But being able to play both of these champions down, completely different win con from what this deck normally goes for, but constantly being able to pressure this mana in Talpinator's deck that does need to use mana effectively for these combo turns is going to be quite good for Drizoth. This is a weird gameplay pattern, but it's actually almost kind of working. Going to see what this Targ on Tillstones goes for. Maybe a Behold the Infinite? No, a Hush. Trying to prevent this Shackle from going through. Getting an extra target on Morgana. Good play.
Yeah, taking that lifesteal keyword away, shackling the other with Dark Binding, continuously taxing Drizoth's mana. And this is an absolutely wild sequence now. As the games have gotten this late, we're almost to turn 10, and Drizoth is on this completely forbidden double Morgana line that I have yet to see. This deck seems to just be Mordekaiser.deck. Morgana's just there to hold down the fort in your mid game, take out some big threats with the shackles, but doubling down on her like this as the win condition hopefully will let this champion shine a little bit brighter than her 7-mana counterpart.
Talpinator is in a really, really good position coming into the next turn. They're going to have Morgana leveled up, doing 2 burns to the Nexus, shackling one of the Morganas from Drizoth's side. There's going to be Riven, probably with one of these blades, and going to be creating the +2 strength blade as well to put on probably the Ruby-Eyed Conjurer to go for a wide lethal. Talpinator has got an amazing attack coming in, and the only answer is Vengeance, which can be answered by the Black Shield. Talpinator may not be getting full lethal, but getting damn close.
And after all is said and done, Drizoth pivoting to already go for this defensive idea. Sees that Talpinator has a beautiful open swing. Now, with all of the mana expended, Talpinator can set up the Blade of the Exile safely this turn for that opening onslaught.
Drizoth's going to be trying to find more interaction pieces in the draw. They've had interaction all throughout this game and still needs more in order to not die here. But if Drizoth can stay around for this turn, Talpinator doesn't have that much interaction. Triple Morgana could come down on the next turn if Talpinator doesn't actually get lethal. And I've never seen a triple Morgana in this, but being able to stun everything, go in for massive damage, take out everything by dealing 2 to all units that have shackles will be phenomenal.
And as I've seen this game play out, Spids, this Riven Morgana seems to be less about, going wide and aggro and tempo as it might have originally appeared to the player base or even to our audience today. The threat density and the constant establishment of this has Overwhelm and a lot of attack, and now this has Overwhelm and a lot of attack, and Spell Shield, and also there's stuns in the mix, is giving me shades of, old Pantheon lists where Pantheon number 1 and 2 weren't what did you in. It was Pantheon number 3 or Harazi.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting comparison. My comparison personally is comparing it to Riven Gwen of last season. You have 2 or 3 massive overwhelm threats that you can consistently keep drawing into. Sometimes you use Hollow, sometimes you use Kato. This deck's very similar, just replacing the Shadow Isle stuff with this Targon stuff, but it's taxing the same resources. It's going to the same win cons. We do see Drizoth drawing a unit, not really what they were looking for. They needed more Mordekaiser or a spell, while Talpinator is putting all of their resources into this attack, getting Overwhelm on Morgana, putting all of the fragments on, and probably going to go for an open attack. I can't imagine seeing a development, although I don't know what development punishes Drizoth.
And keeps the 2 mana up specifically for the Black Shield. A lot of damage coming through. Drizoth is down 1 blocker thanks to Talpinator's Morgana's shackles, and she does a little bit of burn damage to the Nexus besides.
Drizoth is going to have to fire off this Vengeance, but it's going to meet the fate of this Black Shield, and this is exact lethal as far as I can tell. I think Talpinator's taking the first game.
And now, after this interaction goes through, Talpinator, and one of the least likely draw sequences we could have ever seen with Drizoth having no Mordekaiser, is going to go down to the double duo onslaught of Morgana and Riven.
This is what happens with these decks that need one particular card in order to win the game. Mordekaiser is so critical. It's one of these 7-mana cards that for some reason you still have to keep in your mulligan. It's that critical to this deck, and that's what ended up happening here. Drizoth didn't end up finding it, and Talpinator able to draw the champions, draw the overwhelm cards, go in for lethal.
Yeah, incredibly poor luck on Drizoth's side. He's a seasoned enough player to just shake that one off, but she knows Talpinator's breathing a sigh of relief. I thought that even without Mordekaiser, right, the double Morgana, the potential threat of triple Morgana would be enough, but thankfully, Talpinator found that early 9 damage and was able to combine it with a perfect 11 damage for the lethal. Now, so try to find a win on Janna Nila, a classic overpowered deck that got normalized, I'll say. And I haven't seen hide nor hair of it. And I'm excited for what it can potentially show.
We've seen very clean play from Talpinator, knowing what their win cons are, playing for them cleanly. I'm hoping to see that this Nila deck is able to do the same. It feels draw reliant, but you draw so much that it's almost the opposite, that you equalize your draws by just drawing every single thing you could possibly get. We see the Mayan, we see the Windboard Mariner, we see the Vikrash, very important cards to have early. While Drizoth has got a very good hand as well. This Nora will be able to hit in before the Vikrash comes down. Drop the bomb, able to interact with Vikrash as well. Very, very good hand. No Mystic Shot to deal with that Nora.
Yeah, a deck like this that can chump you down is always a headache when you're playing Janna Nila. But depending on the draws, right, with Nila coming through with Brash, which Nora doesn't deal with very well, having some tempo options with Howling Gale to remove a target out of the way, means that Talpinator is always going to be in a position to push through way more damage than Drizoth might be able to calculate for.
Talpinator is the world's luckiest player. He plays a Pull Shark on 1 and draws one of the few cards that doesn't get fleeting when you draw it from Pull Shark. Obviously electing to use the Mayim to shuffle it back in, realizing that I don't really need this, and then luckily draws it again for 5 mana. The absolute legend.
You can tell that Talpinator's put in a lot of reps with this deck. I personally am, a bit cowardly when it comes to Pull Shark. I like to use it in the mid-game. That way if I get Janna or something, I always can play it guaranteed. But Pie Toss, these pings coming through against the 3-1 Windborn Mariner. Still 3 damage to for Talpinator's trouble. And Janna Nila, it is a chip damage deck for certain.
Drizoth's deck does a lot of old Nora Jhin. Except this time it can actually get healing from these Dragon Boons. And while Talpinator needs to rely on this chip damage, there's a chance that Drizoth over the course of this game heals 6, when otherwise with like the Jhin version, they would not be able to do that. So Talpinator doesn't need to count to 20, probably needs to count to about 24, which is a big ask for Janna Nila sometimes if they are dealt with properly.
And Talpinator opts for the open attack, another 5 damage coming through. What's nice about the Elder Jhin, excuse me, now you said Jhin, but the Elder Nora decks is that much of the list is pretty face up. You know exactly what sorts of cards the deck is working with, how much damage it can do, and the only thing that Talpinator really needs to consider here is what if there's portals coming, which after the Portalpalooza, next turn or the turn after is where a lot of this tempo might evaporate. If he develops at this moment, Drizoth, as we see in hand, has dropped the bomb to take out the Vikrash and take a little bit of damage off the sides. If there was a 3-drop here, I think Talpinator probably would go wide with the Master Lookout, but considering the rest of the hand, I love taking this 5 damage.
I think this open attack's really clean, and one issue with Drizoth's deck is while there is big interaction with things like Broadmane and Challenger from the Dragon Boon, and small interaction with Group Shot and Pytos, there's not a clean way of dealing with Janna. Janna has 4 health, which is quite a lot for this Bandle City deck to try and deal with. Playing Janna here, trying to equalize the hand, get it to move on forward, and then playing Tide Dancer on 5 or 6 will make Talpinator's board state feel absolutely immaculate going into a turn 6 attack.
And Drizoth's list is looking to just generically remove things and generically block down to get to this late game that just eventually you overrun your opponent with value and damage and threat and can't really take a time to pivot to deal with the Janna, like you mentioned, Spitz, right? She's going to eat 2 or 3 cards, which is also demoralizing when you think about Broadmane losing out on his ability to answer a wider field. And Talpinator is keeping the Tide Dancer in hand. This is very important as well. I'm going to play this win con down and force Drizoth into a weird line of you better have ping plus Broadmane or another massive swing is going to come through.
Talpinator is going to go for a massive swing, has all this burn, has all these units that are going to go in, but Drizo has found quite a few ways of trying to deal with this. We've got 2 wallops in hand, we've got the group shot that will probably be procced at 2 damage by next turn, probably drawing another portal or playing this Gnar. So it might not be that lethal, and giving Drizo 2 extra turns after turn 6 is the opposite of what you want for Talpinator. That's where Drizo gains all his tempo back. He lost it at the start, he gains it back with these Dragon Boons, gains it back with these high cost cards.
And this is the perfect turn as well to drop the bomb, set up that scrappy bomb that will detonate in 3 turns to beautifully set up for Riptide Rex. So Talpinator's already beginning to see how short of a clock he's really on, and is already prepared by keeping this Tide Dancer in the opening hand, is prepping for the next attack token, probably acknowledging it's going to be his final one.
Drizo is now thinking of all of the possible lanes, trying to think out, how am I beating this Tide Dancer? I can wall up 2 things. I'm able to drop the bomb. If I can play Gnar, I do have 1 Brash blocker, and you can always block the Tide Dancer. Tide Dancer does not grant themselves the Brash keyword, but Talpinator is going to be really wide, giving +2 strength to everything, and probably trying to deal with the Gnar with this Howling Gale. Attacking with Gnar allows Gnar to try and level up, have that 5 strength remain as a big unit, but it's not going to be easy for Drizo to deal with what Talpinator is going to play as their 3 cards next turn.
I like sacrificing the 1/2 here, just keeping some damage off of your Nexus. For every bit of damage Talpinator saves, that's potentially 1 or 2 more draws of burn damage that can get him over the finish line, right? The Double Howling Gale, the Divine Whirlwind, I believe that is in hand, getting a lot of burn, Neela threatening to level up, and with Drizoth's Riptide Rex's double wallop, being able to win through attacking. This is exactly the point in the game where these tempo, swarmy, aggro / burn decks start to pivot to the burn part of their namesake.
Talpinator's hand looked really good last time, but all of these cards are going to cost more mana. That Eye of the Storm top deck was quite nice, but we already had another Eye of the Storm in hand. Talpinator's probably going to go for a Nilla and a Lookout and an Eye of the Storm. That's their 3 cards, get a bunch of strength, go in with the Tide Dancer. And Drizo drawing Portal Palooza might need to be the play to try and find Brash blockers. They only really have like 3 pieces of interaction, double wallop and the drop the bomb. Might not be enough against what Talpinator's threatening with all of these 4 strength Brash attackers.
That certainly looks to be the case. Drop the bomb and Pokesick to take out Neela being hovered, but Drizo has plenty of time here to just crunch the numbers and calculate. I can block 1 thing with Brash. It's better just keep the board narrow. Because of the Tide Dancer, the threat to give everything Brash, just remove bodies instead. I like this decision. Neela is not close to leveling up from this position yet. There's no slipstreams drawn. So Talpinator doesn't need to worry, but Eye of the Storm could change that very quickly.
Eye of the Storm being, I think, double updrafted to be this cheap, or got 1 updraft and 1 cheapen from the Janna, making it such that this Eye of the Storm is going to cost 2 less and can come down to remove Gnar as a Brash blocker or remove the Blimp Pack Poocher as a Brash blocker, able to put in that extra damage, get the 1 burn, able to still cycle cards and still have a bunch of options for the future turns. We are going to see the prank making this Eye of the Storm cost more mana, denying all of the possibility of this Divine Well.
Reset that. Drizo is maybe so happy, right? I went for the prank just to scope out the hand, see what Talpinator was setting up. With updrafts, and as we saw from Sunken Temple, it becomes very difficult to anticipate what your opponent might be able to do in response to your spells. Now Drizo has a little bit more confidence on what can be done. And now, with the card draw in Eye of the Storm, taking all of Talpinator's mana, no chance of Slipstream to flip Neela, etc. So a lot of damage taken off the table this turn for Drizo, fortunately.
How risky was that play? Not able to play this second wallop, spending that very key mana going down to 5 to try and interact with the hand? What a crazy read. Realizing that this is how I'm going to try and win the game. This puts me in the best position. I don't think I would have made this play. I don't think most people would have made this play, but Drizo was able to make.
And Drizo, as one of our most seasoned competitors, And especially as you mentioned, Spids, with this deck reigning supreme for so long before it was nerfed, probably has so much experience in this matchup that he can make that play. I need to go for Prank. It's more about scouting what my opponent got discounted to not get blown out of the water. I wonder if Talpinator should have gone for like the slipstream into another slipstream to flip this Neela. I'm looking now 13 out of 16 is close.
Drizo is in an interesting position where they have managed to survive this turn really, really happily, but this isn't the last attack token Talpinator, and Drizo actually doesn't have that thing like the Broadmane or these big cards that are able to deal with things. This Riptide Rex costs a little bit too much mana, and Talpinator will be able to develop this Pool Shark, draw extra cards, develop this Slipstream, try and get extra things, deal with the burn. Talpinator still has more turns to try and win this, and Drizo still doesn't have a good answer for this Tide Dancer.
And a very important factor for John and Neela that's being shown off right now is when you're playing against a deck with tons of removal, you seem to always have more resources and more cards and more threats to develop to the board. Drizo being forced to take all that time off. Now going for Broadmane has to potentially set up to save 2 mana to get this Riptide Rex through with the Perilous Pastry. No healing boon off of the Elder Dragon Origin. Going to take out Neela instead with Broadmane.
Drizo was struggling to draw in the last game, but has perfectly top-decked this Broadmane, one of Drizo's favorite. He loves this card. Able to deal with this Neela, being able to set up for future turns. Tough is an amazing thing. Impossible to interact with. If you're PNZ and you see a tough unit, you just have to realize that you're never killing this.
It also keeps him healthy versus a potential leveled up Neela as a brash blocker that will be always there. Every ping now, every chump block from a portal becomes a 1 or 2 mana vengeance from this position. Talpinator so close yet so far to find an end to this tunnel and take this 2-0 over Drizo, one of the heaviest hitters in the World Championship. These top decks are getting pretty insane, though. Another Neela off the top, another strong threat now, and Talpinator can just start chumping down versus these little cheeky attackers, I think. As you're counting on drawing more cards and more units, kind of want to start clearing the way on your board.
Talpinator has drawn nothing but champions when they needed it, and Drizo has drawn very few champions when they needed it. Talpinator finding 2 Jannas this game, 2 Neelas this game. In the previous game, finding all of the Morganas and Ribbons that you could want. Talpinator is trying to become a champion themselves by drawing them all when they need it.
And instead opts to keep the board wide, plays Neela on top. Talpinator wants to go for a combo with the Tide Dancer for another wide swing. Hey, I can't deal with Broadmane, I'm just going to go around the side. Drizo also sacrificing the Perilous Pastry to get rid of the Acorn Hex Technician. No easy way now to proc Riptide Rex, but needs to buy 1 more turn if he's able.
If this 1 more turn is bought, if this is able to be survived, Drizo does have the Drop the Bomb landmark, this Scrappy Bomb, which can proc Riptide Rex when the time is necessary, but Talpinator is going to be able to have a massive attack here. 2 of these spells in hand, being able to remove any brash blocker, leveling up at fast speed if they decide to go for it. Exactly the line they're going for, playing these pre-committally, going for the open attack, setting up all of these brash units to go in. I'm not going to do the math right now. That's for Drizo to work out. That's for Talpinator to work out, but this is a massive amount to manage.
The classic mantra since time immemorial, math is for blockers. Holds back the Tide Dancer, says every time I get an attack token, Tide Dancer is the card that's going to make it potentially threatening. It doesn't give itself brash, so it's smart to keep that back. How much more interactivity does Drizo have? Free blocks with Lord Broadmane, even though it's going to go down, and 1 spell hovered on the stack. Talpinator crossing his fingers, hoping that this is just enough before the curtain closes, but has condensed to get another Broadmane and a Wallop. Another stun to live on 1 HP.
Drizo at 1 HP. Talpinator's deck does run a bunch of burn, things like Mystic Shot, but as I was saying 4 or 5 turns ago, with Drizoth's deck, they have the opportunity, 2 out of 6 chance to get a heal 2 on the Nexus right now by playing this Broadmain. The Riptide Rex will be able to do their plunder next turn, so they don't have to worry about targeting the Nexus. If this Broadmain comes down, gets the heal 2, Talpinator is going to be having to find more than just a Mystic Shot for burn lethal.
And here it comes. What are the decisions? No healing! Drizoth, 1 HP in a dream. You can see his reaction was really hoping. There's a big difference, certainly, between 1 and 3 when it comes to this deck. If this Neela lives somehow through the Riptide Rex, that's an instant KO with the open attack. Another Pool Shark being woven in for a draw off of the top. This is getting dire.
Talpinator is going to be looking for any amount of burn. Even a Divine Whirlwind does it now. But when this Riptide Rex comes down, if the burn is drawn right now, you can put that spell on the stack. There's one last slot from those 9 slots that can go on. We're going to have to see what the draws are. First one wasn't it. Second one was. That's the burn. Riptide Rex is going to come down, try and look for a heal. Gets it. Won't matter into this blowback.
And just imagine, off of the earlier developments, if those were healing, Drizoth would be at like 5-ish HP here, manages to have it for the final stack of the stack. Talpinator taking it 2-0 with an aggressive lineup that I didn't think anyone expected to do this well.
Talpinator, the only player on Jananilla, one of 2 players on Morgana Ribbon, and those decks showed up, able to deal with the 2 main decks of this format being incredibly good. What an amazing game for our Swiss match 2.
What a treat to see. When you have these underdog lineups, this is exactly what we were hoping to see when we were talking earlier on the analyst desk, Spids. And Drizoth getting a lot of bad luck out of the way early in the tournament here. Swiss round 2, Mordekaiser all the way on the bottom of the deck in game number 1. And game number 2, couldn't really find that healing, was under so much pressure, couldn't just set up the Riptide Rex the way he wanted. And even Nora was just languishing in the hand, a little bit too late to the party to get even more blockers versus Brash.
Just an incredible... It's such a weird matchup, right? I don't think any of those were the stock standard ways that those matchups should play out. You'd expect this Mordekaiser deck on turn 7, regain all that tempo, just didn't end up happening. Same with the Nora Elder Dragon deck. All of these decks play for low tempo early, get high tempo later, but when that high tempo doesn't show up later, it just doesn't work. It just falls through to these aggressive decks that are consistently pressuring.
Yeah, and Talpinator went for maximum pressure, especially in the second game. Pool Shark on 1, held onto that Tide Dancer and leaned on it heavily the entire game. That threat was always there, and even got a Janna. It seemed like whenever he was going to run out of pressure, run out of resources, that deck's classic chain of card draw came through to keep him in the game.
Talpinator, one of the representatives from EMEA, not one of the ones that was on most people's highest radar, but showing up, being the heart of the cards, drawing everything they needed. That Pool Shark on 1, into the Mayam on 2, getting the card they got back updrafted, 1 in like 33 chance of that happening, being able to play that card on turn 5, so they have the attack token on turn 6 to use it. What an incredible sequence of events.
The Jananila deck is known because of the way your discounts come through. You're able to manipulate your draws in your top decks. The game plan is very fluid, and we could definitely see that Talpinator was incredibly confident in piloting the deck. And then on the other side of the table, Drizoth going for that key prank to take a look at the hand, to take away some of those discounts from updraft, valuing that hand information and denying a little bit of value from his opponent, shows that he is very confident in playing against that deck. But we can head back over to the desk now and dive even deeper into this, because those players gave us a lot to chew on.
They sure did. Skarzik and Spids, thank you both so much for that match. We got treated to so many different things. I think the one thing that I want to start out with here is just the lineup. We could hear Skarzik and Spids really talk about how unique of a lineup that Talpinator did bring. And so, Boulevard, I was wondering if you could walk me through some of the strategy behind that deck lineup choice.
Yeah, so Talpinator is one of the more aggressive players in this tournament. The Nyla Janna not going for the Sunken Temple that we've seen throughout the year, instead going for like the Tide Dancer, not going for like the Wizened Helmsman late game, just a much lower to the ground, more one-drop heavy variation of the deck. And then the Morgana Riven being... Riven's really exploded in the last couple of months as the premier aggressive combo-y deck thanks to Enraged Fire Spitter. Originally it was Gwen, now it's Morgana. And just saying, you know, I think this is still a strategy that too many players have moved off of. You don't need to bring Mordekaiser Morgana. This champion has a different place in the meta, and it is going for the Nexus.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like when you got a chance to see that Morgana and Rivet in action, it led to Drizoth having to make some really difficult choices in that very first game, Alan.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to highlight the turn 7, especially from the Drizo, where it was pretty complex turn where he had to consider two crucial cards in Talpinator deck, which was either Black Shield or Morgana. Talpinator was holding 5 mana, and Drizo made a cool play where he either forced, if opponent defends his Riven, then he won't be able to commit his Morgana with the 5 mana, or he let hers go, and then Drizo will have Morgana leveled up, and then Talpinator will be taking the damage and the lives will be proccing. But then Talpinator decided to let the Riven go, which is his win con, and opted to play his Morgana instead. So that was because that turn Drizo could have made a greedy play and just glimpse his Husk instead, which would have led into leveling that Morgana, but then the Talpinator would have a good counterplay with his own Morgana. So, like, given all the options, Drizo made a really, really good play to play around both of those cards.
But in the end there, Boulevard, it ended up being Talpinator that was able to take down that very first game. So what was happening in those final moments, despite the fact that Drizoth was making some really difficult choices and correct choices?
All right, so me and Alan were sitting there. We're trying to figure out, all right, is this lethal? Is this lethal? Runeweaver comes down, gives over the final blade fragment. Okay, there's the +2 attack. Now it's up to either Riven to roll another +2 attack blade because we've gone through the full cycle, or a top deck of Might or something like that. Riven rolls another +2 attack blade. It turns out to be exact lethal because of that Black Shield with like an exact amount of mana. It was like so precise what everything came down to. And a lot of it actually comes off the back of that final Runeweaver in order to secure that fragment and give another one over. It was just like an insane
On top
sequence.
of that, Drizo had to not draw any Spell Shield Popper to support his Vengeance to counter that play.
I love being able to break that down because it felt like such a big finale turn there for Talpinator. But then Talpinator just keeps the hype going, especially when you get into that second game. Alan, that was so exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, this is very hard to do what Talpinator did. Drawing turn 1 a Pool Shark into the updraft cards. But then, like, you know what? I don't need it. I'm just gonna draw my boat, which doesn't become fleeting when you draw it off like that. Having this as a backup, as a power play on turn 5, pushing so much damage, this is usually a very good matchup. This should be a good matchup for Drizo. But like with this sequence of draws and applying so much pressure was absolutely pivotal for the Talpinator.
I want to reiterate, there's only one boat in this deck. That was the same boat.
Yeah, updrafting the boat and getting discount and this coming on turn 5 instead of turn 6, you can see how powerful is this card, because this card barely ever comes on turn 5. Like, you need to get this specific high roll where you updraft it early and you redraw it by turn 5. And like, you see how powerful this card can be if it costs 1 less mana only.
Well, listen, Talpinator might have had the wind in his sails, but it didn't stop Drizoth from trying in that second game. Boulevard, there were moments where it felt like Drizoth could have brought that back. So what were you identifying there that Drizoth still had a chance to win that second game?
Drizoth did a pretty good job of stabilizing with the broad main. We had some concerns about not targeting the boat because the brash keyword is so effective against the board that Drizoth had there. Instead, he targeted, I believe it was the Nyla with the broad main, so finishing off that champion, but leaving the boat around to give that brash mechanic over to the board yet again on the following turn. And maybe Drizoth just didn't think that Talpinator would be able to run out that many cards quickly enough before Drizoth got a priority sequence back. Maybe thought that the Nars champion spell would be able to delay things a little bit more, maybe draw some more removal, but also didn't really find a good time to Riptide Rex. By the time that, sort of power card eventually came down, Drizo was a little bit too
The
far
only
gone.
difference he could have made is like set up a Rex on 8 by playing Bomb on 5 on the Elusive, which he ended up doing on turn 6 instead, which set up Rex on 9, which would not have ended up mattering because opponent open attack and never had an option to really play a Rex there. But still, on the last turn, he still had the chance to come back, getting some heal from the Rex, but then Talpinator just brutally top-decked the final burn he needed to finish off the Drizo when he was about to stabilize.
We were hearing the casters talk about that, where, Drizo is going to be getting some of that bad luck out of the way. I think we can give a little bit of credit there to the high roll that we saw from Talpinator to close out that game number 2, but still such a unique way to be able to do it with a lineup like this. So I can't wait to see how far Talpinator is going to go. It does mean that Talpinator is going to be undefeated up to this point, so 2-0 now in Swiss rounds, and Drizo sadly going to be looking at that 1-1 to go into this next round, but there's still so much more ahead of us. We've got 5 more rounds of Swiss today, so we're going to take a short break to get ready for that Swiss round number 3. Don't go anywhere.
I think the Worlds is the stage where I can prove my ability. If I win, APEC will have the best Runeterra player in the world. I want to meet Korean player JO1 because he's a talented player, so I expect his match is interesting. I will crush him. First, I look at popular decks in the meta and optimize them to fit my strategy. I have a lot of experience in TCG games, so I'm confident we might win the Worlds. I will be nervous, but I will not make a mistake.
We are 2 rounds of Swiss through to determining our 16 players that'll battle it out on the final 2 days of the Legends of Runeterra World Championships for, of course, that coveted title. We've got Spids and Alan back on the casting desk to bring you through this next round, and it feels like we're getting some really interesting results already. Now that we are 2 rounds in, we can start to see where this competition is going to settle out, and there are some players that are sitting at that record of 0-2. They're going to have to start to claw their way back into things, Spids.
Yeah, I mean, starting 0-2 has got to feel awful, but it's doable. Many players during like Opens and Worlds have managed to do this, get to the top, and then end up winning the whole thing. It's tough, it puts a lot of strain on your mental, but sometimes you just have to power through it and get there, and it may happen.
Listen, you're not gonna get a softer competition than 0-2. If you're gonna make it, I think it's time to perform. Like, come on. 0-1 didn't work out, time to pull through 0-2. You can still make 5 through and get into the final top 16.
Exactly, because when we look at Swiss rounds, we're really looking at those players that are at 5-2 or better to be able to make it forward. And even sometimes the math might shake out that if you are 4-3 by the end of all of this, you still might be able to make it through. So every game counts, every set is going to matter. And that is what we love about being able to look at a format like this. So I'm very excited to start diving into some of these other matches, because when you look at the players that are at 1-1, they're really trying to kind of build up that momentum, right? Whether they started from 0-1 or they've got to kind of claw their way back through things. So I'm wondering, now that you've seen a little bit of the competition, where are your eyes drawn, Spids, to some of the lineups? I know it's a small sample size at the moment, but is there still anything that sticks out to you as something that you'd really love to be able to touch on before we get into these next few matches?
I know it's a little bit of recency bias, but I really think that I'm wowed by Talpinator. I think a lot of people gave up on the idea of targeting the main decks, thinking, I can't build a lineup that absolutely beats these main decks. Talpinator has found it. Talpinator's currently 2-0 and doing quite well with it. I think that's one of the lineups I'm most interested to see if it ends up being successful. If Talpinator can make that top 16, it's looking good for them.
That's definitely looking really good. And now we get a chance to jump into the results to give you all a rundown of what's been happening so far for these Swiss rounds. Alan, talk me through these standings. Who do you feel like is in a good position right now?
Listen, all of those players are no surprise, but we have to highlight the players that are dinosaurs at competing. 4LW, Magin, JO1, Cass, also known before as At Least I Got CS, Floppy Matki, Pchenia from the previous Worlds, Aurora. We have so many great names here to look out for. I'm definitely looking forward for them to perform.
We've got a lot of players at 1-1 who are, win one, lose one, still in this quite a bit. We see great players such as Krios, Neto, Soraharu, Hawk, all players I'm really looking forward to. Grandpa Roji, one of the favorites, one of the community's favorite players, also 1-1, trying to make it in.
Some players that are still considered one of the best didn't have the greatest start of the day, but we can see they are slowly pulling through, like Aikado, Tilted Ultraman, and then we have also players who have the rough start, but they can still make it. So make sure you follow them and their performance.
Well, talking a little bit about Card Gamer. And so maybe a bit of a surprise that they might be starting as 0-2. Spids, who is this player and why is it kind of a surprise to see them right now at a 0-2 record?
Card Gamer has been around for quite a while. He's been in the background helping a lot of the top players be the players that they are. Floppy Mudkip is a great player, but part of that's because of Card Gamer's influence. Same with At Least I Got the CS. Same with a lot of the other RPG members, Card Gamer being one of those foundational members. Going 0-2 probably speaks more to maybe not drawing the best cards or maybe not being in this great position before. This is his first year of actually qualifying despite being in the background so long. So maybe it's his mental getting to him. I'm not too sure, but it's very surprising to see him 0-2, but he can pull this back. I trust Card Gamer.
Look, this is all strategy. You guys are missing the 5-head play here. Use all your better RNG at the start, and then look at the Talpinator. He's wasting all his god RNG literally in the first games, while Card Gamer just holds it back for finals, baby, and he's just gonna work his way through the 0-2 to 1-2 to 2-2, hopefully to 5-2. See him tomorrow.
You're right. That's the 5-head strat right there. I think you're onto something, Alan. This is why you're a world champion. And so we definitely need to listen to your advice for that one. But we do have another Swiss round ahead of us, and we'll have to see who is going to be able to get the draws. I'm very much looking forward to this. It's going to be Reroll versus Neto. So I would love to just hand it over to the two of you so we can start to talk about this match and get into the lineups. Let's go.
Looking forward for this match. Listen, we're gonna have some amazing games from not so standard lineup, because we have games from Reroll coming with the form of like Warden. We haven't seen Warden quite a while. Would have expected such a deck to be brought to Worlds, where we have so much freshness with coming with the Morde, coming with the Dragon himself, and also the least but not the last, Morgana. What do you think, Spitz?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of interesting choices that they brought in this lineup. It feels like they're harking a little bit to the previous lineups, right? Bringing this Warden. We are going to be able to look at the lineups in more detail, go through the specific cards, trying to see like what the deck lists look like. But very interesting lineups that we're going to see in just a second.
Also, the player experience, like Reroll definitely has that experience of competing already in the previous year, so he will be coming into this year more stable, probably steady, and definitely looking for his performance. What do you think about Neto? Can he stand up to the Reroll?
I mean, when you're playing in these tournaments, on one end, you have to fear the player you're fighting, but also you have to believe that you can beat them. This first deck is that Warden deck that we were talking about. Running the card that you've renamed to Omen Dog, being able to give everything +1/+1, going in for extra damage. This is also on the new Cloud Drake, being able to discount Warden by 1 mana, going in for that old 8 mana Warden attack. Very strong deck, just going for general beatdown mid-range. My units are bigger than yours, deal with it.
Listen, you have any thread your deck, you just slap it Omen Hawk, Omen Dog, boom, good base of the deck, solid foundation. Moving on to the standard Nora Elder Dragon. This is by far the player's favorite on this tournament, and we're gonna see plenty of it because how it's flexible in doing what it does. Therefore, stabilize early game and just close the games with its dragon boons through turn 6 to 10, getting those buffs on big beefy units with the summon effects or play effects. Coming with the last Karma set.
Now we've got Karma set. Another deck that's been around for quite a while, just having a lot of presence, being able to play set on 5, have that mid-range presence, then go into the Karma later on. This is on more units. You and I were talking earlier about how these decks need to have units to be able to block down. This is on 2 Pit Professional, which has sometimes been a cut, which is crazy considering that card's like an on-rate unit that's a proactive play and gives you a coin. But this deck, quite good.
We have also another iteration of the Elder Dragon deck. We see Elder Dragon with Morgana, so players choose to split them apart because how powerful those champions are, but we see that Neto, he does not fear to combine them together, going with this beefy deck with heavy top end, saying, okay, I'm gonna outgrind them all. Maybe not like Runeterra wise, where he went even on the ASOL line, but it's still very grindy. We see the Seismic Shard as a premium removal. But then we have Nora Mordekaiser instead of the Nora Elder Dragon.
Nora Mordekaiser it's not really as much of a Mordekaiser deck as it's just like a new take on the Nora Vigars or the Nora Heimerdinger that we've seen for so long. It's got a different top end. Instead of having the top end of things like Eclectic and Heimer, we've got the Rekindler and the Mordekaiser continually cycling things. Junk Construct is a very funny card to continually cycle. Portal Scholar the same, both adding more portals. Control deck, very strong, combined with Karma set, another control deck.
Oh boy, more Karma set. Listen, I can watch endless games of Karma. Just give me any iteration of that deck. I'm gonna be ecstatic. This is absolutely joyful to watch. The control matchups, just playing a stall game until you can absolutely pop off with your Karma set on board, obliterating whole enemy side. There is nothing more beautiful in the game.
so glad you're here for the karma set mirror because I would fall asleep if I had to do this all alone. I cannot. Like, I like this deck. I think it's kind of fun to play, but when both of you are doing it, I don't find it that enjoyable. But you've played a lot of karma set. You've played these control decks. What are the bans here?
Listen, okay, I don't want both of them to bar the karma set. I want to see karma set mirror. This is such a skillful matchup. Oh, this is just joy to watch because it's all about recalls. It's all about planning your mana. It's planning 4-5 turns ahead. It's really cool to watch and talk over it. But in terms of ban, like we have to think through what are the worst possible matchups for both players, or perhaps they're gonna approach it. Okay, what's this, like if they studied their opponent, what's this best player performance that they want to respect, ban them. So, or do I want to just ban the best overall deck that player brought today? So maybe Elder Dragon, maybe Karma Set. Overall Karma Set deck considers as a counter to those heavy top-end decks because of how cheap recalls is, and if they decide to drop their big bomb, you get to develop your karma. They don't have any more removal for her or set, and then you can just steal the game from there by snowballing with your Ionia combat tricks and tilt over.
We do see the bans come through. I know Elder Dragon has the level up text of I cannot be stopped, but in a best of 3, you can stop him by just banning him out. So we are going to see the Formidables and the Mordekaiser, and both of these karma sets. You really hope we get to avoid it, but if we do get the karma set mirror, at least. I don't know what these players are going to set up for their first deck, but I've got to say, I think this Formidables deck is pretty good into both of these.
Oh shit, we are going into the game already. So Reroll was definitely looking to snipe with his Demacia deck, the Ionia, like we know, and the Piltover deck. We know how Demacia counters all those nasty magicians. But we here see that Neto picked Mordekaiser into Demacia, which should be pretty reasonable matchups for the Neto. So we'll be going into the Mulligan and drawing. Oh, we see already a Omen Dog drawn from the reroll. That's a great sign.
Omen Dog would typically get answered by something like a Soul Harvest or a Hate Spike, but that's not in the hand. KDF reroll, gonna have the attack token onto... This is like, already, there's like a plus 20% chance that reroll's gonna win this. Already has the attack when they need it, and Neto doesn't really have the response that they need. Gonna try and go for a Portal Palooza to try and develop some units, create sack targets so they can go in, but reroll is in an amazing position. Got that +1/+1 on an Overwhelm unit already.
Oh boy, this hand from Neto is not looking too hot. We see a 3 cards that require sacrifice, so that Portal brings some hope to that hand. But we see a lot of removal, top end, but not so much early board presence. While Reroll just swarms the board with premium units, getting this Snowdog into Snowdog, Combat Cook. This board will quickly become gargantuan to deal with for the Shadow Isles, because again, the amount of the removal they have is limited, and again, there are combat tricks that can stop it, like you try to sacrifice your unit, we can stop it with single combat, which we might see already coming out now.
Neto is trying to find what ways they have to deal with. Like, it's already turn 4, and we're already speaking as if reroll is amazingly able to win, and Neto is already on the back foot. It's so early, and it's already so pressuring. If you look at Neto's deck list, there isn't even a Ruination. There's no real way to get back a lot of the tempo. They've got 3 mini-morphs, 2 Piercing Darknesses. These are the sort of things they're going to try and use to get back tempo. They can use Mordekaiser and Rekindler to get that in a couple of turns, but reroll's going to develop this 5-drop, probably the 3-drop on turn 6, and pressure so much. Now these units at the top of the deck have got +3/+3.
Yeah, definitely. Getting Scout Weapon from Combat Cook is absolutely massive, because what happens, we have those overwhelm units, he'll be able to develop an attack that allows him to get some information. What does Neto want to do in the following turn? And either you'll get some massive overwhelm hit, and you will see that there is a green light to go in, or there will be some combat tricks coming in which can be stopped by the spoken single combat. We see that Reroll already has 2 Wardens, which are not too optimal, because again, those are top end, but we see some Badge Burst coming in yet, Broadwing, so there will be some more board resupply. But again, Neto is looking into Tap's position where he's not getting too many units to sacrifice soon. Like, there is an Undying coming, but again, he'll have to pre-commit the combat tricks often before blocking, and it's optimal to block first a unit, and in combat use the Death's Grasp, use the Hate Spike. You don't want to use them before the combat starts. So this is looking very, very rough for Neto, but perhaps some top deck RNG God can help him out.
Neto being able to get that Undying from the portal. Neto not having many cards in hand to be able to use as sack targets. Undying, as you were saying, is really, really weird. You want to be able to block so you get the Ghost block, but you also need to have these self-sack targets. Neto had 4 cards that needed you to sack a unit and actually was able to get a unit that can repeatedly sack with Undying. Reroll sort of losing out from those trades of cards, but says, I don't care, 6/6 Badger Bear, deal with it. And Neto doesn't really have a way. They can't even Death's Grasp this guy, and it's now going to have Scout, 8/7 Scout. This reroll is just going to continue going in constantly. Neto needs to find a way to deal with this in the long game.
Hey, 8/7 Scout looks good to me, but there is a way for Neto to stop it. He can just block it, Death's Grasp it, but there is still the dot coming at you, buffing those further cards coming in. There is inevitability coming from the Warden, but we know there is still a refill coming for one more turn from reroll, and then the pressure stops. So if reroll doesn't top deck something to apply a bit more pressure, Neto might be able to come back with this mini-morph as a first answer to Warden, but the second one might be tough. There are those Mordekaisers that might help with it. But now there is nothing. Like Neto is relying on those top decks. The last top decks was very good, but now outside of the portals there is not much else. He has just Minimorph or Mordekaiser for this turn.
Mordekaiser will come down. Has Challenger can finally get rid of the Adulski Snowdog, saying, you're not allowed to stay around. You've already buffed everything. Maybe a little bit too late, but able to challenge that around. Then get into the Rekindler if this Mordekaiser ends up dying, which it probably will, into stuff like a 5/5 Omen Hawk. But what is good about having 2 Mordekaisers in hand as well, Neto's deck does not have any Ruination. It doesn't have any of these big sweepers. You can answer Warden with the Mordekaiser champion spell, getting rid of everything except the strongest unit, going in, trying to level up the Mordekaiser at the same time as dealing with everything getting +5/+5.
Usually Warden tends to be the strongest one on the board, so it might be an issue to deal with it. But still, the biggest problem reroll has, his next turns, unless it's a very good top deck, it's like looking green. Like what is reroll doing next turn? Just gonna play weapon pass? Because the swing here doesn't look too hot. Neto actually would love to sacrifice his Mordekaiser so he can resummon another one with the Rekindler. But also, like, we see double Minimorph, so Neto is actually in a premium position where he can deal with both Wardens. All he has to do is now deal with the current board situation throughout this whole turn. So, like, if the Neto try to sneak in a pass here after the Scout attack and reroll takes it, this might be a potential comeback for the reroll to steal the game.
To bring this back to what we had at the very start, we were seeing the start and reroll had such good tempo, Neto relying on the portal to try and get what they had. Their hand was sort of saved by these Undyings, and reroll doesn't really have any way of permanently answering them, which means Neto normally in this deck doesn't have a natural clock, right? Mordekaiser and Noradek struggle to form a natural clock. They often are accused of having no win conditions. And while Undying isn't a great win condition, it does mean that if Neto's able to deal with this board, we can use these Undyings as win cons when otherwise it wouldn't be. I think Neto has gotten some really nice RNG saving a hand that was looking really, really grim early on. Deciding how they want to block here, if they want to lose the Mordekaiser, set up the Rekindler, or just block with the 2/3, just letting their unit stay around.
Absolutely. It's actually very smart of Neto to sacrifice Mordekaiser now, because he's aware of the big bomb potentially coming next turn. If he's hand tracking, he knows there are 2 cards that reroll didn't play since the start of the game, so you want to get out this Rekindler before there is a threat of Warden, so he can hold this Minimorph mana later on without being threatened by the smaller units. So this is a very smart heads-up play by Neto, sacrificing this turn the Mordekaiser, so you can refresh a fresh one. Next turn he can just open attack, see what's up with the Mordekaiser, clear the board, and then reroll might be in a pickle, because like, what's he gonna do? This is looking very rough. Like, you're just getting attacked. Like, he's clearly Neto is essentially clearing the board here, and then what's his redevelopment? A Hawk? That's it? That's your whole board this turn? It's not looking good. And then we have the Rekindle sacrifice, which gonna summon another Mordekaiser. That's absolutely gargantuan position for the reroll to deal with.
Reroll, despite having a lot of early stats on field, is now getting absolutely outstatted by Neto's board. Neto is going to be able to attack in for quite a bit, challenge these units away, push in for a lot of damage. Reroll does have the 2 Wardens to try and develop stuff, but as you said, we've got 2 Mini-Morphs, which answer 2 big Overwhelm units. And so Reroll is going to have to find another Overwhelm unit, but even still, 14 health is quite a bit of health. 1 Overwhelm unit in excess won't be enough, almost likely. We see Ranger Knight Defector, which doesn't have any keywords. It doesn't matter. In fact, the Scout is superfluous with the Scout weapon. So we are going to see the attack come in, threaten a little bit, but Neto has saved this game quite readily, despite what looked like a really good draw from Reroll in the first couple.
He was dead or alive by his top decks. Top decks, fortunately for him, worked out pretty well. We can see that Reroll held on the weapon last turn. He could have used his mana efficiently to play the weapon on one of the units to deal a bit more damage, but he was worried about that weapon, like if the Neto plays smart and he doesn't attack with everything, and he changes only units without that weapon, the Reroll win condition would be gone, because he's relying on developing Warden into the Scout weapon and winning with the Overwhelm damage. Obviously, he doesn't know there is a response in the Neto's hand, but we see that's a 12-12 Warden Overwhelm coming through. We know there is an answer, but okay, that's fine. Like I can develop another one. Surely my opponent doesn't have second Mini-Morph to deal with it, right?
Surely not. Right, we're gonna try and see this one come down. Reroll is almost forced into making this play. I don't think Reroll is necessarily allowed to make any other play. We can see the hand. We know that there's multiple answers from Neto's perspective, but Reroll has to say, hey, my deck was trying to do a linear thing. Even when I'm in a bad position, I still have to go for it. He does decide to pivot, go for the Ranger Knight Defector. I guess playing for the slightly longer game. I'm curious why he went for this. Do you have a reason for this?
He might have a read. There is a second Mini-Morph. He's trying to bait out potential another removal of the Mini-Morph, or he's worried about those Mordekaisers. Like, I'm not sure, but like, could have set up Lethal this turn if there is no response. But this is quite a strong board regardless. But when there is a Mordekaiser coming in, clearing the rest of the board, leveling up Mordekaiser, that would be absolutely crucial for the Neto. And Reroll, yeah, he sees. He must have had a read on the second Mini-Morph on the Neto side, that he just decides not to go further with the game.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's just the sort of thing that you have to try and analyze, see what your outs are. It's like, I've got a 2% chance of winning if I do this. I've got like a 0.1% chance of winning if I do this. I'll take the 2%, even though it's really, really minor. We do see the Mordekaiser deck get the win, which means we are going to see at least one Karma set come through.
Oh boy.
Probably going to be into the Garen deck. I expect if I was Reroll, I'd want to get my win in. So hopefully we can avoid this for a little bit longer, but I'm so scared that we're going to see this mirror.
It's better to get a mirror out of the way, because if you win the mirror, you get to get a favorite matchup, the Warden into the Karma, and then like opponent thinking that, okay, this is a bad matchup for me. I might need to take riskier decisions, which are not necessarily correct. So I would be trying to get mirror out of the way, but Reroll disagrees. He goes with tries to get that winner right now, and then he'll be thinking about playing the mirror. He just doesn't want to get mentally fatigued from playing mirror, because again, that could be 20-30 minute game.
I mean, he just wants a reroll on this matchup. It's in the name. This is how he plays. This is how he rolls. We do see the mulligan come through. We see reroll with a little... I mean, I was going to say an awkward hand. Then I just see the inklings of this dog looking out of this hand saying, I'm going to be played and you can't stop me. Well, actually, Neto can with Aftershock. We could see reroll wait until turn 3 to be able to play things like the Form Up or the Darkened Spear to protect this the Snowdog, and that is the play that's going to be gone for. Neto won't have an answer for that due to a lack of Hex Split in hand, but now it's been a little bit punished by this Badger Bear draw.
Listen, that's not even a high roll. It wasn't Omen Hawk into Omen Dog getting buffed up, so it's fine. But a really good play from the reroll, like you mentioned, because again, we know that reroll doesn't have attack token on turn 2, so unless he wants to play to an out of top decking a 3-drop or 2-drop that he would like to play on the turn 3, it's better to hold on, because I have a clear line where you can play dog, you can protect it with the warm-up, you can buff it up, and then you can play on top of that weapon, scaling all those units even farther. He opted to play Badge Bear, and that's probably safer because then he can keep that combat tricks for later for more pivotal units, and he can use the weapon on the Badge Bear regardless. So really, really good play by the reroll. He got more options to play around by saving the Omen Dog and not playing it on turn 2 and getting a more optimal line on turn 3 instead. What do you think about Neto's hand going for this game?
I mean, I'm not the Karma set aficionado, but I'm seeing two sets. I'm seeing the capacity to do the set champion spell if reroll ever decides to develop, but also the capacity to continually attack with a bunch of pressure. Also having 2 open attack punishers in the stun as well as the 9 lives. 9 lives doesn't do great into overwhelm units, but can deal with things such as the Badger Bear, such as the dog, being able to trade exactly into the dog. I do not hate Neto's hand. I would like to see maybe one piece of actual permanent removal, like a Hexbliterator or something. But I think Neto's hand is able to, if you were looking for a hand for Neto, I think this is close to what you want. Maybe one more draw card would also be nice.
Yeah, and let's talk about 9 lives. When I was playing this card in Karma set, people were mocking me. This card is so good. It's a win con. It's very good when you're playing from behind. It's a good punish to open attacks. Like when you have your Karma leveled up and you can open attack with 4 more followers just getting out there after she's enlightened. This card was underrated for such a long time, where finally and they even buffed it further. Like it's now 4-2. And you have a pretty good blockers. High rolled the 1-drop on top of that, getting that Attune mana potentially from getting stroke will be absolutely massive for the Neto, where this is a very, very mana-hungry hand.
Neto is going to have this extra turn. He's probably thinking, if I want to play Set or want to play Concussive Palm. Concussive Palm, when played in an instance like this, is able to develop the equivalent of 2 units at once. You get to stun something like the blocking Badger Bear or maybe the dog while also developing this unit. You can also go for the Aftershock to deal with the Narm, but this will be answered with by the form-up, presumably. There's no other good ways of dealing with the mid of the format without something like a Mystic Shot, which is not in the hand of Neto. So while a risky play to go for this Aftershock was what ended up happening, we're going to probably see the Concussive Palm come down, deny the Pokey Stick, set up an extra blocker for the Snow Dog. Not the worst sequence of events, but not exactly what you wanted to see.
Yeah, so basically there were 2 lines. We either go with the development node of Set and we think, what's the punish? There was no real punish unless you get the first block and when opponent uses Cataclysm on his Nar, then it would be kinda hurtful for the Neto. So like if you opt to play Set, you then based on opponent attacks, if he attacks with everything, then you need to give it second thought if there might be a Cataclysm on Nar. And he opted to go for the second line available, which is Aftershock. If there is a combat trick to protect that Nar, we can always palm it while having a good blockers for the rest of the board. And then we can develop Set afterwards. So we see the line that Neto selected was probably a bit better for him. And we see a very, very weird pass from reroll. He chooses to pass. Like this is amazing situation for Neto because he can just pass back. We get so much tempo out of it. Like this pass might cost him the game. He wanted to get open attack with the Caravan, but like at this position, you are very happy with Neto. And just ping the shield, and we can try to take down Jarvan, or we can drain even more resources out of the reroll.
Not only is that pass very good for Neto in terms of tempo advantages, right? There wasn't a development of a unit. It also gives Neto a really, really good hand read, saying, reroll's basically saying, I don't have any cheap units. My hand is only either Warden or spells. And now Neto is able to use that for the rest of the game to do some sort of planning. Able to prepare for dealing with Warden in a certain way. Obviously, we know there's no Warden, but Neto's got to think there might be a Warden in here if you've got 5 cards in hand and weren't able to play any of them. But this gives Neto some sort of assurance. I'm not going to be scared about Badger Bears. I'm not going to be scared about dogs. I'm not going to be scared about Ranger Knight Defectors, because you would have developed them if you could have.
We see Pioneer coming down. That's the only real play available to Neto. He could have opted to try to protect set, but he's like, hey, I have one more set, I don't need the set. And like he has a read that opponent hand is just spells, but it was Jarvan. Jarvan came from the middle. So the rest of the cards is like either second Jarvan that opponent didn't want to play last turn, or just spells, or Warden, like you mentioned. So Neto was definitely didn't want to commit spells on the Jarvan because he was expecting some sort of combat trick, like single combat. But this kind of combat trick didn't really work if he tries to use it on Gnar. So really, really good play by Neto by opting to remove Gnar instead of trying to ping the shield from the Jarvan to play around that single combat. And when we are leaning slowly into the end game where Karma and Set are about to level, we have a premium cards for the Karma, which is place your bets, when you can absolutely cheat out of the mana with the coins. And we have also the premium removal in this matchup, which is recall. You can either recall your own unit for 2 mana or recall enemy unit for 5 mana. Both options premium in this matchup.
Set coming down, able to flip this turn in theory. I think there are sequences where you can get that to happen, but I don't think it's going to be the best line. We do see the Cataclysm come down, try and answer this set. Using Cataclysm as opposed to single combat because it's slow speed, you'd rather use single combat when it's fast speed. And in combat, for example, like a regular combat, and then you use the single combat, but we're going to see the tag out come down, try and protect this set, and we could see an attempt of a single combat in response, arguing, is this set important enough for us to deal with, or should we let this go? Deciding to let it go, have set recalled, still get the coin, and reroll still has nothing to do. They can play Garen, but that's about it for their turn, and they don't have the Warden to curve into.
So the issue is here, like if he tries to single combat with on top of other combat trick, he might have gotten blown out of the water by another combat trick. So there were a few options Reroll could have opted for. So he could have baited out recall like he did, so he gets a good open attack with Anaxia, or he could have played the weapon on the Jarvan and then went for the combat trick. But look at this board! Warden coming in with Anaxia buffing, Jarvan buffed. Suddenly this looks like a really, really bad spot for Neto to come back from.
I'm going to be honest, I forgot that the Darken Spear was in hand. I just saw it as a spell, even though it's obviously not a spell. It is just an 8-mana unit into an Arca. And then top decking that Warden immediately after, it's completely changed the state of this game. It went from Neto looking in like an amazing position into reroll having, well, will end up being 4 attackers dealing 10 damage on most of them, and then 1 probably being slightly smaller, whatever an Arca pulls, unless it decides to pull a Warden, which is possible. We did see the keyword denial on the Warden, which I don't know if that's the best thing you can go for. You can block it for the extra like 3 health, but I feel like it doesn't accomplish all that much, especially to do that before you end up drawing.
It ends up what's gonna get drawn out, summoned through the Anaxia. There is a potential lethal, so I believe we need to summon just a jump blocker with using Mariam, and then set up a set as a removal to the Warden or Jarvan. But it all depends what we're gonna see from the reroll on summon, because it is potential lethal if we're gonna see a Warden summon from there, right? And there is no coming back. So Neto gives himself an option to play Steal, place your bets, and we see a Scout that won't trigger this turn. But that's still 15 points of damage, 16 points of damage. That's a lot of damage. Plus Jarvan flipping.
The Scout won't be relevant this turn, but Neto's got a really difficult decision to make. They're going to have 1 showstopper this turn, and they have to make the best of it. They can shoot the Jarvan to try and get rid of the Cataclysms on future turns. They can try and get rid of the Warden that's going to have Overwhelm in a couple of turns. They can try and get rid of the Anarcha that's going to continually summon units, or they can get rid of the Scout unit, which is probably the least appealing of the options. But still there, theoretically.
It has to be Jarvan.
I think so too. I think Jarvan has to
go. You can remove the rest of the board
most.
next turn with you challenge the Scout. Next turn you have another showstopper with Karma. All you have to be worried about is if you can resolve the coins that you're gonna get from place your bets, and if opponent has some sort of combat tricks that can interact with you before you get to resolve the coins. So like we're gonna see definitely Karma coming down, and then we'll see how Reroll chooses to interact with it. If he's gonna choose to pass, if he's gonna choose to use single combat. So like he has to be aware of the strongest play that Neto can do, which is place your bets. And the only way to interact with this is start exactly with the combat trick. Even though this can get punished by the recall, he already seen one recall, and so he has to play just properly. Just act like there is place your bets in the hand and not play around any recalls. Also, we see a second single combat which could interact with that.
Reroll going for the single combat, making sure to abuse the fact that coins are indeed focus speed now, so you can't even cycle them out at the instant speed that used to be able to do it before. Reroll definitely making sure to use this action economy properly using the single combat, and then Neto is in a really, really difficult position. Reroll's going to be able to develop this Garen, try and be able to get another unit from this Anarcha. It's going to be a 5-wide attack that can also be re-upped with things like the Fury of the North. Neto's going to be... is it even possible for Neto to make it out of this? Can we be real? Like, even if you use the Karmas inside of Ages and look for like 2 Steel Tempests, can you even still make it out?
I think you let the Karma die, you summon second Karma. There is also an option to just going with the Mixologies this turn after using coins and just hoping you are alive. By blocking 2 units, you heal up above 5. But then there is another one coming down, so you don't get the Showstopper on. This is really good sequencing by Reroll, not allowing opponent to get the Showstopper. Because as a read, there is no any fast spells that Neto can play in this position.
That read and that single combat shows why Reroll belongs here, right? Reroll being able to read, okay, you played a burst speed spell in the draw and you still didn't protect Karma even though that's how you're trying to win. That's not possible. You don't have these cards that you would need to have. I'm going to go for the single combat, prevent the Showstopper, and that helps secure the lethal. As you were saying, the way Neto would respond to this is by using Set Challenge to try and get rid of the Scout unit, by using the Showstopper and using the coins to try and get that. That's the only way Neto had an opportunity to stay back in this. They still get the Showstopper here, but Reroll is going to be pushing in for a massive amount of damage. And Neto, I don't think, as far as I can tell, has a capability of drawing out of this.
So this is a very interesting position because you have 2 choices. You can either opt to kill Anaxia or heal up. Depending, he wants to, like he opts to play first Showstopper to dig for information what Reroll wants to do. When you see that there is a Garen, you have 2 choices. You either play Mixologies or you remove Anaxia. Anaxia removing is probably slightly better, but like, and then you play around top decking Recor or Palm. But now this is looking pretty doomed. Reroll has to think about potential stun here if you try to go for the scout attack. So there is, and we can also go for open development, see what Neto does. He already knows there is no option, like he has no P5 based on the previous turn. There could be still 5 mana recall, there could be still Palm because there was no mana available to play that before. So there is still all the options open, and Reroll decides to go for the open development and then decides if he wants to do the scout attack.
That open development was really interesting. It feels like it's the sort of thing that could be punished by Concussive Palm, but that's the only card that would really punish that too hard. Otherwise, it's just an equal trade in developing a unit, getting a unit recalled, or developing a unit on both sides. You do see KDF Reroll go for the scout attack, try and get that little bit of value, but I think Neto sort of sees the writing on the wall, not going to be able to develop enough units in time, not able to heal out of this. KDF Reroll will be able to go for the attack and is going to try and equalize this game 1-1.
Listen, so basically if he tries to go for the scout attack, it doesn't work because Palm punishes that even punishes this the same way as the development. But what the Anaxia development does, if there is a Karma development, then you full swing with the board, because then Palm is too big of a punish. On the other hand, when you go for the open attack, then you open yourself, because all those lines lose the Palm or double Palm, so there is no point playing around it. You just go for the strongest possible swing that provides you lethal. So that was a very good line from the Reroll, providing victory series.
We are now in the...
Oh boy!
It's so annoying that you actually got this. You got the Karma set mirror. I'm not happy about this, but I know you are. What are you looking for in this mirror? What are the important cards? What are the least important?
Oh, you want the cards that provide you level up on set. You never keep set in opener. You don't you want to cards that allow you to play proactively, to flip the set. You want to draw into set. You don't want to have a set in your opener. You want to draw into karma. You want to draw into place your bets. Those are the cards you mulligan away because those cards are crucial, but you don't want them until turn 8, 9, 10. So you playing just throwing out cards essentially. You want Mixologist. You want Mariam. You want all those cards that can just throw away, get that mana to flip the set, because it's all about recalling, playing set, playing showstoppers. Notify is pretty huge before you get your karma in. So all of those stuff are very, very important. I really like Mariam in this matchup because you can cheat out on mana on important cards. I really hope that Neto would put the set back in because it's about all those explosive turns and cheating on mana on this one crucial turn where the whole board swings based on how much mana you have available to you and how many cards in terms of quality recalls and aggression you can develop into the opponent.
We're still in the early turns now. There's going to be at least 15 more turns in this game, most certainly. So I wanted to ask you another question about this matchup. These lists are not identical. Reroll's version is on 2 Sunken Temple. Neto's version is on 0 Sunken Temple. There's a few differences in the amount of 9 lives. There's a few differences in the amount of the early units. How much stake do you put into Sunken Temple in this matchup?
Sunken Temple is absolutely amazing in this matchup, even though there are cards like Aftershock. First of all, it meets the first thing, it spends your mana, it levels up your set. So basically, you want to progress your set in this matchup. That's a great way to progress your set. Even though it discounts your cards from the hand, you want to have that discount for the later turns. But by the time where it matters, you will have already leveled up set, so it won't matter as much. Playing early set in this matchup is usually not the best because you don't want to damage it, because there are threats like Mystic Shot, and then you don't want to waste your recall to protect it with your own Mystic Shot. So we see already a commitment from the reroll, committing challenge plus Mystic Shot. And oh wow, Neto decides to give up on his set instead of using recall. He's holding on 2 of them so far, and decides to go for his own Mystic Shot when reroll has no mana to protect his set. So he chooses to trade his set for set, which is pretty fair, but given the resources, he has enough card draw in the hand, so he just needs the win cons.
Yeah, you're sort of equalizing the board. It's sort of to make a chess comparison, they've just traded each other's queens for now, and now the power level of the board and what the matchup looks like is a little bit lower, but that's all right, because it's still at the end of the day, it's still the same game, still the same deck, still looking for the same stuff, so it's okay to do that sort of equalization. You can see the Portal Pioneer come down, take another landmark destruction, deal with both of the Sunken Temples. It can be notified right afterwards, but if this was to happen on this turn, Temple into landmark removal into Notify, there would be the other landmark removal, so it wouldn't necessarily work out that way on this turn, but reroll would be able to play around this if Neto ever taps under 3 mana.
So this is a really interesting spot because reroll can approach it on 2 different ways. He can either develop Sunken Temple just to spend mana to level up set, which he doesn't have anymore in the hand, but this is your win con in this matchup. Or you can make if you in the hindsight, if you expect your opponent to pick the Explorer Excavation, then you can make opponent be stuck with those for a long time. So essentially in this matchup, it can be also a problem with the hand size. When you accumulate too much card draw, when you develop karma, you can start burning out cards, because alternative win con in this matchup is also mean. It happens very rarely, but when players trade aggressively sets, there is actually no win cons left, because without set, it's pretty hard to close the game, given how much removal both decks have. And also we see reroll developing very aggressively karma, because he has so much protection. So if Neto has a read here, and so he won't be trying to use Aftershock on the karma, because again, given how much protection reroll could have possibly for her. And reroll will be growing the size of the hand by generating just those cards from karma. So now Neto has to decide, do I want to, would I throw a threat at the karma to make opponents spend more mana, lose tempo, or not?
Gonna have to see players end up going for. We are still in the early turns of this mirror. Right, once it gets to turn 10, we sort of like flick the switch and the matchup sort of changes. Neto has finally drawn their karma, so now this axis of the matchup is equalized. Now they both have their karmas available for their turn 10. Neto, currently at 10 cards in hand, is going to want to have to spend something to make sure they still have access to the set. Probably going to, I would imagine something like the 9 lives. It seems like something that doesn't have too much value overall, so wanting to play it defensively. But you could also see the Rocket Barrage come down and threaten the karma, force reroll to spend a little bit of mana, and take out the Portal Pioneer.
So Neto could have approached the similar case as reroll to not just deal with the certain cards and make them stuck in the hand. So, for example, Neto could say, "Oh, you're gonna be generating some cards with karma. I'll allow you," and you'll start burning actual important cards you put in your deck instead of and you will be drawing some junk cards that karma can potentially generate. Because again, that's polarized. You can get up some absolutely insane cards like Mystic Shot in this matchup, place your bets, or you can get some junk that you cannot use because it's too expensive for your game plan. So again, it's interesting how the players are approaching the matchup. It seems like so far they are just spending their mana trying to level up set, which they both already lost. None of them has a spare one, given how much protection they have, which might not have been the correct line. And we see Reroll spending his just cards, throwing away. Aftershock is usually a premium card in this matchup because it doesn't allow your opponent to develop karma on their turn 9. But we again see one of the junk cards that karma can generate, which was the draw 2 cards for both players. Might be useful for the potential meal plan if Neto decides to draw a bit too many cards.
I like how you point out that there's the mill win con. There's also technically the timer win con. If this game goes on for more than 20 minutes, which I've seen karma set mirrors, this is very, very possible, then that's also a possible win con for these players. Neto playing both of these 9 lives and going in for damage, realizing that like there is technically one more axis. We never talk about this when we talk about karma set. There is one more axis that could go for lethal, which is just smacking the nexus for damage. It's not going to be too relevant. I don't think this high note answering a fair chunk of it and only pushing in for 3 damage, but Neto spending his mana, opening up his hand, trying to get something to occur.
Yeah, you have to be careful when you are going into turn 9 and 10. Now you have to be playing carefully, not spending too much mana due to the karma set development, because if opponent gets to set up his board and you are behind just having a bunch of followers without actually meaningful units, you have to be bluffing your way to not fall giga behind on the board. Because if opponent decides to develop, if you commit, let's say, up to 5-7 mana, then opponent can just develop their karma into recall, and then you are kinda in the doomed spot. But we see there is a sunken temple being developed, and we like Real knows there is an answer. But getting the full hand of discount back to the deck, and you in this matchup, you pretty much get to draw your whole deck, and cheating out on that mana will be very, very beneficial. And Neto now suddenly has to think about cards like 1 mana Notify, 1 mana Tag Out, 1 0 mana Coin, and like playing around those coins is playing around those cards is a very, very easy way to just fall into the trap of making a misplays if he overplays around them or if he doesn't play around them at all.
We are currently at turn 9. We're at like the night before everything goes down. Karmas could come down. KDF reroll and Neto both have the capacity to play it. Neither of them have good interaction into the other. I mean, Neto is able to do high note plus aftershock if reroll decides to do their karma, and reroll has no answer to Neto's karma, but they can obviously just wait till next turn and do it on turn 10. Neto would get the attack token first, meaning that they get to have the first opportunity towards karma enlightened. Do you play for that? Do you try and, as soon as it goes to turn 10, play that karma, get that first action, or do you sort of wait and try and play
is a lot of because this is there is a lot of information that just happened because reroll gave information to Neto that he has karma plus your bets in hand because he just played Mariam for the mana. Like, this is so much information. You have 6 cards and you're playing Mariam for mana? Like, huh? Why? Like, why would you ever do that? And the only case when you do that, when this is like specific 2 cards in your hand. So like Neto having this information, he has to hold Aftershock mana for this turn, and then reroll. If he decides to develop, he has no protection for karma. So he has to decide I play around Aftershock? Do I play around the potential removal? Or do I just hold on to it and go into next turn? But we have to remember, a reroll has a lot of card draw. You need to empty your hand so you can actually draw those cards and not overdraw them. So like off-play, like Neto has a good information about the rerolls hand, and then reroll has to make a small gamble, and he does. He develops Karma into the Aftershock with no absolute protection. The Karma will fall.
I think maybe I'm living in the past. I keep thinking that Karma's got 4 health, so you'd need to commit even more, but Karma does go down, at least the first Karma. Reroll does have the second Karma available, so he's still able to do the Karma plus the place your bets on a future turn, still do that like famous combo that this deck does. But you are right, those sort of plays, those sort of hand reads are things that only players that are very good at this Karma set deck is able to know. I definitely wouldn't have noticed that when if I was to be playing this on my own. Neto decided to go for the Karma, having one of those place your bets in hand, Reroll responding with his own Karma. They're both, becoming the Spirit of Ionia for just a second before they start fighting each other over who controls the land.
The developing first Karma is absolutely pivotal because you get to play your first, place your bets, you can play your coin, you can refill your mana to full, and then you can start threatening opponent Karma with cards that are High Note, Mystic Shot, and this is so important in the mirror. Throwing your Karma on turn as first player into place your bets. And now we can see that Reroll won't have that luxury to playing his coin because of that first to focus change on the coins, and then if the Reroll decides to protect Karma, there is another Mystic Shot coming. There is a threat of Notify, which won't matter against Karma, but still there is so many threats that can come down from Neto. At the end, even a recall coming. Like Neto could have went even for recall on the Karma, just making Reroll fall behind on the tempo.
I see the tag out come down, try and protect the Karma. Neto's going to have to decide if they want to go for the Mystic Shot. They can. They could have tried to fill the stack very technically to try and beat other cards, but that's probably not worth it for this sort of play. Karma does go down. That's 2 Karmas down from Reroll. They've only got 1 left in the deck, as well as the 2 sets left in the deck. Neto has an amazing position. There's no real way for Reroll to be able to kill this Karma. It's not just like card advantage, it's also like board-based tempo.
Okay, listen. I see already set in the Neto's hand. There is already set coming from the top deck here. Look. Like the third card is a set.
I'm believing.
Third card. Set now.
Okay.
Oh no, that's card. That was a champion. The wrong one. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It's just in case something wrong happens to the current queen of the board. It's okay. But the reroll is an absolutely bad spot. Like no Karma, no set in hand. Has a very good hand of after Karma, but again, there are 2 Karmas lost, you have 1 left, and like after you develop your Karma, you have you don't have a priority to do anything afterwards. You place your bets, opponent will probably threaten her, you have no window to play the coin, cheat out on mana. So Neto is looking in a grand position to just take the series to 1 here, unless Reroll can find a miracle coming with like a coin into the potential set, trying to get obliteration on that Karma. But like we see that Neto has 3 recalls and deny. He'll be just laughing at the potential showstoppers coming from the Reroll. And we see on the player cam, Reroll knows it's a really, really bad spot to be in, and Neto might be having a little right now, right here, just wants to close the game.
Reroll does have some ways to try and prevent lethal. You can play Smooth Mixologist, block a bunch, heal 3. But as you said, Kitty of Reroll is really trying to look for a set, and we're going to try. Hopefully, we can work out like what the chances are to draw set. I don't know like how many cards are in the deck. What are the chances to draw those last couple copies of set? Neto is going to be able to threaten him for quite a bit, and even if this isn't lethal on this turn, Neto is going to have like 4 draw from this formula. Has a bunch of tag outs to even deal with cards like the set and the Karma if they're drawn, as you were saying. Attack trying to go in, not attacking with Karma as to not let Reroll have any opportunity of even threatening her, keeping the Karma safe and protected on the back line. Using Concussive Palm in not really the position you want to be using it, to be honest, but so be it, emptying out the hand a little bit, trying to find opportunities to have a Karma or a set top deck.
Listen, you treat Karma as your king in a chess. You just don't charge it mindlessly into the field. King just gets to chill a bit in the back and relax until all the pawns, queens take over. Like Set is the queen in this deck, Karma is the king, clearly, and we see the queen arrive at the top deck, the Set.
We're definitely mincing our words a lot. Like, we're referring to all of these cards as now other analogous things to other games. Reroll was really stressed over the last few turns. You can see it on his face and how he was reacting to the game. But he's finally got that set. He finally has some capacity to try and come back into this game. Do you play the set right now to get the tempo back ASAP, or are you scared of Karma interacting with set?
At this point, you cannot play around any cards. You have to just develop in the way where you get to the guarantee development, guarantee the showstopper, where you can threaten Neto's unit. So like he has a bit less options to protect his own board and threaten your set at the same time. But like we see Neto's hand, like we see that he's just, how do I finish my opponent at this point? He can't do anything. Let him play showstopper, recall my karma, coin out set, and kill his set. It's just like at this point you are just choosing how do you want to finish your opponent off. With a style faster, do you want him to suffer? Now at this point it's up to you.
Set has got 80 out of 40 on the level up progress, which means obviously he'll level up twice and create 2 showstoppers. That's not entirely true. I mean, the 2 showstoppers is kind of true when you double it with Karma, but Set will come down flipped. Thank you, production, for that. Set's probably going to come down this, and you can actually afford both Set and Karma if you play Karma first, and there's no real big interaction for that outside of the showstopper, but I presume you're just like either waiting for the showstopper first or playing your own set and countering their showstopper, countering their set ASAP from there.
You probably start with the set, and when you see if your opponent decides to commit his showstopper, ideally you want opponent to showstopper your set, and then you just develop Karma and you literally clear the board aside one of the pit professionals to wipe everything. So at this point, it's just a matter what he decides to go for first. Goes for the set, gets the showstopper, and then we'll see if Reroll decides to pass or he's gonna take his turn to cast it off. Oh, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. I was sure that Neto has 1 more extra coin. So that line is not available to him. But again, we have a deny, which is straightforward. Just as good of as a play, remove opponent's set, and it's just gonna be as miserable for Reroll to live through as the other line.
We are going to see the tag out come out, try and protect this set, try and keep it around for 1 more turn, but this is no easy position for Reroll. Neto is very comfy in that position, right? Neto managed to keep all 3 of these tag outs for like later on. Like Neto now has 2 of them, but had 3 a couple of turns ago. Able to like have all of the protection they need. Reroll drawing a second aftershock to like try and threaten things vaguely, but there's also this momentous choice in hand that would beat these aftershocks if they're trying to go in for interacting with things. Neto's going to be able to get another showstopper here, clear out all of these blockers with the deal 1 to everything part of showstopper, as well as threatened set if it was to ever come down. Neto, I'm almost certain that they've won this game at this point.
If Neto would want to, he could just take a pass here and finish next turn with the guarantee burst generating showstopper, but also attack should be... I think, like, so the thing is, Reroll can generate this turn another showstopper with the user coin. He has exactly 12 mana and he can use all of his cards. So now the question is, we have Momentous Choice, which we can use for the lethal. So technically, if Neto takes the pass, he always wins. There is also a timer consideration, but they have plenty of time on the timer. So the only question is, if I attack, can I ever lose here? Even the hand, if he had no Momentus, I think better would be just passing here. But given the line, now you open yourself up to opponent developing Karma into set and potential comeback, because your hand is not looking too great. But then next turn you could have utilized just all the mana opponent have wasted into playing the formula, into burst generating showstopper, and then you would be in a commanding spot to just win out. Meanwhile, we'll see a threat on both Karma and set by generating showstopper as a last action from Reroll, spending exactly 12 mana, and now Neto has to decide, what do I protect, set or Karma?
It does seem like they're thinking about electing to like protect the Karma. They do have another Karma in hand. In fact, it's even seen, we can see that like Reroll is aware there's another Karma in hand based on the little vision eyes So Neto does seem to be just like letting this happen. If reroll does want to play set, obliterate Neto's set as well as deal 1 damage to the Karma, Neto can just recall the set and then replay both Karma and set on the next turn if they so desire. They can also play this tag out now, trying to look for the set. They're gonna recall the set early. Is this creating a showstopper on the deck? I haven't been counting the mana spent on this deck.
No, it doesn't. You need to recall something else into coin, into double coin, into spend 2 mana to. So basically, if you want to generate showstopper, you should have done it before the opponent's set drop down, because now you're losing. Yeah, you're losing. I'm pretty sure you want to protect set here. You have second Karma in hand, so you don't care as much. But like again, you shouldn't be putting yourself into this position where you could have had been the commanding spot to just have a little on your next swing, no matter what.
I mean, this is a tough position to be in. It's a mirror, and it's a mirror of not the main 2 decks. It is one of the slightly less brought decks in Worlds, where there's like 5 minutes to go in this matchup. I can forgive like a little bit of uncertainty whether you want to go for certain lines or not. We do see the Mayim draw, trying to cycle into anything. Gets the formula into more draw. That's sort of what you're looking for. Reroll is trying to do anything to try and keep him into this, while Neto still has his champions deciding to pass right now.
So basically last turn what Neto could have done was just recall his 3-1, like recall his Palm, the Dragon, and then he would have had the opportunity to develop coin, the focus speed, and then use the momentous choice to protect Karma, let the set die, and then trade with the reroll set, and you wipe up board with the showstopper that Neto would have generated.
Both players take the pass, Neto deciding not to develop the champions. We're now in the overtime. There's 5 minutes left before this game gets to an abrupt close. Rocket Barrage as the draw, as the top deck, I'm pretty sure, trying to kill this Karma, but responded to with this momentous choice that's been sitting in hand for so long. Now Karma has got 8 health, not dying to this. Karma will stick around for quite a while. Then Set will probably come down into a coin, trying to deal with everything.
Probably coin first
be
because of the priority and like how we have the focus speed and into the set, and when we have the... So he's thinking about potentially healing, that the opponent might play Mixologist on set, maybe heal it up to 5 HP. And so basically what Neto wants to do, he wants to keep Showstopper as a threat for the potential Karma drop. So he didn't want to spend that Showstopper this turn, and he's just gonna take a pass and then take the open swing next turn, not allowing opponent to develop anything meaningful. So this is pretty much checkmate. And you just pass with the Showstopper. Oh wait, I didn't notice that Neto has the attack token. I was so sure that it's Reroll's attack token. Yeah, this is just game over. And Neto will take it down.
Yeah, Neto taking down the round 3 of Swiss, going 2-1 against Reroll. One of the favorites going into this, having already been in Worlds, knowing quite a bit about all of this, but that is the end of our matches. So while we spent all this time looking at Karma set, we are going to go to the analyst deck so they can break that down even further.
Thank you so much, Spids and Alan, for bringing us through that match. We've got Boulevard and Skarzig on the analyst desk to walk us through the action even further. And I want to start out with that game number 1, because I feel like Reroll got off to such a good start with that early tempo coming through from the Snow Dogs. And then it kind of just fell apart, Boulevard. Really, what was the swing factor there for Neto to be able to take it?
Snow Dog is too fair. It's too fair. There's not enough RNG involved in the Snow Dog, because we were looking at Neto's hand and it was pretty bad. It was like double Death's Grasp plus double Hate Spike, and then suddenly, mystically and magically, a portal pops out an Undying that just completely fixes Neto's hand. We saw that Undying eventually get up to a 5/5, meaning it was sacrificed 3 times, and that's just a lot of fuel that Neto shouldn't have had in that game. Undying is something you can put in your main deck. Neto chose not to and got it anyway, and that was just a huge swing point.
Yeah, you have it both ways. And the Snow Dogs, did a lot of reps. The stats were coming through, but we also saw, right, that they were awkwardly distributed. We got like a 6/6 Omen Hawk. You'd much rather have those additional stats hit your Glacial Saurian or some other overwhelm target.
So after that big swing happened, we did see Neto take down that game 1, but let's go ahead and analyze game number 2 because that was a bit of a different story. Reroll was trying to get the win with the Garen, Gnar, and the Jarvan and finally was able to do it there. But kind of what was happening in that mid to end game? Because I feel like there was a lot to have to take in there, Skarzig.
When we were getting into the nitty gritty of the late game, Neto's kind of on the back foot. It's difficult to set up your safe cards that you need, like Karma and Set, in this matchup because you're under a lot of threat, a lot of potential threat at any given moment. But his opponent's running out of cards, things are looking up, and because he had no good plays, went for the pass. But Neto, instead of ending the round, decides to develop and gets punished massively for it.
And another one of the big points that we saw was Cataclysm from Jarvan onto Set. Neto uses one of their precious tag outs to try and recall the Set. And then once Warden came down a little while later, that's one less recall you have to deal with the Warden and the Anaka. And once Warden of the Tribes is resolved, the damage-based removal just isn't going to cut it. You need those stuns, you need those recalls, and Neto just used it potentially a little early.
Yeah, had definitely a little bit of a adherence and over-adherence, I would say, to the envisioning of your late game board state and game plan. I need to save Set because I want Set and Karma to get a bunch of showstoppers and just completely take the wind out of my opponent's sails, and was just trying to trust that I'll draw into answers. I'll draw into it. It'll be fine. I'm just going to do it now because if Set goes down, then I don't have any threat potentials. Maybe what was going through his mind.
Definitely something to be said about having to prepare for the now, but also prep for the future. And so sadly, that didn't end up quite working out for Neto in that second game. But that third game, that was a ginormous chess match that we just watched. Karma versus Set. This is a matchup that Alan wanted to see happen as the mirror. Why?
Funhouse mirror. Yeah.
Okay.
So there were, now don't get me wrong, it wasn't a direct card for card mirror. Both players wanted the greed potential of Karma Set for their lineups, but approached the text for their decks in different ways because of what the field that they were anticipating. Like Neto did not have Sunken Temple in his list, but went for 9 lives. You get more blocking potential. You get more wide sudden swarm potential, like we're seeing a lot of players really enjoy from Nora and her portals. And that kind of lined up right towards the mid game of double 9 lives. Your opponent wasn't maybe anticipating you to have 6 wide swing and go in. And at the end of the day, you don't get too much damage, but you're taxing your opponent's mana because they have to respond to that.
Necker, our good friend Alan has a problem, an addiction, if you will. He loves passing. And Karma Set lines up with that for him perfectly. Karma Set players love passing. And so it makes sense that that's how Alan wanted to spend the last 45 minutes of his life. That's not exactly how I would have chosen to do it. And we watched a lot of passing going down, and maybe not even enough passing going down, as I'm sure Alan would have called out on the broadcast. But eventually, while so much happened that game, Skarzig kind of called it out early. Neto has first action on turn 10. And then we saw the Karma War start to happen. Karma comes down. Reroll has to respond with Karma. Okay, now Neto has the priority to remove the Karma, to play the place your bets, use the coin before Reroll has a chance to get all of that mana back. And while there were a lot of cool interaction points up until then, that feels like the really big snowball.
That's a really strong point as well, Boulevard, because of the nerf to coins where their focus speed now, when you are the Karma player that's being forced to react, you have less ammunition to keep up with your opponent's mana and spell output. And towards the end of the game, I was worried that Neto just wouldn't be able to completely convert the position because of the timer, but he got there at the end.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying about passing. So I'm putting together, maybe in that game number 2, Neto didn't quite pass enough, but in this third game was able to do enough to be able to get the job done. So Neto did end up getting a win in this match, 2-1 over Reroll. And now that means that Reroll kind of has his back up against the wall. That's going to be a 1-2 score line heading into the rest of the day. And I know this is a player that can definitely get it done, Boulevard, but it kind of comes down to what happens in the last few matches.
Yeah, and this is actually a pretty big upset. Reroll is one of the strongest players coming out of APAC, coming out third in the World Championship last year, has some of the most tops out of any player this year, period. Neto, on the other hand, really on the lower end of America's players when we're talking about number of top 64s this year, only a very small handful. And so I think this is someone that people may have underestimated coming out of the Americas, taking down one of the strongest APAC players. And honestly, hats off to Neto for it, especially doing it in a mirror match.
Yeah, when you show up to a field of competitors like this, there might be some underdogs or some players that have qualified last minute and maybe feel like they didn't properly earn their spot. But this is where you have to throw all those doubts aside and say, hey, you qualified for the World Championships. You're here in the tournament and got to play against the best of the best to prove that you are the best. So again, big shout out to Neto, certainly for not losing his nerve against Reroll. And meanwhile, Reroll returning from last Worlds brings Warden, a deck that we thought was kind of off to the wayside, gets a little new breath of life after the Hay Show nerfed. 9 drops are back on the table, and we'll see if a strong read of returning to an earlier powerful deck will pay off to keep him in this tournament.
We'll have to wait and find out. One thing's for sure, though, is that this is the tournament to do it, because the World Championship title is on the line for all 64 of our players that are competing here today and heading into the rest of the weekend. We're going to take a short break because we're about at that halfway point. When we come back, we've got Swiss round number 4, and we'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. We are about ready to jump into Swiss round number 4 and day 1 of the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. Before we do that, I'm going to tell you the results of the Name a Deck contest that we previewed at the very beginning of the show. We asked all of you to pick your favorite name for this new deck featuring the Elder Dragon. And we got some really good choices, didn't we, Boulevard? Oh, come on, tell us. Guess we'll have to find out. In 4th place, we've got the name of the deck as Nork.
Boulevard trying to win something. Just goddamn dead last. No problem.
I love it. Well, that's going to be the name that came in 4th place with 13% of the vote. In 3rd place, we have How to Yodel Your Dragon. What?
Oh, no.
Oh, come on.
That's
a fun one.
19% is not too shabby. Come on, it's fine.
Yeah,
it was a
but
nice, cute one.
it was so good.
I mean,
get it,
come
though.
on. Imagine casting that. Every time you have
was
to
gonna
call a
say.
deck, How to Yodel Your Dragon. Listen, I am thankful it went third.
I you know what? I'm with you. I'm with you. It would have been way too long and complicated to say. But it doesn't mean that it wasn't creative, just like our 4th place name. But in 2nd place, got Nettie, which means that in 1st place, you all chose it. The name of this new Elder Dragon Nora deck is Respect Your Elders. That was objectively the correct choice, and I'm very proud of chat.
Booyah! Good job, chat.
I would have accepted Nettie, but for how much guff I've gotten over the years from the Legends of Runeterra community on how I name decks, if we handed the keys over to them and they picked Nettie for Nora Elder Dragon, the amount of insane names they've thrown at me. Boulevard, why isn't this called this? What about this? Respect Your Elders. I gotta give it up to it.
Definitely a solid name. Good job, community. That nice, classic. I'm happy with it. I can settle with it.
Write that down so I don't forget, because we're going to be talking a lot about Respect Your Elders for the rest of the day.
I was gonna say we've seen a lot of that already on the broadcast, and pretty sure we have more of it to come. Especially when we look at what's ahead of us, we got to check in on our players and see where they fall after 3 rounds of Swiss. What do their records look like? As we still have 4 more to play. Alan, talk me through the standings so far.
Listen, we have no surprise here. Floppy, 3-0, like wasn't one expecting anything less of him. Also with Chenya, like again, same caliber of the player Aurora, and we also have one of the better EME players, Jarzyno, coming through Polish Power, representing at the Worlds.
I actually want to call out Kid with the Pig and Padoru, 2 LCQ qualified players starting off at 3-0.
Very exciting to see where all of our players are kind of continuing through with the day. We've got a lot of players that are stacked up at 2-1. And I'm kind of noticing a few names is like the Tank Buster.
Look at all those EMEA players being at 2-1. Like, clearly, you can see the powerhouse representing at the Worlds.
I wanted to say the same thing over here, but there's only like 4 or 5 EMEA players down here. I think Karashi is Karashi and Ultraman actually big surprises to see at 1 and 2, but of course they can still fight back into it.
Of course, you can low roll sometimes, but again, it's all about final day. Like day 1, they just keeping their strength down, not showing their high profile, and yeah, just sometimes you pop off at the end. You don't have to start at the top of the race.
Just got to get the ball rolling a little bit, right? Some warm-ups in, get those warm-up games, and then it's when the real fun starts. Well, for round number 4 match, it's going to be Floppy Mudkip versus Chenya, 2 returning players from last year's Legends of Runeterra World Championships. You know this one's going to be a banger. Alan, Boulevard, take it away and walk us through this next match.
All right, so Chenia, Floppy, I think everybody agrees, one of the best players, if not the best player, hands down, coming out of the America Shard. Chenia, 4th place at last year's World Championship, one of the strongest players coming out of APAC and Korea specifically. Teammates with JO1, brought the exact same lineup, and we're looking at some spice here because Chenia is one of the 3 players in this tournament that did not bring any of the new champions, Elder Dragon, Mordekaiser, or Morgana.
Listen, sometimes you jump into the new spice and test it out, or sometimes you settle with old, well-tested decks, your comfort picks. But in terms of player powerhouse representing this match, this could be easily our finals. Like, wouldn't you agree? Like, I would love to cast this as a finals.
Yeah, no EMEA. This sounds like a finals to me.
Okay, listen.
You said it, Alan. You said it.
Okay, I shot myself in the knee. Okay, fair enough. I'll find my spot later for that 45 minutes passing until I'll get you eventually today or tomorrow.
When we get to the actual finals and it's 2 EMEA players, then you can shove it back in my face. But for now, we're going to take a look at the deck list that these players have brought, get into the lineups, and show you what it's all about. Because we're starting off with Chenia. You might be wondering, if you didn't bring any of the new champions, what did you bring? And the answer for the first deck is a good old-fashioned Fizz Yuumi Freljord, quote-unquote elusives.
Yeah, like having this deck is all about, can you draw Fizz? If you cannot draw Fizz, it suddenly starts to struggling, because again, there is plenty of removal. The Freljord has the addition of the Omen Hawk being able to add elusives nowadays. So those type of decks struggle a bit harder. But then we have a Poro King. I haven't seen Poro King yet today. Are you excited to watch?
I'm very excited to see Poro King. I think this deck is pretty strong. There's no Yuumi in this, obviously, because it is committed to the Fizz Yuumi, but the Black Shield actually coming out as a new addition to this deck, giving you a little bit more safety when you're going for that final swing in the finishing power.
Also, that extra protection for a Poro King is definitely something you are looking for to generate those extra buffs for your little Poros.
And then for the final deck, it's Seraphine Karma Set. I know you see Freljord elusives, then you see Zolani Poros, you're like, okay, what's the last deck? And then it's Karma Seraphine Set. But you know, it's a little bit different than Karma Set.
What do you mean? This is the most exciting deck I'm looking forward to watch. Look at this.
I can't wait for this to get
Set
banned.
Seraphine. Literally 3 best champions you can put up together. 2 best regions, 3 best champions. Like, what else? What else would you like to see in the game such as this?
And then on the side of Floppy Mudkip, we're going a lot more traditional, starting off with Jax Ornn, Yudolski Snowdog, obviously being one of the biggest additions to this deck, and honestly a little surprised not to see it in any of Chenia's list.
Yeah, this is very on the lower side of the grid. We can see the top end ends up at like 5 costs. So like we're gonna see Floppy trying to close those games by turn 7, turn 8 maximum, because if the game goes too long, it's definitely could go out of the Floppy's grip.
And for the second deck, we have Respect Your Elders, as we are now obligated to call it for the remainder of the broadcast. Taking a look at this list, there is no Plaza Guardian, but we are still seeing the Wiggly Burblefish and, you know, a little bit of condensed Riptide Rex action.
Yeah, Burblefish is a great addition to the deck. Getting that extra buff from the boons can be very, very powerful. Also a blocker against other elusives decks, but also a threat to close those games to trigger the Plunder for Riptide Rex. So it has a great utility, also generating that extra spells.
And then for the final deck, we're taking a look at Mordekaiser Morgana. Very standard sort of lineup out of Floppy Mudkip, not to be unexpected from one of the best players in the Americas. They've, you know, sort of made their year off of just playing the best decks and playing them a little bit better than everybody else. And here we've got a rather more or less a standard looking build. Scholarly Pioneer not in every single one of these lists, but nothing's really jumping out at me here.
Yeah, if you're looking for the consistent deck played by consistent player, Floppy is definitely a guy you want to look after for.
All right, as we're getting into what we're actually going to be playing here, we can see Floppy returning to his seat. One of the concerns that I do have, and one of the concerns that I talked to some players about, is when they were looking at this Fizz Yuumi deck as a viable option, one of their main concerns was, 1, Omen Hawk and Jax Ornn can block elusives, and 2, the Respect Your Elders deck is playing Wiggly Burblefish. And since you're not putting Overwhelm on your elusives most of the time either, these are 2 decks that are going to have a little bit more early game power than Chenia might have anticipated.
Yeah, most certainly. All of the Floppy's decks have a pretty good and cheap removals to deal with the threats, except the fees, but like stuff like the Poro King, stuff like other elusives, Karma, Set. So like Floppy is pretty well suited to battle all those mid-range threats that can be thrown at him. I really want to see that Poro King, because I haven't seen yet a good, successful tournament Poro King deck. Yet. And and we're gonna see that it's not banned, so maybe in game 1?
Probably. I mean, Poro King made it all the way to the finals of the APAC LCQ, so I think that is a region that is actually highly represented amongst the Poro players today. Not too surprising to see Chenia being one of the players to bring it out. And honest, Alan, I'm so excited that I get to be here for your first introduction into Poros.
Oh, most definitely. You are definitely a man who'd be aware of the Poro lines and what to look after, what kind of mulligan Poro King would like to see. I'm more into the Karma deck, but hey, you can also curve out your Poros and buff them +1/+1. Yay.
Something for everybody, but we're actually going to start off with the Seraphine Karma set. So, Alan, this one's going to be mostly you while we're up against that Respect Your Elders deck. And there's the Elder Dragon that we really haven't seen today. I don't think we've seen an Elder Dragon actually touch down onto the battlefield.
Listen, it's a great discard fodder in the deck. Look, the Elder Dragon in this deck is usually used as just enabler of the deck, used as an origin, played as a one-off. It's usually not gonna come down unless it's like a very, very grindy matchup, or it's a great bait for just the early bird, just to get discarded. So it's a good bait for that.
I feel like every time I've played Elder Dragon in this deck, I've thought, you know, either one, I could use a Challenger right now. I know that I'm getting all 6 Dragon Boons, or yeah, I could heal my Nexus too. That sounds pretty good to me. But outside of that, yeah, you're not really looking for the level up. That's not what this deck is designed to do. It's much more focused on just the region, what you're getting out of it, because this is one of the only cards in Legends of Runeterra where just putting it in your deck gives you the payoff.
And look at that, playing after Portal, getting a Challenger to 1 and generating +2/+0 weapon for the Floppy, already making it better for the discounting Burble Fishes, making it better for Challenger. This is a great draw from the Portal Palooza for the Floppy. Also having that Nora, so he has a pretty good board presence, drawing this elusive, on top of having Silent for turn 6. This is very good on the Floppy side, and Chenia has only limited amount of the removal that's pretty expensive, like Aftershock, Mystic Shot, the Rocket Barrage. All those cards are great, but not into like those cheap units. You don't want to throw Aftershock on the 2/1 Challenger.
It definitely feels like we're going to get a good amount of inactivity here in the early game. We're going to see most of these players just kind of biding their time into the mid-late game. And for that hand state specifically, Floppy doesn't have a whole lot for the late game. They do have a sign-in, though, so of course things can change. But as we get into like turn 7, turn 8, who are you favoring in this head-to-head?
So it all comes down, is there a Rex or is there no Rex? A Rex is the card that swings this matchup heavily, because usually you can deal with the Broadmain pretty efficiently as the set Karma Seraphine deck, but the problem starts when there is a Rex swinging whole board, and on top of like, even if you have like Karma on the board, even if you have set on the board, you have because there is 7 barrages plus a boon, you have only 1 space for the either fast spell, and like you can't really interact with it outside of like protecting 1 unit, interacting with opponent's board. So this is the room where it's gonna come down to if the Floppy manages to draw Rex and if he gets some tempo until that point.
Even if he doesn't, we can see like Chenia's already got the Pursuit of Perfection locked and loaded in hand, obviously very far away from being able to cast that spell, but Floppy has Wallop to stun out that card because there's no inherent protection for it, as well as, you know, this is a broad main deck on the side of Floppy Mudkip still. You've got the ability to just take this cat out before it goes into combat. There's the possibility, because Chenia is running Back Alley Bar and Sunken Temple, that you could get it down low enough to double it up with Seraphine, and there's the Back Alley Bar that we were just talking about, but that's kind of something that's not going to be up to Chenia.
So this is a very interesting pass from both of the players, because technically both of the players want to somewhat empty their hand, because of those decks have loaded up plenty of draw in them. We see Sinan, there is a Condense in the hand, so there is potentially up to redraw to 4 cards, but both of the players chooses to go for the pass, but to play it a bit slower, even though there was a potential removal for the Mariam, and there was potentially threat from the Chenya with the Seraphine, just get it on the board, see what we get generated, and go from there. But Chenya decides to play slower, wait for the bar draw, and then go from there.
It's kind of on Chenya to take the more proactive approach in a game like this, because they are the one that needs to have, 9 unique spells played to level the Seraphine, 20 unique cards played to level the Pursuit of Perfection. And if you're sitting there passing back and forth with your opponent, you can get to turn 15 and still not have your win conditions online because you haven't taken the time to play cards in the early game.
Yeah, this is definitely looking pretty good for Floppy. We see double Burble. There is a Condense to be played on the Sinan to even draw more cards. So Floppy is looking good for those Burble fishes at discounts, and he needs to empty a bit hand because there will be plenty of card generation coming in the following turns. And Floppy really likes to see getting more squishy units get summoned, because he can get the value of those group shots coming probably next turn.
And there's still no Explorer on the side of Floppy Mudkip, so the back alley bar will play if Chenya decides to throw it down here. Floppy, though, doesn't have a dead hand, right? You can condense onto the sign-in, or maybe something that Chenya ends up playing. You've got the double Conchologist, just feed into those spells to get the Burblefish down, start playing aggressively with those. You've already got Chenya down to 14 on the side of Floppy. That's not an insignificant number and life advantage to have this early on in the game.
Oh, you don't see the landmark removal? Look, Conchologist into Tailstones into the Contraption.
Of course.
Floppy misplayed. He didn't pull the Tailstones here for some reason.
Oh, got Sharesies instead. That's an awkward pull.
That's definitely not something he was looking for. But instead he got a pretty good card to just throw away and buff up your Burblefish's discount to farther down.
It is a little strange to see this head-to-head where both these players are fine taking it to the late game. They're very late game oriented strategies, but you do need to play a certain level of proactivity on the side of Chenya to level the Seraphine, on the side of Floppy to reduce the cost of the Wiggly Burblefish. And I mean, eventually Floppy, once these Burblefish come down, is going to have a 9 mana Elder Dragon that we talked about it not being the main win condition, but it is still a 13/13 Challenger tough, Impact 2, Fearsome, Deathless threat that Ionia, Piltover, and Zon is not going to handle particularly well.
Yeah, exactly. In this matchup, like if you think about it, there is nothing that what they're gonna recall it. Not really. It's like it stalls a bit, but like it's still gonna come down again, discounted. So it doesn't really help. And until then, we're gonna have those Burblefishes discounting the Elder Dragon even farther. We have plenty of card generation. So in this matchup, it's kind of interesting because normally you are not that rich on the cards. But in those type of matchups where both of the decks are slow, both of the decks have a lot of reactivity in their deck, they just want to throw away those cards because those cards progress your other part of the deck, which are Burblefish, which is Elder Dragon, which is Nora. So you just want to throw those cards so you can present your threats sooner than opponent can present his threat.
And I want to shout out the portal pull here from Floppy Mudkip. This is Dragon Prince Grinzo. Not only does it have attune, but it will also attune the first time you play a unit each round. Each time you play a 1-cost ally. So
1 cost.
Yeah, not really going to synergize with the deck that Floppy Mudkip has built.
Yeah, so here Floppy decides to go for the group shot on the stack, trying to threat Seraphine, and then Chenya will have to choose if he wants to respond with the high note to protect the Seraphine by killing the 2/2. Also, a massive pickup is Bursting Backpack. This card is so good in this matchup, shuffling more into your deck to prevent yourself from milling, and also it's essentially 1 mana, 4-point-something average damage, because how many cards are those decks drawing?
Especially given that Chenya is on a 2 Sunken Temple version of this list, going to be potentially in the future drawing more than your average player would, so those shrooms can come up, and we already talked about the not insignificant life advantage and chip damage Floppy has put forward in the early game, but now I think this is the really big turn, Alan. This is where I think the Burblefish are going to start to come down and deal some damage.
Oh, we are seeing like a spam of Burblefish with Conchologists. All of them will be buffed up, followed by Elder Dragon. This is gonna be a massive turns. Oh, Jesus! This is so disgusting! Oh. Okay, listen.
I'm listening.
Third backpack from Burblefish. How about that?
So that's actually what I wanted to talk about. This is a Runeterra deck with no spells in region, plus Bandle City. And since Wiggly Burblefish can only pull from your regions, this is the best Burblefish deck we've ever seen, given that you can't hit Bloodbait. You can't hit these other mediocre one-cost Bilgewater spells. You can't hit Toss 4. It's all gas, no breaks.
We got Deathless. This is really big on the Burblefish, because not only it gives your elusive... it makes it a bigger threat, but it also generates you another card afterwards. You get more value over time if the opponent decides to try to remove it. But then, obviously, it's such a threat, you need to remove it on the stack. Chenya cannot let resolve the Deathless here. Are we gonna see the Condense on the Cynen? Condense maybe on Burblefish? Because we definitely need more cycle. It is gonna be Cynen at the end.
Still going to be one Burblefish coming down for Floppy and probably getting buffed up by the Cynen. Also a little bit more draw, which Floppy needs.
Floppy decided to go for heal, not Deathless. He decided to not be delusional, think that, oh, surely it'll resolve and I'll get my Deathless on the unit. But this Deathless is looking way more appealing, and there is nothing to interact with. So at this point, Floppy knows there is no Mystery Shot, there is no more High Notes, there is no more fast, efficient removal for Chenya. So he should be aware that this Burblefish will be slowly chopping down Chenya's HP down to 0. And we see a Rex pickup, which is so crucial in this matchup.
Yeah, really good for Floppy. No way to activate it on the following turn at the moment. Would be 1 mana shy of the Perilous Pastry Pie Toss combo.
Oh
and throwing down
we are
Rex,
getting the bomb on the board. He's activating next turn.
Ah.
Yeah, this Rex is coming in hot next turn into Elder Dragon. This is no joke. And Seraphine won't be able to multiply the spells on the stack. Because why? Because we fill 8 out of 9 slots for fast and slow spells on the stack.
Yeah, that's a good call out. Still going to be a little bit of damage pushed through. And Chenya, I think still... Usually once Seraphine levels, there's not too many other non-spells that have come down until then, so we imagine that the Pursuit of Perfection not too far ahead of Seraphine in progression, maybe at most 13, 14 out of 20. Not something Chenya is going to be able to turn on for the next turn.
Yeah, most definitely. Will we see a Pythos now to set up a better Rex for the next turn, or are we gonna still hold on to it based on the... Yeah, decided to hold on to it. And we're gonna see a big Rex into Elder Dragon. Personally, I've played this deck like 20 times. I've never managed to play Elder Dragon. Is this the first game I'm gonna actually see it drop?
It's very possible. The board is lined up. It's pretty weak. 1 Rex shot would take out most of these units, and that is exactly what Floppy's going to go for. I mean, the Mountainous Vigor and the Cloudbringers. It looks like it's going to be that tough.
Yeah, it's really good into the Seraphine Index, which is made around just those pinks, small, cheap damage spells. So we have only 1 slot for a spell. Which spell will Chenya decide to play? There is not much of an options here. Just Hex Obliterator, pretty much.
Yeah, nothing too appealing, nothing worth doubling up with the Seraphine Spell Shield. There are also 3 Riptide shots aimed at the Seraphine, so even doubling up, or even with the Spell Shield, it's not going to be enough to save her.
Yep. That's a Dead Queen going down. We'll see what Chenya decides to play, because there is not much options he can do. Like, the Cat is not active, Howling Gale is not looking too hot, and like next turn, we are staring at the Elder Dragon. So like, what possibly Chenya can draw to come back from this spot?
It's not going to be 1 card. It's going to have to be multiple cards. It's going to have to be some kind of draw spell, which is really, really scary for Chenya, given that they are at 6 Nexus health and have 12 Puff Caps in the deck.
12 Puff Caps, Deathless Burblefish. We are staring at double Pythos in the hand, which will convert into 2 extra damage. And there is a bomb that will convert into 1 more damage. And Chenya needs to draw cards. And because you're gonna draw cards, you're gonna draw Puff Caps. So like, you're in a peculiar position where you need to win, you need to draw cards, but that also will potentially finish you off.
Pythos going to come out to try to finish off one of these 1 HP units. I believe that's the Honest Crooper. it's larger when you play a unit, or a spell rather, that has the same cost as it. Or the stats, the cost is equal to the stats of the card. So 1/1, now played 1 mana spell, now it's a 2/2. Chenia plays a 2 mana spell, it'll go to a 3/3, so on and so forth.
Exactly, very good ordering by Floppy, threatening the 1-drop first, and following up into the Barkeep, making sure that we can shrink that board size and make sure we can connect the Nexus damage easier.
Advanced intel comes out. We see Divine Draft. Floppy, though, I mean, Floppy can still just play Elder Dragon, which at the very least will have Impact 2 and Fearsome. Those are 2 keywords that Chenia is currently not well equipped to handle.
This Elder... I need to see this Elder Dragon come down. I want him to just destroy this Nexus. Like, this is looking so spicy. Like, Floppy, we can already see that he can't... Like, he's very calm, but inside he must be willing... Oh, wow, we see Black Shield on the Barkeep. He wants to preserve all those blockers because Chenia knows that, like, this is the last breath of his Nexus.
You know, something that I hadn't really considered, but Black Shield does technically generate a second spell for you to feed into things like Seraphine level ups and the Pursuit of Perfection.
Yeah, that's a very smart addition. Huh. I'm looking at this hand, but I think you have to try to slowly remove the Bearable Fish. I was thinking if you can throw Hex Obliterator onto it, not give Floppy another 1 mana spell after Deathless, but he chooses to instead go for the just regular removal into the stun from the Deathless.
Yeah, and I think
it's Dragon time.
Yeah, I think it's just Dragon time, and then Floppy will still have mana to take out the single Fearsome blocker, and that should do it. I guess Chenia could still play Howling Gale to buff up this unit into Fearsome blocking range. But even that's still going to be Impact 2 connecting on the Nexus, and then 4 Nexus health against 12 Puff Caps while Chenia has to draw still, because that Pursuit of Perfection, even if it gets turned online, Alan, we're looking at double Wallop in the hand of Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah, so this cat is not finishing game anytime soon. And also Floppy had an option to go tall, but instead he decides to go wide because we still, like, we know that Chenia has no more, basically Floppy has a read, there is no more blockers in Chenia's hand. When you see Black Shield protecting your free wild Barkeep, that's not something you are used to see. So Floppy has a read, there is no more blockers, so I'll go wide instead. Because it's how Chenia was eager to protect his quite literally worthless followers at this point. So that's why he opts not to play El Dragon, which would be just blocked out together by the 2 units. And instead, this serves most likely a lethal to the Chenia, or forces some expensive, inefficient removal on the units that you don't care too much about.
Looks like it's going to be just shy of lethal. It's going to be 5 damage, but then, you know, Floppy's going to have the Perilous Pastry available for the next round. There's...
Oh, there is a mushroom at the top of the deck. Yeah, there is a mushroom. And now it's being 15 with the dart throwing in.
All right, Pursuit of Perfection is online now. It's at 20 out of 20, but as we mentioned earlier, double Wallop, a little bit too much for Chenia to try and get through.
Yeah, most definitely. But Chenia played to his outs. Like, he stayed alive, he has a cat. Oh, and Broadmane top deck. Oh my god. Do you just crush your soul? Do you crush your opponent's soul? Just dropping that Broadmane on it? Oh, that's so disgusting. Do you start with Wallop or Broadmane? How do you want to finish your opponent?
I would go for the Broadmane. If Floppy goes for the Wallop here, I really hope they follow up with Elder Dragon. I think I was smart of Floppy last turn to try and go for the wide rather than the tall, but...
There could be no P5 or Deny. I'm not sure if there is any left in the deck, but technically Wallop is safer if one of those are left in the deck, and that would have been top deck. So like this sequencing is way safer. And we are staring at Puff Cap Lethal.
Okay, second drop. Puff Cap Lethal. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Never
okay, it's open attack lethal.
Come on, please, Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon. I have never seen Elder Dragon in this deck.
I see Floppy putting his hand on his face. I think he's thinking about playing the Elder Dragon.
Oh, yes! Let's go, baby! Boom. All the boons. Let's see how Chenia responds. Palm on the stack. Ah, man. Will he level up here? I'm not sure what... Oh, probably not. He's too far off. There was not much of the swings from the Floppy coming in. And we see a bit back and forth thrown cards around. And there is a recall to the palm coming, another palm on the stack that won't be enough to stop Floppy's lethal. And he'll come ahead in the DOS series 1-0.
Floppy showing us why Respect Your Elders is the most brought deck in this tournament, showing the power, the resiliency, and honestly, just the cool things that you get to do with the region being 6+ cost followers. Sign-In coming in big, as did Burblefish, and now it's up to Mordekaiser Demacia to solo the Poro King and Karma set. I really hope Chenia queues up Poros for Game 2, Alan. I want you to see this deck so badly.
Yeah, I want to see it as well. Do you think Nora would get offended if you call her Elder?
I'm not sure. I really haven't put much thought into what my conversations with Nora would look like.
Alright, jumping into the game number 2, we have the Mordekaiser Morgana coming from the Floppy into the it's Karma. Karma set again. It's
you sound upset.
Set Karma again.
You sound upset to see Karma set, Alan.
No, it's not about that I'm upset about seeing that deck, but I wanted to see Poro deck being successful. Because it's such a rare treat, such a peril to see this deck in the tournament for me. I get that it was played in OC successfully, but I want to see it on the big stage. Played and won those series. And so far, I can't get it.
Yeah, I went to take a peek at the regional breakdown here. There's only one EMEA player that brought Poros, so I understand that back home you don't get to see that too often. But are you not confident in Seraphine Karma Set's ability to take down the Mordekaiser Morgana?
Oh, the problem, like, it's all about the curve out. Like, the most disgusting curve out you can have in this match is having the Legion of the Severed into the Mage Seeker Inquisitor. Then like I feel like just I want to FF when I play this matchup. Like, there is so much mana you need to spend on just getting rid of those suppressions, and once you get rid of those suppressions, your opponent is already having some massive dudes on the board. He's already playing Morgana. I have to even spend more mana on curses. Then he gets in Mordekaiser. When my whole I'm literally dead the next turn, and I barely got to play the game in this matchup. Like, on turn 5 I want to play Sunken Temple, cool, they drop their 2 bombs, boom, next turn my HP Nexus is 10. It's really, really bad matchup if they get to draw the Morgana and the Mage Seeker Inquisitor.
And Floppy actually draws the Explorer as well, which means they've got the option to kill the Sunken Temple if they want. Chenia is not even going to have the mana to Nopify if they go for it, and would have to play Suppression before they can unlock that spell. That's going to eat up most of the rest of their mana. Floppy's not going for it yet, but does still have the mana to do it. And he actually just going to run out the suppression, says, I don't want to draw back into this later. It is focus speed, so if you cycle back into it with Temple, it can be really awkward if your opponent then goes for an open attack and you're locked out of your spells.
So this is a very interesting play from the Floppy. He chose to order in this specific way to possibly bait Chenia into making a misplay, into miscounting mana for his next turn, thinking that, oh, okay, my Sunken Temple is might be safe, opponent might not have Explorer, so I'll play the Suppression now. And otherwise, he might have opted not to play a Suppression and keep the mana for possibly just unit development next turn and hold on to that mana instead.
Going into round number 6 here, not a lot of, well, I say not a lot of damage coming out of Floppy on the open attack. It is 10. That is certainly not insignificant. And we see the Unworthy Soul off the top for Chenia. Great for weapon removal, but unfortunately that Darken Halberd is slapped onto an Inquisitor, which is not something Chenia wants to return to Floppy's hand and re-deal with. Floppy would replay it. Chenia would be suppressed again. Next turn when Mordekaiser comes down, suppressed once again. It's way too much.
What do you think about playing Wings first here? As a soft pass, just kill your 0-1. I know usually you don't want to, you want to play it after Mordekaiser, but like you have the Morgana follow-up. If opponent chooses to develop something, you have a great punish. If they don't develop, you just develop more damage. And then you swing, you hold that Morgana back, because now your turn, like opponent develop the Sunken Temple, now what do? You're stuck with like an awkward turn, and you could have fished for information, have a potentially greater play by developing Wings first.
I think with 2 Wings in the wave in the hand, it makes a lot of sense to throw the one down early, and like you mentioned, if a blocker's developed, you get the Morgana out. I think Floppy really wants to hold back on the Morgana this turn and bank the spell mana into the Mordekaiser turn so that you have the hate spike available rather than playing a little bit more aggressively. Never mind, throw it all out the window. Floppy just goes for the Morgana post-combat, just developing as wide a board as possible. But at the end of the day, I guess Floppy's a little more... I think Floppy's just more focused on the Mordekaiser combos than getting the most efficient damage possible on a swing turn like this and going, you know, it doesn't really matter if you're at 7 or if you're at 10. Once the Mordekaiser combo comes down, you're either dealing with that or you're not, and you're probably just not.
Yeah, most definitely. So here we have a clear and nice line where we can just give another suppression to our opponent. Yay! And Chenya realizes that he cannot offer the opponent to play Mordekaiser on this. I keep forgetting his name, Mage Seeker Inquisitor, because if he gives him another suppression, it's so brutal to deal with.
That one mana that Floppy does have banked, though, is going to play well for the Dark and Halberd that Chenya has graciously given back to Floppy Mudkip, so Mordekaiser can come down, progress his own level up, won't really get any value out of the revives. It's not like you're getting a random Explorer spell when the Scholarly Pioneer comes back down. Morgana's not suppressing anything on summon, but you are feeding into that level up to eventually get you to the Grey Realm.
Really good hindsight play, not killing the 3-1 to not generate another 0-1, because we might run into the board space issues when we are looking at the dropping 6-drop, when we were looking at the play weapon. He actually has enough sacrifice targets, but might not have enough board space. So really good heads-up play.
Really like the way Floppy's been able to preserve their board in a nice, neat, orderly way, because like you mentioned, that board space can be a real issue for Mordekaiser players, and all of a sudden you don't pay close enough attention, you overwrite a unit you didn't mean to, suddenly your Iron Hounds aren't getting brought back, it's your O1s that are coming back instead. And so Chenya just going to delay it a little bit here, throw that Mordekaiser back in the hand, because again, Floppy isn't getting any card value off of this Mordekaiser coming down. It's just progression of the level ups of the champions, which is scary enough. A level 2 Morgana is a certified threat.
Yeah, most definitely. You are not only progressing Morgana, but you also progress your Mordekaiser. So every time he comes down, all of his deck essentially becomes scarier. And Chenya needs to get his combo pieces, needs to get his set, needs to level up his set, and needs to get those showstoppers in. We see that there is no real removal on the Floppy side. He has just a proactive plays with the Mordekaiser, and on the other side we see another recall from Chenya, and we have a set. Chenya might be able actually to come back from this spot. Obviously he wants to queue up recall first before Floppy can play the weapon, which the Chenya is aware of because it's being already played and it returned to the hand. So a great hindsight play from the Chenya, and we're probably gonna see the set to come down to start threatening the board.
And Floppy going to go for the hate spike here, just going to take out one of these units. Obviously, Mordekaiser's not going to reanimate himself in this situation, but it does get one into the death pool for the Rekindler later down the line, and that's a bit of a pressure point that we've seen Ionia players go for up against these Mordekaiser lists, is just trying to keep them in the hand, but with 2 targets off the hate spike, that's also going to level the Morgana.
Yeah, exactly, and you want to have that threat of lethal already coming into the next turn. Also, the hand is looking pretty good because we can follow up with another Mage Seeker Inquisitor following up for the suppression, but also great hindsight play palm. Do not allow opponent to attack with the Morgana on the stack, because remember, Floppy would have a priority, would be able to attack right after that recall came in, and open swing for potential lethal here for the Floppy. So it's a good hindsight play because Floppy threatened Chenya where he didn't have a window to play even a set. So like those sets will be updrafted and back to the deck. So like Chenya's win con just going away from the hand, which is slightly unfortunate in this position.
It's still a little ways away from the Seraphine level up, only 6 out of 9 on the new spells. We're going to see what 8 cards end up in Chenya's hand here. A lot of removal, another set of Hexbliterator. That's one of the problem with Hexbliterator is supposed to kind of be a catch-all. It's supposed to be able to kill any unit that your opponent reasonably plays, but that 8 health on the Mordekaiser comes up so often.
And also the issue is in this matchup, like imagine you commit your 6 mana to remove a unit and your opponent just uses Glimps, just uses Dev's Drops, just uses Dev Hate Spike. There are so many cards just punish you for committing such an expensive removal. we see that Chenya decided to play set here. He kept, like last turn, he had an option to to play the 2-drop, but he decided to upkeep that mana to potentially redraw into coin or some coin generation to be able to generate the showstopper, but he'll be slightly short on mana to do so. One short.
Now, priorities over to Floppy. They've got the option. They've got a lot of options, honestly. They can play a couple of different things here. Mordekaiser, the Iron Hound, even throw the suppression into the mix so that Chenya has to spend a little bit of mana pre-combat. But with that level 2 set staring them down, Floppy, I don't think a pass is out of the question. If Chenya does just pass here, then you can go for...
Always.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and buff up the Morgana.
You don't want Chenya, like on your next action, if you develop anything, opponent like Chenya will just swing on your Morgana and your Morgana just dies. So you definitely want to bring her up. So like Chenya has to use extra resources to deal with her, right?
Leaving the Husk around makes sense. The other 0-1 not that huge of an issue, and it looks like Chenya might going after the Morgana anyway. Going to pair this with a Mystic Shot.
Has to play it on the stack, however, because if he leaves that Morgana, she can just get resurrected by Mordekaiser and she'll be back full HP. But if, again, Chenya decides to go with on the stack, then we can see something like a glimpse to punish where Chenya could have interacted with by just throwing second Mystic Shot on top. So, like, again, what's more likely at this point? Another Mordekaiser or cards like Glimpse at this point? So Chenya decides to not play around Mordekaiser, and he'll get definitely punished for it. Unless Floppy decides to play it longer game, and he won't develop more than now.
I think we'll have to see how it plays out, but I think what Chenya wants to do is actually obliterate the weapon. Because next turn, Terash would probably kill Chenya. So I wonder if this was to soften it up for a Hexbliterator. To get the Darken Halberd out of here entirely, it's going to start off with advanced intel and just a burst pass over to Floppy.
Interesting. So he's not scared of the attack the next turn because he has a combat tricks like Mystic Shot. So like he's not worried about open attacking from Morgana and being able to shackle the set, so he won't be able to block. Because again, we have the cards that can interact with it. So we actually, like Chenya wants Floppy to open attack, so he has that turn to set up himself, his whole board. And we see that there is a bar, there is a Seraphine, there are all tools that he needs. But again, he had to updrive those Mystic Shots, so there was a chance that he's not gonna redraw answer, but there is so many in the decks, you have to play with your whole deck, not only with the hand, as Chenya masterfully does here.
Chenya picks up the weapon removal if Floppy does go for some kind of development pre-combat, though. But I imagine if Floppy's going to do that, it's either going to start off with the suppression, need a little bit of the mana of Chenya. But Floppy, I don't have a clear line on like what I want Floppy to do here. Chenya's got a full grip, 13 mana, and a level 2 set that is, going to strike fear into the heart of everybody. Now Mordekaiser's going to come down to kick things off. It's going to remove the weapon and the damage from the Morgana and just see where Chenya goes from here with most of the mana already committed. No interaction in Floppy's hand, but a level 2 Mord.
This is scary. That's why last turn it would be so nice to play Morde, but like again, Floppy was expecting that Chenya will try to threaten Morgana and finish her off due to the Sunken Temple, but Chenya opted not to, which led into the awkwardness of this turn from Floppy, and this is the time where Chenya can actually come back with Seraphine, and there is not much Floppy can do, because all he has is just a bunch of the development. He can just remove a landmark, that's all what he can do.
And the professional Facebreaker out of set there really going to stop this attack from Floppy in its tracks. A couple more things going to come down, but now Back Alley Bar, and we are just 4 mana away from the Showstopper coming out as well and clearing out most of this board. Okay, Morgana going to get unstunned. That's one of the cool interactions you get with Mordekaiser, and if there is another stun, Floppy still has the Darken Halberd to reset one of these units.
Yeah, definitely. So here Floppy could have opted to destroy landmark instead, to not allow... try to destroy, because we know there is a no P5 in the Chenya's hand. But Floppy could have opted to try to destroy one of the landmarks, but he's going for the... try to finishing the line on the Chenya, threatening the lethal.
It is an attempt, one that Chenya is going to be able to stop. High Note and Mystic Shot both turned on, could take out the Wings in the Wave and the Ceaseless Sentry. Morgana's still going to connect, get I'd say a little bit of life back to Floppy, but Floppy's they're hanging out, they're doing okay. Actually, I think I saw that Mystic Shot aimed up at the Morgana.
Yeah, there might be a kill shot on the Morgana, opted out.
Okay, so oh yeah, Seraphine's leveling, that's going to double some stuff up. I was thinking it was like setting up for a showstopper, but it looks like Chenny is actually going to be able to deal with all of the problem cards here. Morgana's going down. Showstopper not generated because actually no mana was spent for this play on the side of Chenya, but it is still available.
So Morde will get obliterated. We'll see the Glimpse top deck, which will be able to answer the Showstopper from the set from the Stern. Meanwhile, Chenya needs to find a way to close the game because still there are Rekindlers, there is Tarosh, there is a lot of win cons left for the Floppy. And Chenya, even though he will be able to deal with the current board, you need to close the game. And we are standing still at 20 HP on the Floppy. And then Chenya not anywhere close, being able to deal with it.
Nopify is going to come out to protect the Sunken Temple. Chenya doesn't like the look of their hand, and that's going to be the showstopper, the board clear. And now Floppy in a precarious position. It's so weird because a Rekindler top deck for Floppy just completely fixes the hand. You Rekindler, you Glimpse the Rekindler, you Tarosh the Rekindler. All of a sudden, you've got 3 Mordekaisers. You're sending into the Grey Realm for basically just lethal, as you'll be draining your opponent 3 damage for each Slay that comes out from here on out. But that's not the case. Instead, it's going to be Lord of the Severed.
Yeah, definitely. But Floppy can refill the pretty much full board with the Legion of the Severed and the Spectral Iron Hound. With the Deathless, with the utilizing the Halberd there, and
starting to get into Armiset territory here, though. Formula, place your bets. A lot of mana spent, a lot of mana gotten back by the coin. Time Trick gonna be, I believe, doubled up by the Seraphine. Even potentially a second back alley bar grab there. Oh, there's the Pursuit of Perfection, and that is not something Floppy currently has an answer for.
And that should be pretty much active. 23 out of 20. So, yeah, there is still a Vengeance in the deck. So technically, but there is no window to be played unit plus into Glimpse. Because the second the Floppy develops, the Chenya will attack. And then, yeah. And then Floppy has no window to draw cards.
Even debating going for the showstopper first. No, just going to go straight into combat, and that's going to be lethal. Chenya tying it up 1-1 against Floppy Mudkip and Alan. That means we get to see Poros versus this Mordekaiser Morgana for the final game.
How excited are you?
I'm so excited. I actually, before the release of Fate's Voyage Beyond, Poros was the deck I was laddering with, and it was just winning, losing, didn't matter. It was a blast to play.
Listen, Poros were meme outside of the Poro canon for such a long time, for years. Into the time they finally come to the world stage. Wake me up. What is this year? Poros? Poro deck. Pure Poro deck. Going into the world stage. It's crazy.
It took a couple of buffs, but you know, the Poro snacks, the special snacks specifically coming out of the Poro King, going to be a huge difference maker in these matchups, and we see Poro King in the opening hand. That's the most important thing to get out. Unfortunately, it is vulnerable to things like Death's Grasp, and that's why we see the Black Shield in Chenya's list, but actually going to mulligan away the Death's Grasp on the side of Floppy, who maybe just wants to go a little bit more aggressively. And once again, you know, these Mordekaiser decks, I keep looking at them, and I'm like, what does your deck do without Mordekaiser? And it's a question I'll never get answered, because everybody opens double Mordekaiser.
To be fair, I'd rather not see a Mordekaiser and I see Severed into Inquisitor. Like, I don't know if you played against this opener, but it's such a horrible opener to play. You just don't get to play the game. All you have to do, I have to pay another 2 mana to play the game. Oh, you have Morgana, cool. I have to spend 4 mana. And suddenly, by turn 5, I need an 8 extra mana to play the game. Yay! And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at this opener. What is this? Who allows this?
It's a little funny as well, because in some hands Poros have to play really tight on mana because they need to develop the board, play the snacks, especially if you're looking at like an Aurora Borealis opener. But in a hand like this, Chenya doesn't actually have the snacks, which means that they have mana to spare. That's all well and good, but it also means the deck really isn't doing much. And if that Poro King can't come down, survive a round, and start to get the snacks... Just about, yeah. I mean, the Poro stories will do that, giving you 3 different one-cost Poros.
Bro, he's leveled on Tera 5. What is this deck?
Absolutely, and this is really important because the Poro King will give you a special snacks when it levels, or a Poro snacks, one of the two. I believe it's a special snacks, which means even if it doesn't live, Chenia just throwing it down means they will get that buff to the board. And while 2/2s aren't super threatening, at the very least, we'll start to feed into Zolani the Blood.
How often do you see this kind of opener from Chenia? Like, you just have leveled up Poro King on 5 and you just drop it on 5. How
From
often does this
Poros,
happen?
not very often. From Chenia, maybe about 60-70% of the time. And there's that Zolani.
I see, the classic. Chenia opts not to play the Poro King because of the threat that just could happen. So really good hindsight play. Floppy not having the card, but he did bluff it, which worked for him very well here.
All right, Poro King's going to come down, and now we're going to get to see which snacks comes out, because that can be a really big difference maker. Either colorful snacks to give +2/+2 to the Poro King, because it also buffs champions, or everybody's favorite frosted snacks, which was buffed to just frostbite any unit, and it looks like that actually is going to be the colorful snacks. So Floppy might not even have the opportunity to run one of these challengers into the Poro King and then finish it off with a hate spike, because this will now be a 7/7 thanks to that double buff from that snacks.
Okay, suddenly this deck looks more balanced than I thought. I was miming on the deck, but now I'm staring at this board. Like, with this opener, it looks scary. Interesting play here. Don't you... Okay, chooses to go with the hate spike first, to check out which snacks Chenia got, I assume, because do you choose which target do you freeze, or it's the strongest target with the
you pick the target
snacks?
to freeze.
I see. Okay, so basically Floppy wanted to see what, but he didn't have to play Poro snacks just yet because the Poro King was not dying, so he could just held on it and wait what happens from on the combat, right?
Yeah, and now we see that the Fury keyword is what was picked up by the Poro King, as well as that additional +1/+1. So now Floppy, at the very least, gets to take out the Exalted Poro, make sure that that isn't going to get a little bit larger. But this is where things start to get a little bit scary, right? Because you're looking at your opponent's board, and you're like, okay, obviously Poro King is something I need to deal with, but the Exalted Poro is going to get a couple of keywords next turn. The Pitiful Poro is also going to hit Regeneration and Tough and Overwhelm once it actually gets to that 3 empowered mark. So not even going at it, just taking advantage of the challengers, but this is where things really start to snowball for Chenia.
And then we have the Zolani that can finish off the game. That's actually the interesting spot to be in. There is a Hush against all the champion threats. There is Sunburst to remove that potential Morgana.
Oh, Chenia is going straight to combat. I'm scared, Alan, because if Floppy gets to Mordekaiser 2 Mage Seeker Inquisitors, I don't know if Chenia ever gets to play a spell again.
Yeah, but like, are we blocking here? Oh, you just take it in and you just jump Morde? Oh, this is gonna be so disgusting. Oh, and when he plays Morde spell? You are telling me this is just a board wipe next turn from Floppy? Oh, and that's gonna be tough Morde on top of that. Yay! Fun!
Oh, man.
So yeah, we'll have a lot of fun in the next two turns. Damn.
And if Floppy opens the following turn with the Mordekaiser spell, Chenia can't actually use the suppression to get the Hush out onto the Mordekaiser. It'll fully resolve.
That's a 6 mana suppression. Hey, what you gonna do about it? And next turn, isn't it gonna be just 12 mana suppression because you open with Morde spell?
If Floppy opens Mord spell, yeah, it's gonna be a 12 mana suppression. But it looks like Floppy's actually just going into combat instead.
I mean, he could Hush, because Hush would... No, you can... No, it would be... Wait, what's the downside of using just the Morde spell here?
I mean, there's no spell interaction that your opponent could have. There's no interaction your opponent could have at all. So your Mordekaiser would challenge the Poro King. You would revive all of your Inquisitors. I think that I like it a lot.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty cute play. That just closes out the game here for the Floppy. Because, like, even if you play Zolani, you still have Vengeance. Right? So, like, but you don't have a spell shield popper yet, so you might be worried about it. But, like, are you challenging the Zolani ever with the Morde spell? Not really.
I wonder... So I think what Floppy's worried about is the Daring Poros. You know, if you go for the Mort spell here and your opponent just says, hey, I don't actually care about playing spells, I'm just going to run out 6 more Poros, then you've already used your board wipe. But you can still go to combat at that point. You know that
exactly.
your opponent probably didn't
challenge.
use suppression.
Oh, interesting. Now what? Opponent plays suppression into pass. Now what do you do? Okay, just play a Morgana. Okay. Keep up the vengeance mana. Is he gonna jump here another Poro King? Like, do you need more Poro snacks?
You can never have too many Poro snacks.
Oh, trust me, you can. Just look at me.
Instead, it's going to be the Patchwork Poro coming down with an augmented keyword that's going to get just a little bit bigger every time some special snacks are thrown out there. Suppression held onto, and now we're going back into Chenia's attack token.
Oh, Floppy making another cute play with Legion of the Severed on the Rekindler. Another fun interaction. You can have a million more Mordekaisers on the board. Yay! So Chenya needs to try to find lethal with the either Overwhelm or less elusive somehow, because he's definitely not going to by just trading with the board. This is already past the point where you can even think about it.
From here on out, that Mordekaiser's spell play gets a little more awkward because the suppressions aren't stacked up. Chenia can always now hush the Mordekaiser in response to stop the revive on all of these units. But I think if Floppy didn't go for it there, it's never really going to be a play that he's looking back to.
Yeah, most definitely. It was like the best it was when you have a like suppression on your opponent and they can't really interact with you. But now, opts not to play Rekindler just yet. Holds on to it. Like, he's holding on the play Rekindler plus Devil's Grasp, I would assume. And we see a slow play from Chenya here.
Well, Mordekaiser hasn't died yet, right?
Oh, that's a fair point. Wait, yeah, that's actually a fair point. And like Chenya knows there is one unit in the hand, and Floppy played that Legion of the Severed pretty fast. So, like, you have to assume, and you like tell me, because I actually didn't try. You can't play Legion of the Severed on the second Morde if the Morde is spell, right? So it has
correct,
to be
yeah. You
unit.
can't target the spell with a unit target ability. It's one of those things.
Yeah. So
here it comes.
Pretty much. Oh, he plays it now. Oh, I mean that's definitely a hush, right? It has to be a hush.
I don't think you ever get a better hush than this.
Now I'm looking at the hand. That's a hush plus snack. I mean, you could technically use Sunburst post-combat.
Yeah, the snacks could come out. I almost feel like saving the Frostbite for the future might be a little bit better, just because, you know, you can take a little bit of damage onto this Poro. You're not too concerned about it. My concern now, though, is that while Chenia has the King, they don't have any Poros to throw down alongside it. Floppy has the Vengeance to deal with the Zolani the Bloodweaver, and... But again, like,
also,
Floppy
Chenya,
still hasn't killed Mordekaiser. They could go for like a glimpse here into Rekindler just to get another Mordekaiser in play, or, you know, obviously just throw this one into the Poro to kick things off, but actually wants to bring back Morgana.
But what? Okay, if you went for the glimpse into Rekindler, then there is a Sunburst for punch, because you cannot kill a Rekindler. And then it's quite a peculiar spot to be in, because then you're like, you actually run out of the cards.
Yeah, it looks like Floppy's actually going for the double level 2 Morgana line here.
Might be slightly low on value if he goes for this line. He gets to... Mordekaiser should be pretty close to leveling up as well. He has the refill with the Ceaseless Sentry, with the Glimpse still, has the Vengeance for potential Zolani. Yeah, but the problem is, like, yeah, Chenya will be developing probably now Zolani to defend the... No, you can't redevelop the Zolani because of the Morgana. Huh.
Yeah, is this just lethal from Floppy? Chenia gets to play out one more blocker, but then both of them are taken off the board by the Morganas. You're pushing 12 damage just off of Morganas. Oh no, there's 3 Morganas.
Yeah.
I think this is just lethal. The Frostbite throws a little bit of a wrench in the math, but...
Yeah, because of the Deathless on the Rekindler that was on the Legion of the Severed. This is... Yeah,
I guess actually
that's
Sunburst plus
damage.
Frostbite. Yeah, I think it's 16 when all is said and done.
You have to Sunburst definitely pre-combat. Are you killing? Yeah, you are killing Morde if you want to win the game. If you kill a Morgana, you save a bit more HP, but Morde must be the winning trying to kill. And then you Poro Snack and you are barely alive. Okay.
Okay.
And a little Poro coming down. Yay. Now what?
I mean, now if Chenia top decks Black Shield to protect the Zolani the Bloodweaver, that's probably just game, unless Floppy can draw a way to pop that.
Yeah, surely.
But it's gotta be the Black Shield then. And it's Poro's stories.
I mean, you definitely need to go for some little here, because like you're staring at like just Morgana finishing you off. And yeah, so probably Cheniagal will go double Poro into Zolani development, trying to bait out from Floppy some mana spent here, trying to maybe make mistake. Maybe he goes for Glimpse to try to fish. I would expect from Floppy potentially go for the... Okay, now that he knows there is no Zolani to Black Shield, he doesn't have to fish for the ping anymore. So basically he was waiting. If he sees Zolani development while at 9 mana, I would believe he would go for the Glimpse on the Rekindler, trying to fish something that can pop the spell shield, worst case. But once he saw that he's only at 8 mana, there is no more threat of spell shield. So he went for the development instead.
And with that Vengeance coming through, I believe that is going to secure Floppy Mudkip's victory in this game. All of the Morgana abilities on the stack, as well as the amount of Shackles coming out, are going to take down this Poro deck, and Floppy will be moving on to 4-0. Chenia falling down to 3-1. Both these players still in it very much. But Alan, I hope you at least enjoyed seeing the Poro show.
Okay, 2 decks had an absolutely nutty opener. Leveling Poro King at turn 5 is not something I'm used to see. And on top of that, Floppy having the Legion of the Severed into the Mage Seeker, into Morgana. This is the most disgusting opener. So, like, crazy serious, man.
Yeah, it was a crazy series, and now we're going to throw it back to Necra and the analyst desk to break it down further.
Thank you so much, Alan and Boulevard. Man, can I just start off by saying that out of the good old bias in my heart, I really wanted Poro King to win. And it came so close.
I thought Floppy Mudkip was out of it for a bit. When that Poro King came down leveled on curve, I was like, oh no, like he's gonna run away with this game. But the Death Realm resetting the board is what allowed Floppy Mudkip to fight back and win that very clutch game number 3.
This whole match was so back and forth between these players, because I feel like for every single game, you're looking at it and going, wow, well, this player's in such a good position. And then all of a sudden, it does a 180 on the board state, and then the player is able to grab the win. So let's go all the way back to that game number 1, Spids, because I feel like that was really where we saw Floppy Mudkip kind of get off to a super clunky start.
Yeah, the Bandle City deck often has weird starts, right? All of its power comes in its late turns. It needs to draw things like the Broadmain, like the Rex, and able to feel as if it's doing a powerful thing, but eventually it will draw those cards. And a deck like Seraphine can also try and draw its cards, but it suffers more to what Riptide Rex is trying to do. It's very similar to how like the Jhin Bandle City deck works, where it's pressuring these control decks by playing Rex, a card that Karma and Seraphine and PNZ can't really deal with effectively. So you got to see the matchup in full. If everyone draws like about 25 of their cards, even if it's a long game, eventually the Elder Dragon deck does win there.
Yeah, and even with Floppy Mudkip's opening hand, like you had pointed out, Spids, was very clunky in the early starts, was foregoing drawing and generating extra cards just to keep the hand empty. Didn't want to run the risk of accidentally overdrawing a bunch of cards with the Burblefish or the extra sign-in.
And
yeah, they elected not to like put the Deathless on the sign and prevent the draw. Went for the pie toss as opposed to went for the group shot as opposed to the pie toss, preventing them from accessing extra cards. Realizing that I will play these cards eventually, but not right now. Right now, my hand is full. I can't afford to.
Takes a lot of patience when you see that too. You really gotta think about the end game there, so you don't just use all your resources at once. And so I thought that was really interesting to see, especially against a deck where fill me in a little bit here, Skarzig. This is a Karma set and Seraphine deck, but a lot of people right now are playing just the Karma in the set. So what's the big difference here, besides the fact that Seraphine is in the mix?
It's a difference in greed levels for sure, where, you know, having Karma and Set as your main champions mean you're going to get them a little bit more consistently, but Seraphine comes online a little bit earlier, so you're getting that pseudo Karma spell duplication, and we saw as well from Chenia running the back alley bar, sputtering song spinner, that gives you access to just more off-the-wall resources that you can try to include. More cheap spells that are normally well aligned into swarmier list and cheaper units. And at the end of the day, it just lines up a lot better into this kind of Mordekaiser meta where you can snipe a lot of those cheaper targets they like to use for their hate spikes and whatnot. And of course, it makes beautiful use of Pursuit Perfection at the top end, just forcing your opponent to have that one more big removal spell or pay the price.
You were alluding to this earlier. Within the concept of a lineup, you have to choose between one of the two or try and do a combination of both. And the Seraphine, by being a little bit lower to the ground, like having the ability to flip your doubling up champion on turn 9 or sometimes even turn 8, allows you to pressure things that are trying to win a little bit early. You don't have to wait for turn 10. You don't have to wait for that Enlightenment of the Seraphine. So lineup construction-wise, it also is targeting a slightly different thing, even if they're playing for set win con.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Spitz, because the players kind of don't want to extend. I want to just pass and wait until my big power play on turn 7 versus Mordekaiser, but I still have to play units onto the board to make sure that they die so that Mordekaiser gets credit. And then the Seraphine player is like, okay, I would rather pass and wait for Set and Karma to come through, but I need to start playing my spells to play towards Seraphine. So the players would like to maybe have the matchup in a complete opposite, but we're, at the end of the day, forced, I would say, to play to the board and play for a little bit more tempo.
So we ended up seeing that Karma, Seraphine, and Set deck take the win in game number 2. But Spids, this was after we also saw kind of the same old story where Floppy Mudkip was actually the one that was in the driver's seat for quite a bit of that game. So what was the turning point where Chenia was really able to get that win in that second game?
I think the turning point comes around when you consider things like the landmarks and Set. It's really hard to interact with these cards, and they're such great powerhouses. Set being able to obliterate a card every single turn, challenge a unit every second turn. The amount of value that this Set card creates can sometimes be like 10 to 1. It's an absolutely strong powerhouse that you need to find an answer for, and if you don't find that answer, Set will show you why he's the king of the pit.
Mm-hmm. And it's not just Set either. You know, Floppy Mudkip had struggled in that second game to get removal for Sunken Temple. And once that second Scholar had come through to find the second Excavation, it was too late. The Sunken Temple had drawn so many extra cards, had already prepped the deck with so many discounts. And then once Back Alley Bar comes through, those are the additional resources that Set needs to generate those showstoppers, and it took over.
That was really neat to watch the comeback, and honestly the first and the second game, and then the third game too. Like Floppy Mudkip was able to completely wipe the board, get control of the game, and get control of this series. So with that, Floppy Mudkip is going to be undefeated, 4-0, only needs one more win in order to secure their spot in the top 16. And they still have a couple more rounds of Swiss to do it. So we'll have to wait and see after this next one which players are going to be right at the cusp there of getting into that top 16. We're going to take a short break to get ready for that. And when we come back, Swiss round number 5.
Thank you so much. I am joined now by senior game designer Steven Rubin, aka Ruben Zoo. Ruben, we're going to jump right into it. Now that the year is over, how do you feel about this year's competitive system?
I feel really good about it. I mean, I think we've accomplished a lot this year for Legends of Runeterra competitive players. Mainly, we've added daily events for players to play in. It wasn't so long ago that you couldn't actually play best of 3 Legends of Runeterra on a daily basis. We've got competitive tournaments each month, which is, a huge win for everybody out there trying to grind their way to Worlds compared to our previous 2 or 3 month cadence. We've introduced new prestigious rewards like winning player titles, and also stuff even to the extent of creating a card with the Legends of Runeterra team for winning Worlds. So overall, I think that this year has been great for LoR. I'm excited to see what happens at Worlds itself, because I think the capstone of the system is the new Worlds tournament, the international Swiss play, having 64 players in there. So I'm really excited to see just what people come up with and who comes out on top.
Absolutely. It's a huge change to the system, but going back to something you mentioned earlier, how successful do you feel that the Gauntlet system was?
So Gauntlets definitely filled a role for us in terms of having those daily tournaments that players can flex and play in. I definitely think they were successful in getting players into the game on those weekdays playing in competitive like events. But I would say that, there's always room for improvement, and there may be something we'll be looking at in the future. I think one of the things to call out there is like the competitive versus more casual events and how those should be run in the tournament and whether those should feed into Worlds or not. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I think that Gauntlets in the past were very much for a very secluded portion of our audience, but now we've brought in a lot of different players that can play best of 3, they can play casual modes, and they give you those short and medium term goals season to season to hit your prime glories and get ready for the big tournaments. Overall, we're hopeful that Gauntlets really is not the ultimate decider of who's going to win Worlds. You got to go into the Runeterra Opens, you got to go into Worlds itself and compete. So as a sort of stepping stone for players, I think it has worked out. Definitely some room for improvement, though, and we'll be potentially looking to make changes in the future.
Excellent. So looking back at the year as a whole, what was your favorite moment of 2023?
My favorite moment of 2023 was getting to work on Fate's Voyage Onward and Beyond with Riot Dirtle. We basically worked together as a team for the entire portion of the set development as 2 designers, him as the lead designer and me as a partner designer, co-designing the set. So everything from curses to Elder Dragon, Dragon Boons to stuff from Fate's Voyage Onward, where with slipstreams and card reduction and card draw, and a lot of the Titanic units we see really come from Tyler and I have a shared love for just playing giant units. And that really comes to show through the set that we made. And also just shout out to the rest of the design team and lore team and narrative and art, everybody that contributes there. It's not just one person on lore. Like, we all make our mark on cards. But yeah, it was really an honor to work with him on that stuff.
I guess that leads us right into the next question then. What was your favorite card that you worked on?
It's gotta be Elder Dragon. Like, Elder Dragon, the initial idea from Riot Dirtle was like, okay, what if we do a Runeterran slice with just big boys? You can play whatever big units you want in your deck. And when we were developing it, we kept getting tripped up because we kept trying to cost reduce them. Obvious card gamer brain. We're like, well, these things are too expensive. Let's make cost reduction. And that didn't quite work because that's not really the fantasy of slamming big units down. And we also had the idea of like, okay, what if kind of like Dragon Chow Shyvana style, your big units were eating your little units, but really didn't play out how we wanted to because you just ended up kind of behind, and if they removed your one threat, it didn't really work out. And the one really big breakthrough was Dragon Boons, which was like, okay, what if we just give you big units, but we give you even bigger units, right? You get extra buffs on top of that, you get healing, you get Challenger, control the board. What if we just make your cooler units even cooler? So I think that design on Elder just is so fun. You can do tons of stuff with the slow, listening to slow and skill kind of Elder cards like Ocean Drake that we added. Sorry, it was a long answer, but Elder Dragon is really close to my heart as just a really cool thing that everybody was been so pumped on the team to get it out. And also, once again, I'm responsible for bringing dragons to Runeterra because I'm always just like, hey, what if we had dragons in the set? And everybody's like, hell yeah. So yeah, Elder's kind of my guy.
You'll love to see the passion. Thank you so much, Ruben Zoo. And now back to the desk.
Welcome, everybody, to the Legends of Runeterra World Championships, and welcome to our special guest, Steve Rubin, the senior game designer for Legends of Runeterra. How are you?
I'm good. Today is the first day of Worlds, so it's a lot of stress leading up to this, but now everybody's just knocking it out. Our players are competing, so I'm doing pretty well, thanks.
And Boulevard is also here, and we'll get back to you in just a moment, but Ben, I've gotta pick your brain about this because we got a chance to hear a little bit from you in your interview with Boulevard about your favorite cards from this set, one of which was the Elder Dragon. So how pumped are you to see how much playtime that champion is really getting in this tournament so far?
I mean, 57 Elder Dragon decks, I think it's at the level of really excited, but also holy cow, that is like a lot more of any champion that we've ever seen in a tournament like this. But I'm just really excited to see players playing with different versions of Elder, all the way from different Elite decks to Dragon decks, and of course the Bandle City. In Dev, we call it the Spelter Dragon deck. That is a control Dragon deck that plays with Elder and things like Wiggly Burblefish. So yeah, I mean, it's just really amazing to see something that the team has put so much work into. Not just the design, but the visual effects and the art, and also all the production behind the scenes on Worlds, making this all happen. And seeing Elder come in and sort of take over Runeterra is honestly a dream come true.
Yay, I'm so excited to hear that, especially after we followed suit from last year where we got the introduction of the World Ender right before the World Championships, and I felt like that brought so much heat into the mix. But, you know, as you were saying, Ruben, there are so many different flavors of the Elder Dragon that we've seen so far. Boulevard, cue us in a little bit on just how many versions of this deck are running around right now.
It's about 5 or 6. It's a good number. Now, a couple of them are like similar, like Seraphine plus Elder Dragon is pretty similar to Respect Your Elders in terms of it's just a spell-slinging broad main Elder Dragon deck. But then there are some more dedicated ones. We saw Age of Dragons earlier in the day, and a little bit later on in our feature match, we're going to just see dedicated straight-up dragons.
I'm pumped. We also saw some Aurelian Soul. What is your thoughts on that, Ruben? We saw Aurelian Soul. There's actually a few of those running around right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the Age of Dragons is now, so I'm excited to see people brewing with all the dragon decks. It's kind of becoming this thing where people are going really big, and then other people are trying to go medium big with like maybe like Shyvana, and then just like, no, Age of Dragons A-Soul, I'm going to play the biggest units possible, which is honestly a great cap for the sets Fates Voyage Beyond and Onward, because our big goal was how do we make Titanic units playable in lore? You know, we had Sigils of the Storm, and now we have Elder Dragon Slice, his Runeterra origin that uses some Titanic units, but you can also dip into the 6 and 7 drop units that might not be Titanic. So really seeing that the idea of the old gods as a set theme come out in this World Championship, where players are just going wild with these huge units and haymakers. Yeah, it's just really, really well done, and I'm really, really proud of the team.
We're going to see more of those amazing cards and champions in action as we look forward to what we have in store for us for Swiss round number 5. But before we get into that, let's go over the results really quickly. And Ruben, I'd like you to just kind of point out some of these players that you're excited about seeing for the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, I'm super excited about seeing Seku. He played with the Shyvana Elder Dragon deck that I was talking about, kind of not going for the control route, but one of a few players that are just trying to go super deep into the dragons. Obviously also playing Nico Gnar, which is a deck that was not that popular, but it seems to be performing pretty well with multiple 4-0 players with the Nico Gnar deck. The other player that stands out to me right now on the standings is Jerzino, and they were actually a dark horse. I was excited because throughout the year, I've been pulling rank standings for players to qualify for the World Championship, and they just have had secretly the highest matchmaking rating of any player in Worlds. So I kind of knew that they were one of the better players without maybe not the community knowing as much. So it's really excited to see them at 4-0 right here.
Yeah, and it looks like they're really putting that ladder time into practice here as well, and just showing up to get those results so far. Being undefeated is a huge accomplishment in such a stacked field of competition, and it's heartbreaking to also see some of the players that are towards the bottom of the standings. I'm looking at players like Grandpa Roji, Aragorn, as well as Card Gamer. That was another fan favorite that we've really talked about on the desk, but we're going to shift our focus back towards the top of those standings. Yep, that's right. It's our 4-0 players that are on the cusp of being able to qualify for that top 16 double elimination bracket. So I'm pumped for the two of you to be able to dive into this next matchup. So let's get right into it. It's going to be Seku versus Yoshino.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Necra. As you mentioned, we've got Seku versus Yoshino. Ruben, your dark horse was 4-0. Mine, unfortunately, was down there in the 0-4s, but you know what? I'll get them next time. You had that internal data that I didn't quite have access to. I wasn't privy to. It's all right. I'll, next year, just like share the cheat sheet with me, man. Let me see what we're working with on the back end. But you mentioned the Dragon deck, and this is something that we haven't seen on broadcast just yet. Seku's Shyvana Elder Dragon. What are we looking at here? Are you ready for this?
I think so. I mean, this deck, honestly, is after my own heart because it plays 8 strike spells, 3 single combats, 3 gentleman's duels, 3 strafing strikes. Those are amazing in an Elder Dragon mirror if you're ahead, because your opponent tries to develop a Broadman, they try to develop a sign-in, and while the boons are on the stack, you can use those strike spells in conjunction with Fury. That will also level up your Shyvana, and you can do some real damage with those. And it's just really versatile because you also have the late game of Elder. I'm looking at the Dragons deck right now. We see Gentle Dram Dragon, which will obviously pump all your dragons. Notably, no boon. Oh man, I'm escaping me the name of the 7-drop dragon that shares your dragon boons. But we're not going that big. So I think what we're going to see from this dragon deck is something where we're trying to go a little bit mid-rangey, where we can sort of get that huge board and maybe drop a Dragon Guard Lookout or an Elder Dragon that will level up really fast in this deck because we have Cloud Drake and other dragons that are attacking all the time, and just deliver that knockout punch.
Honestly, Ruben, we haven't seen an Elder Dragon level on stream yet today. We haven't gotten remotely close to seeing an Elder Dragon level on stream today. But if you coming in is the secret sauce that we needed to finally see that level 2 hit, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, his design is definitely the Elder Dragon level 2 is definitely an over-the-top moment that we don't expect to happen that often. It's sort of like that cherry on top of, hey, you've played a bunch of huge units all game. Okay, now you get the It Cannot Be Stopped, the 30 damage directly to the Nexus. So maybe we'll see it with this Dragon deck, because with rallies and big stats, that of course is a really good way of leveling up that deck. Looks like we also have a Morgana Mordekaiser deck here. This is going to be Scherzino side. Pretty standard list here. Looks like the only difference I'm seeing from the normal list is not playing the Sturdy Adventurer with the weapon breaks. Maybe Scherzino's planning on just banning out Sunken Temple decks, so thinks they don't need them. But a pretty standard list here. 2 Rekindlers also. Definitely going light on some of the top end, but really like this list. Also going with Nora Elder Dragon, the Spelder Dragon deck. And this is kind of the classic deck that we've seen, the most popular deck at the format. What have you seen today from this deck, Boulevard?
We've seen about what we expected. The biggest difference has kind of been some players aren't really about the Wiggly Burblefish and the Plaza Guardian. They're more focused on just playing a Lord Broadmain deck with Condense and Riptide Rex. But I really do like the players going for these bigger threats that get the reduced cost, especially because we were talking about this earlier. Wiggly Burblefish not having the ability to grab the Lurk spell is just like a totally different beast with Bloodbait out of the pool.
Yeah, being able to use Runeterra Origin, but you're not actually in Bilgewater, is really changing the texture of the cards that you get. And then here's Scherzino's last deck, which is a Karmaset deck. And this is the lineup, right, Boulevard? This is these are the best decks. They all have incredible late games. Try to kill me early, and if not, I'm going to take home the tournament.
And then this is the deck we were talking about earlier, this Dragon, just Shyvana Elder Dragon list with Dragon Allegiant, a card that many players haven't experimented with so far. Essentially Poro Herder, but for dragons instead of Poros. And then on the top end here, we're seeing some cards like Cloud Drake, Enraged Fire Spitter, Gentle Gem Dragon, things that we aren't typically seeing out of just the Elder Dragon lists in general. And like I mentioned, I'm really hopeful that we can get that level 2 animation off.
Yeah, I mean, this, much like the other Elder Dragon deck, you have just a ton of 6-drops at the bottom of your curve. We also have Nico Gnar coming out of Seku. This is definitely one of the less popular decks, I think, at the tournament. But there are multiple players at 4-0 who chose Nico Gnar. So there's clearly something here that these players know that maybe other players didn't. I mean, Nico, if you're playing a really slow Elder Dragon game plan, you're pretty much guaranteed to get a leveled up Nico at some point, get that everywhere buff on anything. And even only playing 2 Warden of the Tribes, I think this deck is just trying to close you out. Kind of reminds me of Jack's Ornn, but a little bit faster. And then the last deck for Seku is really a meta choice, it seems like, is this Yuumi Poro King deck. What have we seen from this deck today?
We haven't seen as much as we would have liked. I believe the other time that we saw it, they didn't actually get to include Yuumi in the list because it was, elsewhere in their lineup in Yuumi Fizz. So it was sort of just the mono Poro King. This is a deck that is near and dear to my heart. I think it's a little underestimated in some circles. I think it's a great meta call into more control-y metas. So if you're looking at this broad main and you're wondering, oh man, how do I beat this? The answer is just throw down a bunch of 1-mana 5/5s. That'll do the trick, no problem. And like you mentioned with this Nico Warden, I'm upset that I missed this one because I thought of Nico Warden when the set dropped because I thought, okay, Yadolski's really cool, and then Red Bard Razor Mace is a reptile, so I can put that in the Nico deck. But then I was like, okay, well, I could also just play like normal Freljord Noxus Overwhelm. Maybe that's what I want to be doing. So I just didn't go far enough on the Nico in order to fully realize the potential.
We got Seku walking in, getting the headphones on, getting pumped up. Now he's going to be locked in. I think that Poro King deck is a very clear, hey, I want to play this into Karma Set. I want to play this into slower decks and just grind you out. It'll be interesting seeing what the bans. It seems like we're coming out with Seku is banning the Mordekaiser Demacia Shadow Isles deck with Morgana. It makes total sense. He's got this sort of unit lineup that really wants to attack these really slow decks.
And I love this because Seku, at 4-0, they have to have played against this lineup before, right? We mentioned that Yoshino is running a very standard lineup. Some players trading out the Karma Set for the Jackthorn, but for the most part, while this looks like a very intimidating lineup out of Yoshino, this should be Seku's comfort area. This is probably something they've played against 2, maybe even 3 times thus far. So they've got the ban strategy down. They know what they need to be doing.
Yeah, they've been probably playing against this all day. It's always, as a tournament player, it's always uncomfortable when you're playing against the Brews, right? And they've played against your deck all day. You might have never played against this deck even in prep, right? The Gnar deck, or the Nico, sorry, not the Nico Gnar deck, and specifically. So yeah, we have Poro King versus Set Karma, and yeah, let's get into this game. I think this is exactly what Seku wants. Importantly, this is not a Seraphine set deck; it's a Karma set deck, which is even slower. We'll see how Poros can take advantage of that.
Yeah, we were talking in the previous round about the difference between Karma Set and Seraphine Karma Set. While there are some deck building restrictions to come with Seraphine, it also turns online earlier, and that is just not something that you can accelerate in the Karma Set list. No ramp, no way to get enlightened faster. And so we're going to see Seku with Poro Snacks in the opener, just pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes.
You love to see that Poro Snacks in the opener. You really just want to naturally draw as many Poro Snacks as you can to augment the game in your favor. Fury on the Poro bot, maybe not the perfect keyword, but just getting that early damage in here. Double Set in the hand. I feel like Set is probably one of the cards that can actually win you this matchup because you can sort of munch on some Poros with him, and then once you get to 9, maybe round 8, you can start getting those showstoppers.
Oh, Seku actually not going for the Poro Snacks in response in order to level up the Zilani the Bloodweaver, which I think is smart. I think against Ionia, Zilani is not the most consistent win condition that you could ask for. You kind of have to assume that it's going to get bounced on curve, and Seku would rather take advantage of the fact that Yoshino doesn't really play early units, go as wide as possible, and picks up a second Snacks, but honestly, this might be just a little bit too slow of a hand for Poros.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we've seen Nopify already is absolutely just a dead card. A lot of the units in Jersino's hand are just going to get outclassed eventually by Poro Snacks, but we do have that weird draw where we're really pinched on those cheap Poros. Now that we have 3 Poro Snacks, we really just want to rip a lonely Poro and get going.
This is one of the problems that you can run into with Poros, is you get too much of a good thing. You draw all 3 Poro Snacks naturally. You've got the sort of more expensive units in the Zilani and the Poro King, and now we're going to see Poro Sled, which is a great card for a deck like this that's going to not only accelerate the Poro King, but also just keep you wide on board in hands like this where you don't have, 4 1-drop Poros to throw down or a Poro Stories to refuel with.
Yeah, drawing more 1-drop Poros, perfect. This might be a round that we try to get these Poro Snacks out of hand to push some damage. And these like rocket barrages, these removal spells just get outclassed by what the Poro King is doing. And you can kind of see how hard it is even for the Ionia PZ deck to make a play at this point in the game.
It's so difficult when you're forked in a meta like this, where decks like this require you to run this damage-based removal, but then they can outscale it rather quickly. There are other decks like Mordekaiser, where it's like, okay, yeah, the damage-based removal can help in the early game, but then once the Mordekaiser comes down, it takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of things like that. So it feels like the damage-based removal in this meta is just very tempo-oriented. You've got a very small window to actually get it down, and we'll see if Yoshino is baited into throwing one of these out here and getting hit with the double snacks in response.
Yeah, I mean, I like developing this Poro out. We don't really need to rush out the Poro King since we already have so many Poro snacks. And this attack, getting Spell Shield is always nice. You got to think if you're Zeno, how many snacks is it, right? You haven't seen any. There's been no Poro King. Doesn't affect your blocks. Blocking the top Poro actually kind of runs directly into the second Poro snacks, which you might not expect.
It seems like Yoshino is at least aware of the possibility, not putting Set in front of one of these one-mana Poros and going, oh yeah, it's just going to be one snack. Okay, never mind, I spoke too soon. No, I didn't. Yoshino playing a little bit of back and forth here, deciding how many snacks do you have? There's no way it's 3, right? And actually does line it up to take out one of the more intimidating Poros should there be a double snacks.
It could be a semi-bluff, and Zeno doesn't have a concussive palm or anything to protect his set. Of course, we have another set in hand, but trading this one-mana Poro for a marquee champion of Zeno's deck is just brutal.
And even with the full blocks and most of the board being lost for Yoshino, they still lost 8 Nexus HP on that swing. Yeah. The impact, the other Poros coming through, and now Seku, I'm starting to get a little worried, right? Next turn, the Poro King doesn't actually do much. We're not very close to leveling that champion on the side of Seku. There's not another one-mana Poro to throw down alongside of it, and Zolani is still, again, pretty far away from actually getting to a pivotal breakpoint. And with Yoshino throwing down the second set when all is said and done, Seku needs to find something soon, ideally a Poro Stories, to just get as many Poros as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Seku could try to take out the Poro Sled using Set's barrier, and then use Rocket Barrage, or he could continue to munch on the small Poros. It's just such an uphill battle because everything is such a threat. Poro Snacks, Seku, importantly there, waited till the Poro Snacks, the Poro King was coming down leveled. He guarantees himself snacks in hand, and drawing that 2-drop Poro, I mean, this just looks anemic for Zeno.
And there's actually no way for Yoshino to deal with this Poro King before Seku has an opportunity to at least throw out the second patched Poro bot, right? Yoshino could aim the double Rocket Barrage, but that's going to take a couple of priority sequences, and it might not be something that you... I mean, what else are you going to do with them? Maybe you'd like to get Karma down and see if a random spell can help you a little bit more, but honestly, there's not much for Yoshino to do other than just kill the Poro King by any means necessary.
They have to these threats need to eventually come off the board, so I like softening them up with the Rocket. Try to get maybe, at the least one of these Poros down. There could be a YOLO Karma here, but I would expect to just see a smooth Soloist as a solid blocker. Try to buy some more time.
With the Pepper Snacks in hand, that being the one that gives over impact, Seku's got a really hard hit on the following turn. If that second Snacks comes through, and that's exactly what it's going to be, impact also on the patched Poro, and an Espresso Snacks coming through, that is going to, I believe, give Challenger over to a couple of Poros, so
yeah,
we'll be able to ship through the herders.
Shields are going down. You saw Seku tank there in terms of like, hey, should I leave up these Poro Snacks so that I can't die to a 3 damage spell? Looks like they went for the development just because they have so much pressure here. This is almost, obviously we can see the hands, but this is almost lethal for Seku if they just open attack. Drawing that 1-mana Poro is kind of tempting because you have 8 mana, 9 mana even. You can go Affectionate Poro into snacks. You even have the Poro Sled to bring in another attacker in case that isn't a full attack. And without a Concussive Palm here, it's looking like even if there's an open attack, that could potentially be lethal. Either way.
I think I really like the open attack because you've got the sled, and whatever you bring out is just going to be that much bigger. But no, actually going to throw down Zolani the Bloodweaver. Probably going to throw that to the end of the attack so that any Poros that are chump blocked down by Yoshino are going to feed into the Zolani. And with the Espresso Snacks, Seku can actually decide to just trade into these champions. And with only 8 mana, I mean, double concussive palm would look great for Yoshino in terms of stalling into turn 9, maybe getting a turn 10 karma down, but it's just not happening.
There's no
We'll see what place your bets can find.
There's
It's
just no
tag out,
way.
aftershock, I don't know.
I like this play because this is saying, hey, even if you recall my Zalani or you concussive palm it, I'm still attacking 6 wide with the spicy snacks, and that's still going to be lethal.
Yeah, coin comes out. That's just going to be another smooth mixologist, but I'm curious if Seku is mathing out whether the impact is more damage or whether it's better to give Challenger over to the Poros. And I believe it's going to be Challenger with only 1 mana. That Zalani is definitely going to connect, and that should just be lethal here for Seku.
Yeah, I think that the pepper snacks is more damage, but I'm not a Poro connoisseur.
You know, sometimes it's not about math. Sometimes you just look at the Zalani, understand that 8-8 is the bare minimum that this unit is going to be at. It will probably be bigger. Yeah, with these blocks, it's going to go up to a 14-14, or a 12-12 rather. So
Totally
that is no snacks needed.
And Heartbreak. I mean, we summoned the Lonely Poro, and they won't actually be able to become a Jubilant Poro. You really hate to see that, but, you know, I think Seku will take the dub.
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate, but you gotta do what you gotta do. If the Lonely Poro's going. No, don't. Not the Lonely Poro.
Void does not burst speed, so they're not representing anything. Though, you know, when you're in the World Championships, you might as well rearrange your blocks, see how much damage you can take, see if there's any changes, use the Oracle's Eye. I don't hate that, but yeah, super dead with the snacks coming down. Seku with a smile, and up 1-0. One more game, and they're locked for our top 16.
Absolutely, and Alan, I hope you're watching in the back there. That is what Poros are supposed to be able to do when they are firing on all cylinders. And now for the first time today, we're going to get to see this Nico Warden deck. And again, 5 and 2 will lock you for day 2 of the World Championship. So Seku is just 1 game away from securing their spot onto that bracket stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how Seku lined it up. They banned the Shadow Isles deck that has a lot of spot removal, a lot of things that block. And now we've got the next matchup coming in, where it's almost like, I want to say that Nico's similar to the Poro King, because you're trying to go wide and pump all of your units. So it might be a similar matchup here. I think the big difference, though, is you don't have as much value from the Nico side. You don't have Poro stories, right? You don't have the Poro King making you snacks over and over again. So we'll see what happens here.
I think I can count on one hand the amount of times I've played against Nico, so forgive me, everybody, if I'm not super familiar with the mechanics of the champion, but for the time being, everything's pretty straightforward. These are cards that I've seen before. Omen Hawk, Sky Splitter, I know those ones.
Yeah, Omen Hawk on 1. We've got the Fruit. That's really solid. And yeah, again, we see your Xeno keeps drawing this Nopify. Just brutal, Boulevard.
Absolutely. I think it's completely dead in a matchup like this. I actually have to look at Nico's champion's spell.
He's literally drawn it both games. This is what teching your deck can really do. I think Seku's in their comfort zone here. We see the set again. I think set is still one of the most important cards in this type of matchup, because I really don't see how you can fight against that wide board without that round 5 set. So if you're a Xeno fan, I do think your hand is solid here. There isn't as many Poro snacks, so things like Rocket Barrage will actually kill units. I'm staring at that Silverwing Vanguard in hand, which will just get completely cleared out. So I think, you know, definitely not over yet, but this Fruit into not getting killed is like, this is every Nico's player's dream.
Absolutely, and Fruip having their own subtype does mean that this Bonehide Tritail can come down for just massive stats. I think this is one of those cards that, like, you're only ever going to see in Nico, and can just really surprise you by how much damage it can put out, because I think from here it'd be something like a 6-5 coming down, which is a much larger overwhelm unit than you're used to this early in the game.
Yeah, I think it's a 5-4 because one of you... Oh, it is a 6-5 because we have Cat, Reptile, and Bird. And this is just so much pressure. I mean, Concussive Palm buys you a huge turn here, and maybe you can go Concussive Palm into set. You could also Rocket Barrage the Fruit, which gets rid of the cost reduction engine and also kills the Omen Hawk, which seems like a solid play. We'll see how they proceed. So many options out of this Ionia PZ deck. But we kind of see this again where if you don't have blockers, if you don't have units that block well, these Swarm decks are going to take advantage of you.
And something that Yoshino is really going to have to keep in mind is Is there a Nico hiding on Seku's board? It can disguise itself as potentially the deck hunter that had come down. So, you know, if we see Yoshino take aim at that unit a little more heavily in the future, then that, you know, makes a little bit more sense. But Seku, honestly, we talk about Yoshino having this dead Nopify. I'm looking at these
the double
buried in
Buried
ice that are just not great.
Yeah, one came before the other, but drawing both of your Buried in Ice, which is clearly a card for other bigger unit decks, is tough. We still have things to do, so I think that Seku, you know, while it's pretty brutal and you want to storm the board, we still have a wide board, and maybe we can get cheeky. Obviously, there's the Deny in hand, but we'll see if we can get a creative use. Hitting that Scout weapon is always nice, gives you a lot of action economy. We can open attack with our Combat Cook now and then re-equip. Set is probably gonna munch on this Anura and Fruit.
Makes sense. The cost reduction is something you definitely need to shut down, especially as we get into like turn 6 here, that it gives Seku potentially the opportunity to throw down a couple of units in a turn, whereas now it's just going to be the one again. But like you mentioned, here comes Combat Cook, and the 9 lives buff does mean you have a burst speed blocker to trade with this.
Yeah, I do. All of a sudden, maybe you're right. I mean, Jersey now seems to be in a bit more of a comfortable position. Seku has only been able to develop one unit at a time in both of these rounds and had a few brick draws. Though that said, you know, we have another Combat Cook. Because there are 2 Rocket Barrages in the deck, I'm guessing we won't develop the Silverwing Vanguard here. It's very tempting, right? Because if you do challenge a set with that, you could take it down. With Sky Splitter backup, may be interesting, but yeah, just gonna get the Gnar. Really wanna get that card draw flowing. Probably gonna see an alpha attack here with all the units. Yeah, these Ionia decks are just tough though. I mean, Concussive Palm and multiple 9 lives means Jerzino gets to decide be the last decider on how combat goes.
One of the things they are sort of at the mercy of, though, and this might not come up now or ever, but 9 lives does summon a random 1-cost follower, which could be an immobile one, like Fireth. So Yoshino, you know, might be going, okay, yeah, I've got 9 lives, I'm going to have 3 blockers, and at the end of the day, might only have 2, something along those lines, but I think the Rocket Barrage makes sense. You've got a nice little target in the Gnar. It'll still be a lot more damage than I think you want to take as Yoshino, but sometimes you've just got to take a little bit of damage.
Yeah, it's interesting because these Concussive Palms have really kept Jerzino in the game, but as an aggro player myself, you really want to get those Concussive Palms out as early as possible because your attacks later in the game are usually going to be more effective and you don't want them to get messed with. So yeah, we see the second Concussive Palm out, so this Tri-Tail has been stuck in the back row. But yeah, we may be debating an attack. I like it. You're going to get a Pokey Stick. You've got the Sky Splitter. Really put pressure on that set to be unable to block. And if the set doesn't block, you're taking a lot of damage, so it makes total sense to me. Believe now we've got Yordle, Bird, Cat, Weapon Master, as well as, I think, Reptile attacked on round 3, so any Nico draw will be leveled up, which is super nice. We'll see where this goes.
It's like 4 out of 6 on the Nico, but there's still an Elite in hand that hasn't been played, so... You know, Ruben, I gotta ask. Did you expect to see Nico at the World Championship? She's been pretty absent
Honestly,
from competitive play for the most part.
I'm not surprised to see her. I don't know if I expected it. I know that Ryan Vriss, one of my best friends, and obviously great designer in his own right, loves playing different Nico decks. And interestingly enough, there were a few Nico cards in this expansion, or potential Nico cards. The Razor Mace, the new Reptile, as well as the Sturdy Harness. Seku's like, yeah, nah, I don't need those. But I will say I'm a bit surprised that there are 2 decks that are 4-0 that are playing Nico. It definitely shows that it's quite the powerful meta pick.
Seku's now running into the classic Demacia problem of just drawing 1-drops on turn 7. That Omen Hawk not going to be doing what you want it to in a stage like this. But now, Set going to set up Gnar for the Rocket Barrage. This still doesn't answer this scouted up Razor Tail. I don't know how Yoshino wants to get through this. It looks like it's going to be Rocket Barrage into High Note, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Rocket Barrage is going to take down. It's a bold play because now we have a 1 health set. With the formula in hand, though, we're getting pretty close to leveling up. That Scout Tri-Tail is going to have to go down with the High Note, which gives us an opportunity maybe to sneak in here with the Challenger unit. You probably want a high note right now in case there is another Sky Splitter or a drawn Sky Splitter, which will give Seku some agency in terms of how they want to play this next round.
Of course, this does free up the weapon for Seku to re-equip this onto something. I imagine Scout level 2 Gnar is an appealing option, and that's exactly what we're going to see out of Seku, who still has the mana to develop further.
Yeah, no, this is great. I mean, we keep getting concussive palms out. Eventually, something's going to land here. And that Gnar 2 also has quick attack, so this will be a really big turn for Seku. Maybe just using our mana perfectly, even without Buried in Ice.
There, you know, on the side of Yoshino, though, 11 mana does mean double 9 lives is available, and that is one of the very few cards that has not been nerfed down to focus speed yet, so you can still burst speed generate some blockers, but okay, there's palm number 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sure Seku's lost count by now as well.
I keep saying that it's good to get these palms, but at some point, if they just always have it, that's pretty brutal. Going for the Poké Stick.
The Nopify value!
Nopify did actually get value here, which is super nice. One of the reasons we're going in with the set. Nico will level in a really weird spot where maybe you play the Vanguard first and then you play the Nico on top of your Omen Hawk because you really want to have those two challengers.
Curious to see what the Nico comes down disguised as that can have a big impact. I mean, in order to really immerse yourself in the Nico disguise, obviously you have to give the summon effect over to the unit that you play with the Nico.
It's not going to be a disguise, I think. I think we really want a Spell Slinger, something that comes down and stuns.
Ooh!
There it is. There's the Spell Slinger. Obviously, none of these cards are actually in Seku's deck, so it won't really be too much of a disguise. We do have the opportunity to tag out, I guess, immediately, which really makes me love the idea of Spell Slinger. And just going for a bigger attack.
Spellslinger is also a one of in Seku's list, so it's possible that Yoshino's not quite on to the joke just yet.
Yeah. Would you tank Boulevard and then play it there if it was in your opener? That's the classic Nico disguise problem.
Yeah, that's the big discussion point when it comes to Nico, right? Is a lot of people would always talk about, oh, you know, if your opponent tanks really hard to play a 2-drop on 2, it's probably Nico. But then if you know your opponent is expecting that, you can just tank every time you play a 2-drop, and then they'll always think it's Nico. So it's one of those things where playing the Nico guessing game is not a mini game I engage with very often. And I think Yoshino right now just kind of thinking, okay, even if that is Nico, is it better for me to go for the 9 lives, or do I have to tag out here?
Can we coin formula level up? I mean, if we got the attack, maybe they didn't expect the Nico. I mean, this is just gonna force out a tag out for a 9 lives. We'll see what they choose. I mean, the tag out is pretty ineffective, so
you know,
we can't save the set though. That's the big problem.
Yeah, that is the single threat for Yoshino now gone. Sunken Temple can maybe draw them into a better line of threats on the following turn, but we are, you know, then you're still committing 5 mana with no spell mana banked, and then Seku gets to throw out another just round of attackers while you've got to sit there and not develop any blockers. I did not have on my World's Bingo card, though, seeing a Nico level up before an Elder Dragon level up.
Yeah. Oh, and here's the Buried in Ice. I mean, this might just be the spot where you just send it and hope that it's enough disruption. You just need it to do literally anything to get over that extra last 7 damage. I mean, Karma,
I'm a little concerned, Ruben.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, like, Karma. Here comes Buried in Ice. Here comes Deny. Next turn, level 2 Karma with Formula to try and draw into something to disrupt this. But as you mentioned, like, there are no more Concussive Palms. There's 1 tag out in the hand, but that's still 5 mana. Karma's not reducing the cost of any of these cards.
Yes. I mean, your Xeno has exactly 10 mana, so they can double 9 lives and still tag out. So they're definitely not dead here. I wonder how it shakes out, though, if Buried in Ice comes down and gets the Karma, because then you're forced to, like, pre-commit. Oh, the Warden!
Oh, Warden of the Tribes!
Lost but not
All right,
forgotten.
Seku. Yeah, Warden!
Mars Dream to the battlefield. Here we go.
Ooh.
Now every single threat is lethal, so you can still survive with a double 9 lives and a tag out. If you have to lose your Karma, though, you're feeling pretty bad about that.
Well, even that depends. There's an Elusive and an Overwhelm threat, both of which will probably be lethal. You'd either need to Because you can only pick one, right? Yoshino was fortunate to roll an elusive blocker on the previous round of 9 lives, but there's no guarantee it'll happen again. And now down to just 7 mana, you can't play both. It's going to have to be tag out or 9 lives.
Yeah, I don't see a way to answer both threats currently. I mean, obviously you have the coin, you have a place your bets and another coin. There are no concussive palms left in the deck, which makes it even tougher to deal with this situation. Interestingly enough, though, I mean, like we saw the Navori, maybe you can roll an elusive again here. Maybe we just let see how this plays out first, and then see what happens.
Yeah, my concern with the 9 lives is I don't think Yoshino is going to have anything large enough to block the Warden of the Tribes and survive. You need 7 HP on a blocker to live just through that. And that's before we get into, I mean, Gnar could go in for a scout attack here, generate a Pokey Stick, then a 0 mana Pokey Stick.
Yeah. That's another good point. I mean, that scout is just another threat that you kind of have to deal with. It's an extra attacker. I mean, I think you just have to fire your coin, place your bets first, and then coin. I mean, I think that's a 4 stack on the coin, so you're going to go back up to 9 mana.
Oh, all the way to 13 it looks like.
Oh, my God. Okay, the coin was so much bigger than I thought it was. Apologies. 2 elusives! What?
Oh my goodness!
Just karma things. That's what we say here.
Yoshino is hanging on here, going back up to, I believe this is now going to be 6 mana, 7 mana, 8, 10 mana, and 2 elusive blockers.
Yeah, I mean, if they survive it with this karma active, that's really, really scary. So that's going to come down next round. Still just, you know, every threat is lethal. Let's see if Yoshino can pull this together. I mean, the elusive blocker is huge. I think that pretty much saves you from most scenarios where you would die.
Yeah, for a second here, I thought that Seku had this. There's no way Yoshino can fight back, but the coins giving, what is it? It's already been close to 20 mana that Yoshino has spent this turn. They've still got 10 in the tank, but those challengers, that scout weapon on the Gnar, it doesn't guarantee the survival of Yoshino here. And even if they do survive, like you mentioned, they need to preserve Karma set in order to have a chance to fight back into this.
Yeah.
Because those Warden buffs are permanent.
Warden buffs are permanent, and we have a challenger. So, like, every threat you can answer is one less way you can protect your Karma, if that makes sense, versus the challenger. It's like we are playing Karma spell to get even more spells. Thought we had enough to live, but let's just see it. I mean, we're going to fire in with the Gnar here. We're free to block with anything.
All right, I was wondering a little. Oh no, it's gonna be tag out. Oh, tag out onto the Warden. Okay, I thought Yoshino was gonna rearrange and tag out the concussive palm for the mental damage of concussive palm number 4, but it is just gonna be Warden return to the hand. There goes the overwhelm threat, and with elusive blockers all lined up, Yoshino guaranteed to survive the round.
You want a coin here. I think you really want to be able to will of Ionia the whatever challenges the Karma so that you can go off next turn. It is interesting that Warden is just going to be a crazy amount of stats coming down. But we just see the power of Karma too and set together with coins. Really going to see if you can turn this around.
And it's possible. Like we mentioned, Yoshino guaranteed to survive the round. Just going to take the pass here, keep up the mana for the Will of Ionia. Oh, all the elusives going to the side. This does mean that Karma doesn't have to block, actually.
I mean, this is a smarter play, I think, than what we were thinking of, because it does present lethal. Really, it's the same thing, except instead of presenting, oh, I'm going to kill your Karma, presenting lethal, which is strictly better. Obviously, we have multiple answers in hand. We do get the Pokey Stick as a way to maybe... I like firing it off right now. Gets rid of any potential Notify or Deny draws.
Granting vulnerable over to the Karma off of the Gnar level up as well. That's huge.
Yeah, it's just... I feel like it's going to be so tough, though. All the coins have kind of went. Mariam is a huge draw because it's like positive mana, which I think is really what you want here to get your set off. With Mixologist, you know, is obviously 6 mana spent on her own. You play her, you play the coin, you go back up to 6. I think we're going to see a showstopper here. Interesting to see how we develop it. It looks like Seku is developing not
Yeah,
Lord.
I think Seku's trying to go for the Buried in Ice line. If Yoshino does throw down a level 2 set here, get the Karma and the set all in one go.
Yeah, it's interesting because if that's the case, he sort of just has to pass and see if it can be accepted. I mean, if this double birdie ice ends up being the difference here, I'm probably just going to retire from casting because I don't know anything.
We talked about, Nopify gets no value, gets the Pokey Stick, this double buried nice looks awful, and now the first one ate the deny, and the second one had the path paved for it to hit the Karma and the set, but not before Showstopper is generated by Yoshino, and now Seku free to throw out the buried. Yeah, that's a GG from Yoshino and Seku.
Yeah, Boulevard, I mean, it's really just... Seku was able to use all of their mana the entire game to put as much pressure as possible, so that they weren't punished for having the buried ices in their hand, right? Because they just continued to have them in their hand, but they were still putting lethal pressure on every round. We see the attack in, see the smile, and Seku's our first player in the top 16. Congratulations to him.
Absolutely, and Yoshino, your dark horse, still in it, by no means out of it at 4-1, just needs to get to a 5-win record in order to guarantee their position in. But Ruben, I wanted to say thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast, and we are going to toss it back over to the analyst desk in order to break down that game a little bit further.
Thank you so much, Boulevard, and thank you so much, Ruben, for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your insight, not just about these games, but of course about the new expansion as well. We've got Skarzig and Alan that are going to help me break down this game a little bit further, but I feel like we just have to start off by saying that was Seku dominance, Skarzig.
Yeah, Seku has really come in with this lineup that is board-based, but very, very aggressive, trying to get in not just underneath all these gritty decks, but getting in underneath other potentially board-based decks. And we all, I think, have collectively recognized today the strength of this Freljord attacking package with the potential threat of the Omen Hawk and the Omen Dog. And Nico is the perfect champion, I think, to catch your opponent off guard, like we saw Seku really be able to exploit in Game 1 and Game 2 with just some unexpected decks, some unexpected matchups that Yoshino just wasn't prepared for.
Listen, Game 1, Toro King winning, that was a treat. Listen, Toros, okay. The true MVP of this match, like Skarzig taught me, it was not actually the Poro King. The true MVP was Poros generating those extra turns after Poro King generating those extra Poro snacks to buff it further. And it allowed to steal the game, essentially, for the Seku. In the opposite to the Game 2, where we've seen a massive, absolutely massive board from Seku, where Jeżyno could have opted to do slightly different trades, take a bit more damage, remove one challenger, and that would allow him to play off the high roll he had with the elusive blocker and upkeep potentially more mana for the following turn with the Karma and Sand, and maybe use a bit less resources. But that was some crazy sequencing he pulled through to stay alive. On top of that, Seku needed to scout attack for Jeżyno to have a priority to play the focus-based coin, to have enough mana to play either Will of Ionia or Hexobliterator on another threat. Otherwise, he would be dead if Seku decided to full swing, which didn't matter at the end because he had another Buried in Ice, which allowed him to just close the game very, very nicely and in a fashion. Wouldn't you agree, Necra?
I would say so. I was honestly stunned at how many turns Yoshino actually had bought themselves like in that game, because Skarzig, after that giant board had developed, it felt like it was totally over there and Seku had taken it.
That is, I think we can look at Game 1 and Game 2, especially Game 2, as a matchup that you'd really want to go back and study. If you're a Karma set player And you kind of, in this tournament environment, the players have expected to be very greedy, but we do have to remember that Karmasek gets punished by these very fast, very big, swollen stats-based decks. And if you analyze turn for turn, action for action, do I use my concussive palm here instead of 9 lives? Do I block and use a mystic shot to take out the patched Poro bot when I had the chance versus trying to set up for rocket barrages? Yoshino was playing very patiently. I would venture to say a little scared almost. What if they have Sky Splitter, second Sky Splitter to make this damage-based removal useless? And by the time that those removal spells were in a bit of a better position, there wasn't as much threat of those combat tricks to save units from being removed. It was a little bit too late.
I'm looking at the rest of the matchup too, and I think just to circle back to one of the bigger topics in this match, Alan, Nico. Was this a champion that you thought had potential coming into the World Championships? And if not, has your mind changed since seeing what Nico can do in this matchup in particular?
Listen, I wouldn't have guessed that players will bring Nico. I am personally a hater of the board growing units, just +1 here, +1 there, yay, we fight the units. I'm a big fan of just casting spells. I'm like a wizard. I just want to do big cool things. I want to spend 100 mana in 1 turn in my 2 minutes clock. I don't want to battle with those units. I want to stun all your whole board. I want to blast your board with 20 damage.
Nico is a shapeshifter. It's a very underrated school of magic. And definitely one of the biggest factors that brings Nico back into this metagame is not only Yadulski Snowdog perfectly synergizing with her region combination or her origin, it's another fantastic target for her to transform into if you play her on turn 2 to get a continuous buff for your top decks. And it's great that Seku is able to dig up this, unpolished gem ahead of time and really show up to be our first qualified player to make top 16.
As a Skazik, that's the last thing you want to do. You are Nico, you transform into the Omen Dog, and then suddenly you have a target on your back. You're gonna get blasted by all the removal opponent have. So I don't know if that's a good target.
You gotta do what you gotta do, I think, because it's a 2-3. Nico normally just scoops up by Mystic Shot, and even towards the the late-ish part of the game, Nico transforms into Spellslinger, completely giving away the disguise, because sometimes the effect you get from that transformation target is enough to warrant that.
I cannot wait to see if there's more.
Sometimes.
Yeah. You gotta. I just can't wait to see if there's more Nico that we might get a chance to see. Maybe not the rest of this tournament, but maybe we'll start to make people think a little bit more about that champion in particular. But listen, it's been an amazing round so far, and the last thing that I'd like to do here is just to shout out Yoshino just a little bit more, because you heard it from Ruben that this was a player that was pretty underrated coming into this event, despite having kind of the ladder statistics to back it up. And Alan, not only did we see very impressive turns coming out from this player, but was there anything else that stood out to you as a reason why they should be a little bit more accoladed as a good player in Legends of Runeterra?
I mean, Yoshino is definitely one of the players that grinds a lot of ladder, and you need that practice. Like, it helps you with the deck awareness. So pretty much whenever you get a certain matchup, you need to look what after, and basically the most important part, mulligan. You need to know what you want to throw away, what do you want to in your hand in the particular matchups, and for that you need to just play a lot of play, because how else are you gonna know? No one will tell you, and if they even if they tell you, they're not gonna be able to cover 50 different matchups for one of your deck, and when you have 3 decks, you don't know which one will be banned. So like, you have to just spend that time in practice.
That is a very solid point. When you are practicing for a tournament, you're playing with other high-level players, scrimming, you're practicing versus an expected environment. But if a lot of your time goes into playing on ladder, you're getting a much higher density of games because you don't have to set up and schedule scrims. You're just kind of jumping in and jamming what you want to practice, and you're going to see a wider variety of things. Didn't pay off here for Yoshino, but I think this will be probably one of the only times you're going to see a player of his caliber get surprised by the overwhelming pressure of Nico or the surprising scaling and staying power of Poro King's special Royal Sled.
I really wanted to see that Shyvana Elder Dragon though. That deck looked really cool. And I actually want to play it a bit. Like, after casting, I might actually jump for a game or two
Alan,
to try it
big
out.
units? It's happening. The prophecy.
Yep.
It's 6 mana top end. 6 mana. 6 mana is like close to Karma. 5 mana.
Oh man, you're gonna have to report back to us on how that gameplay experience went, since we sadly did not get a chance to see the Elder Dragon and Shyvana deck in action. But it does mean that Seku is going to go up to 5-0. They have earned their spot in the top 16 alongside Chow, who took down Floppy Mudkip as our other undefeated player after Swiss round number 5. So very exciting to go ahead and celebrate both of those players, as we still have yet to round out the other 14. So when we come back, we're going to have Swiss round number 6 for you and see if we can get one step closer to figuring that out.
Thank you so much. I'm joined now by creative director Riot Lope, and we're just going to jump right into the questions with, how does Riot pick the musical artists to collaborate with on a project like this?
Yeah, so for background on the piece, we worked with a musical agency called Crystal Creative, and we briefed them on what we're looking for in a piece, and they pulled together some of their talent to make demos. So we didn't directly pick an artist, but when we listen through the demos, we choose the one that we like, and we're so happy with the 3 artists that we're collaborating with for this track. And we also knew this piece expressed Nyla's Odyssey across Fate's Voyage, so it's great to have Chandler's vocals in there. She did such an incredible job and really brings the track to life.
And with all this collaboration, we have to ask, is the song creator safe?
It is, and that's an aspect of the songs that we release. We think that's a really important aspect, and Shine On is also creator safe, so all the tracks that we've released this year so far are creator safe.
That is excellent news. So, when looking at the expansion and the champions, how do you figure out what songs should go with the thematic?
Sure, so in this case, we had our Coven skins releasing, so we loved the track that Lee came out with. And we thought, okay, what champions are coming out with this expansion? We've got Mordekaiser. We're also finalizing Nyla's journey. And we also have Morgana coming in and the epic Elder Dragon. So we thought, okay, World's Anthem, kind of a no-brainer. And we wanted to add in some of the personality of the new champions overlaid on top of the Coven track. And so bring it all together. And you've got Dance Into the Dark.
Turned out amazing. So, you released 2 original songs this year for Legends of Runeterra. Should we expect more of that?
Well, we just made this one, so we hope y'all love it as much as we do, and let us know if you do, and we'll see if we can continue and to make these tracks, because we absolutely love the process, and it's such a pleasure to see the response from players.
And for our final question, what made you go with the genre of music that was chosen for this expansion and the World Championship? Why hip-hop?
Yeah, so hip-hop really made a lot of sense, especially when listening to Mordekaiser's champion from League. Whenever we bring in a champion from the League IP into Legends of Runeterra, it's always kind of a remix. So a way to translate that through music, we felt hip-hop really fit Mordekaiser's persona when bringing Mordekaiser into Legends of Runeterra. So then overlay that with some vocals that resonate really well with Nyla's journey as well as Morgana, and you get that really cool contrast that brings us to where this track landed with some hip hop and some really nice vocalies as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lope. And now, back to the action.
and welcome back to the Legend of Runeterra World Championships. We are in day number 1 and 5 Swiss rounds down, which means that we only have 2 more to go. Boulevard and Spades are going to take you through this next match, and it's going to be 2 players that are on the cusp of making it to that top 16 bracket. Our players want those 5 wins, so our 2 undefeated players, Chow and Seku, have already secured their spots, but we have 10 more players sitting at 4 and 1 that have a chance to enter that threshold as well. So, Boulevard Spades, take it away. We've got Maitri versus Amy for this next match.
Thank you so much, Necro Spades. Nice to see you. I think this is actually the first time we've met on broadcast all day, but as Necro mentioned, we are straight away into the action here with it looks like Overwhelm up against Elder Dragon.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. These are not the standard deck lists that we've been seeing in this tournament. We've got Morgana Elder Dragon, which is like, it's sort of mid-rangey. It's not even playing Age of Dragons, if I'm remembering this correctly. It's just a mid-range deck, while Amy is on this, like, you know, Darius Nar. We've seen this maybe a couple of months ago. It's sort of fallen out of favor, but it is a good pressuring deck. And we've seen pressuring decks like Nico be really good in this tournament.
Yeah, Maitri is bringing... So when War Mother's Call got buffed, some people played War Mother's Call, some people just didn't. That's kind of how I feel about Maitri's deck, where it's like some people play Age of Dragons, some people don't, because there are 13 dragons in here, and just... No, I don't need the giant expensive spell. I can just tempo these out, something along those lines. But as you mentioned, we've got Overwhelm putting just the pedal to the metal on the side of Amy, who... This is a list that I think a lot of people thought was going to have a higher presence with the release of the Omen Dog.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were putting a lot of stake into Freljord Beatdown, being able to combine that with Overwhelm units. Typically, your first thought would be, okay, Jack's on. The second thought being this sort of Darius Nar deck makes sense. And Amy's got a really good draw right now. With a 4-drop, they're able to play a 5-drop that will be able to draw something big. The 4-drop is a Reptile, so Glacial Saurian will see it, will get the draw through. And Maitri doesn't have amazing responses. It does have the Seismic Shard, but it's not discounted because there's no Titanic unit in hand. It does have the Obliterate from the Solari Priestess, but that's very, very slow and can't come down next time.
The Seismic Shard always throws me for a loop, where I assume that if I have something that meets the Elder Dragon regional requirements in my hand, then my Seismic Shard will be live, and that's just not the case, as we can see there with the Cloud Drake. And I want to applaud Maitri for the restraint on not blocking with the unicorn, the Stellacorn here, you know, playing around that Sky Splitter that we do see in Amy's hand.
Maitri does have a pretty good hand able to stall out the game. We see 2 Dark Bindings, a really, really strong card against like single unit pressure decks such as the Darius Nar, but there still needs to be a win con here. We only see Cloud Drake, and it's not even discounting anything big or important. There is a lot of top end in Maitri's deck. The cards that you're not seeing that are in deck are things like Bodir of Blackened Ice, Mihir, Aspect Ascent, and obviously the 3 copies of Elder Dragon, but they need to be drawn, and there's not any draw in this deck outside of 3 Dragons Clutch.
Yeah, that's kind of a concern that you're going to have with a situation like this, right? Where Maitri is not playing that Age of Dragons, that big finishing spell, which means they need to draw sort of the perfect combination of stally interaction with large unit threats. And in a matchup like this, I think 1 unit would actually be enough to get it done. If you can just find 1 Boadir or the Blackened Ice, then it's like, okay, yeah, fine, we're off to the races, no problem. And for now, Maitri's just all stall, no finisher, which is the... Honestly, if you had to pick one, if you're all stall or all big units, I'd pick all stall every time. Eventually, you'll find something large, right?
Eventually. I mean, we've definitely not seen anyone break up this tournament so far. Cough, cough. What happened in, like, the first round? Cough, cough. But Amy is thinking about quite a difficult position. They can play Glacial Saurian, big unit, 5-4, draw something, gets you more draw in the future. Or you can play a 2-drop and a 3-drop, go slightly wider. And against a Targon deck, it's often the better play to go wider. Why play a big unit that can get easily stunned when you can play 2 units and they can only stun 1 of them?
And that additional mana taxing off of the Dark Bindings, going for, yeah, you know, not only are you stunned, here's a Shackles on top of it. This is the kind of deck, the Overwhelm deck, that is really going to suffer from that kind of mana taxing. It's very tempo-oriented. When you're up against double Cosmic Youngling, you need to run out as many units as possible, as fast as possible, not let your opponent get into the late game naturally, really force the tools out of them. And okay, this is a card that I love. Golden Sister with the Elder Dragon buff is insane. If you can pull Deathless onto that Celestial unit, it swings games like this in such a crazy manner thanks to the additional Silver Sister and just all of that lifesteal.
That is not a play I had considered. That definitely was not on my mind. This attack in here coming from Amy, trying to pressure down quite a bit. We're going to see some blocks on the Stellacorns. making sure that you're always keeping them at 1 health so that they continue regenning themselves. They might end up being traded into with this Sky Splitter, but you still get to keep 1 around, still get to get that passive healing 2 every single time Amy gets the attack token.
Even if Matri decides to use the Hush onto one of the units that is hit with the Sky Splitter, then it's still going to persist, right? Either the Tusk Raider will get healed, or the Crimson Pigeon will go back down to a 2-2. I like the Dark Binding onto the Razor Mace as well. Keep that Ichor out of your hand. You're playing very tight on mana from here on out.
Mitri just deciding, are they going to play the Hush? And they do decide to go for it, keeping these Stellicons around, surviving for a long time. Amy does have a fair bit of draw in hand. There is the Glacial Saurian that will almost certainly come down next turn, as well as the Gnar creating a Pokey Stick in a couple of turns' time. So Amy does have some ability to pressure over the next couple of attack tokens, so Mitri will need to draw something that can defend against that. We do have the lifesteal right now, but there still will need to be a little bit more. This top deck of Mahira is part of what that win con looks like. Finally a way to discount Seismic Shard.
That Seismic Shard getting discounted is going to be absolutely massive, and if Mitri wants to, can run out the Cloud Drake this turn to get the Mahira down a turn early, but it is going to be Golden Sister. Here is the Dragon Boon selection, Oceanic Will or Mountainous Vigor. Getting +1/+1 tough on the Golden Sister, having a 5/4 tough lifesteal, that's appealing.
I think it's too appealing not to go for. We are going to see the heal spell, which is not what I was expecting. It is more guaranteed. You are getting the 2 heal immediately, and if Amy has something like a stun or some ability to deny this lifesteal unit from working consistently, then you can go for the safe option, and Matri may be able to say, well, look, I have finally secured the late game. I'm able to play a little bit safer.
And I kind of like as well that heal got the Cosmic Younglings back into sort of blocking range. Previously, they would have only been 1/3s on this turn. They would have, you know, sacrificed their lives to the Tusk Raider and the Crimson Pigeon. Now they're able to chump block them once again.
See Amy developing a Saurian into a Saurian. It's like a little cycle. They just keep coming, keep pressuring with all these overwhelm units. We could see the Dark Binding get rid of the shackles, and try and go in for this 6-wide attack. You could also try and use the Whirling Death to try and push extra damage and deny the lifesteal on this attack. And Mitri's thinking, how am I going to block this? I've got 3 pieces of interaction, maybe 4 if you want to use the Comet. Which ones are the best ones? Which ones are the most efficient? Which ones set me up for the best turns coming up?
I think it's going to be Cosmic Shard or Seismic Shard into a Dark Binding. Just kind of leave yourself open for that ability to have that, you know, sort of last-minute stun in case there is a Whirling Death, because Amy is still on that 3 mana, going to take out one of the Glacial Saurian, but of course there is still that second copy. The attack's looking not great for Amy. I feel like Mitri has a really good shot at not only surviving this, but potentially even trading a second Dark Binding for a Whirling Death and just getting one more resource out of Amy's hand.
Whirling Death requiring the units in combat to actually remain in combat for the strike to go off. This Dark Binding will really punish that card if it ends up being played. It's not even threatening lethal, this attack Boulevard, and there's all of these healing units staying on the field, and Mahira coming down as an overwhelmed threat. Mahira also taxes Amy's mana, 8 mana herself, by putting in 2 copies of 2 Shackles. If you've not seen this card, it absolutely, it's like the definition of tempo. Get Darkodius in here, they're looking at this.
And Amy didn't use the Shackles, meaning the Whirling Death is still online. Gonna get baited into it here. When you go in for your turn 7 attack with a deck like Overwhelm, and you see that the outcome will be your opponent gaining 1 life, going from 16 to 17, that is, on top of the fact that Amy is losing more of the board than Mitri is out of this situation. And now just really agonizing over what is the correct line of Whirling Death here.
It's a lot of decisions to be made here, but Amy isn't out of this game. Like, obviously, there's still all of these overwhelm threats. We see the Darius in hand, and eventually, if Amy is able to draw a bunch more of these pressuring cards, another Saurian, another thing like the Tusk Speaker going in damage, might be what they want. There's also decisive maneuvers that can blow out things in future attack tokens, but Amy is really struggling, especially if we see this Dark Binding.
Even with that Darius in hand for Amy, you have to keep in mind that Mitri's Mahira is a 6/8, will get one of the Dragon Boons, and if it pulls Challenger, you can just take out the Darius, no problem. Wouldn't have to trade like the Cloud Drake would. And we are going to see the Dark Binding. That's just more Shackles in the hand of Amy, and I don't think they're prepared for just how many more Shackles they're about to receive.
They're kind of getting locked down, not only on the board, but also with all these cards. It's really feeling like a jail cell that Amy's currently in. See the draws coming in. A buffed up Gnar seems nice, but it doesn't even matter when we could probably see Elder Dragon come down in the next 2 turns, and that's going to be how the game ends up closing.
I if we go through all of day one without getting a level 2 Elder Dragon, like, I understand that Respect Your Elders is not leveling Elder Dragon, and that accounts for like 80% of the Elder Dragon decks that we're seeing, but it's going to be so disappointing to have, what was it, 57, 54 of these players bringing Elder Dragon and just no one ever levels it on camera. And that's the challenger on the Mahira that I was talking about. This really stunts Amy from playing out this Darius. And outside of that, 6 mana Shackles to unlock these now outstatted units.
So much mana to be spending on them, right? These units only cost 4 mana or 5 mana, and having to spend an extra 6 or an extra 4 just trying to let them attack is so punishing. Amy does have units that they can develop, try and get a big board. They also have 2 Nars, which does give them Wallop, gives them not only more late game, but also the capacity to try and push in with overwhelmed threats if that's how they're going to try and go for lethal. If they top deck something like a Decisive Maneuver, there is that sort of like dual prong, I'm going to stun in front of my overwhelm unit, try and deal damage, but that's so far away, especially with Maitri being at 20 health at turn 8 against an aggro deck.
And still having that 1 Dark Binding in hand to fall back on should they need to. I don't even know what Amy could plan to do here. Yeah, Iron Ballista comes down because you certainly can't throw down Darius, not into the Mahira. Whatever you throw down is just food for the Mahira, because they're not going to just go into combat and challenge your shackled up units. That would be a waste of resources. Maitri wants to see you pay that 6 mana to unlock your units, so it is going to be a sacrificial lamb in the Iron Ballista, and now Gnar gets to come down as a 5/5.
It should be noted that like these units are still larger than the units on Maitri's side for now. This Battle Fury top deck, Rickarex coming in trying to save Amy right now. This Battle Fury could come in handy, not necessarily this turn, right? We do see the interaction piece. There are still 3 ways of dealing with Amy's board, but this is the sort of card that allows you to win over the course of the next couple of turns. Really important top deck.
The blocks line up a little bit too well here for Maitri, though. Just not anything Amy can do about it. They need to try and get them back down closer to that, you know, Darius leveling kind of Nexus total, but by the time Amy has the attack token again, Maitri's going to be back up to 17 because these Cosmic Younglings are, I know they're cute, I know they're cuddly, but they are demons in disguise.
The Seismic Shard come down, preventing Gnar from leveling up, preventing the Overwhelm being on any of these units. We might see the Pokey Stick on the Mahira to kill it, try and whittle the board a little bit, but it's going to be very, very difficult for Amy to figure out what to do with this board. They've only got 1 unit, 2 units in hand. It's not enough right now.
And now, perhaps we'll get to see the Elder Dragon. Maybe Maitri will go for the Cloud Drake instead. No, it will be Elder Dragon. All 6 Dragon Boons coming through. That is even more health going over to Maitri. And honestly, just getting them a little bit closer to winning the game thanks to that impact too.
It's a lot of damage, it's a lot of board control, it's a lot of healing, it's a lot of an impossible unit to kill. Elder Dragon just sort of does a little bit of everything, the entire kitchen sink. And Amy does have to like play a unit or play the Shackles even just to survive this. We are going to see the Pokey Stick be created by Gnar. I think this is the best play here, trying to make sure you're getting a little bit of value before curving in like Darius plus Battle Fury or whatever you end up trying to go for. But we still see this Dark Binding sitting in hand, being able to interact with Darius if that's going to be the
And I'm trying to think, even if Maitri didn't have the Dark Binding, is there any hope for lethal here out of Amy? 6 mana to unlock the Razor Mace is just a little bit too much. It'd have to be a Decisive Maneuver plus a Battle Fury, but even then, that's only 17 damage because it's only 1 unit coming through, and that's 1 mana shy of what Amy is playing with.
And this has to hark back all the way to the early turns, right? These 2 Stellarcorns, the Solari Priestess getting the healing unit, being able to stall out this game so that the Elder Dragon deck can get to the late game, can secure their victory, right? This aggro deck needs to be pressuring early, maintaining tempo throughout the turns of 2 through 6. It just wasn't there consistently enough, and that's how we get into these positions where we're just waiting for Maitri to win because Amy is struggling to find any possible out.
And it's such a shame because I think this is a deck that a lot of players were excited about when the expansion dropped, looking at Yadolski, looking back to, especially the Razor Mace, just looking back to Darius Gnar and being like, okay, yeah, this is something that we can bring back a little bit. But Amy was the only player that brought it to the tournament, the only one that was still confident that this was the way, and now going for a big decisive maneuver play here, and it's just not going to be enough.
I mean, not only is this Darius Gnar deck pretty exciting, I'm pretty happy to see an Elder Dragon deck that isn't just like respecting your elders. It's actually playing for like a dragon-based win con, right? We didn't get to see Seku do it last round, but we're seeing a Targon version of this. I think this deck is really cool by Maitri, and if they're able to get into the top 16 with it, I'm going to be so excited for the next couple of days.
Something that Alan pointed out was, last year talking about the Acolyte deck that players kind of like just missed out on. While there are 42 Respect Your Elders in this tournament, it is the other Elder Dragon decks that we see doing well. Our two 5-0 players, Chao and Seku, both running Demacia versions of Elder Dragon, Elites and Dragons respectively, and now Maitri looking to make a 5-1 run into the top 16 here with just... I don't even really know what to call this deck. We would normally call it Age of Dragons, but again, that namesake card is absent from this list.
Yeah, and I mean, you need that X factor. You need those special decks to be able to do well. When Alan won, it was with Shellfolk. When Aragorn won, it was with Black Flame Talia. And we're seeing that maybe this year's version of those decks are these weird Elder Dragon piles.
And I love it. I love that the players that are looking to potentially level the Elder Dragon of leveling the Elder Dragon are the ones that are going in for the kill. And now we're going to see Morgana come down as well. Just all the champions online for Maitri, and this should just be a lethal open attack.
Yep, going in, already shackling this unit that's been shackled for so long. I mean, come on, what is Morgana doing to this poor unit? They're just trying to put a little bit of Ichor in your deck. What's so wrong with that? But we're going to... I think Maitri's just looking through the deck list, seeing if there's anything that could prevent this. There are copies of Noxian Fervor, there are copies of Decisive Maneuver that could influence this in theory, but it's not going to be too much, and they're just playing it out, just in case.
Yeah, there's no real harm. It's not like Amy has any punishes for you developing here. They could, remove the shackles from their unit and play another blocker, but the less mana they have, the less you need to worry about Decisive Maneuver.
The Tusk Speaker come down, try and put a little bit of damage onto Maitri's Nexus, but it won't even matter. We're going to see the Dark Binding come down, trying to pressure down. It's like putting a stun on the stack means that you're basically attacking with an extra unit here, and this should just be a swing in for lethal.
Yeah, 5 mana, there's no way to stop all of this from coming through, and honestly, Spitz, I'm just excited that we finally get to see Cloud Drake. When Elder Dragon was spoiled, I thought Cloud Drake was one of the coolest cards in the region, but instead we went to Burble Fishes and Plaza Guardians and Broadmains. So with Dragons getting banned in the previous round, I am very happy that I finally got to see that card come through.
Cloud Drake's one of my favorite cards too. I'm really glad we can agree on this. It feels like one of my favorite cards of all time has been Mobilize. It's such a small and insignificant card typically, but the fact that you get to play Mobilize on a stick changes everything about how these decks need to play and how they want to play. I'm so excited that the deck actually managed to be seen in Worlds.
Yeah, I know Mobilize, it's had a very narrow space in the competitive scene before, but for those of you that were around in 2021 for the time of Cytheria Matron, that was the Mobilize deck where it's like, oh yeah, I could actually play my Spectral Matron on like turn 6 and get Cytheria, Lady of Clouds, and suddenly I have 20/20s with Challenger. We're not quite getting there, but I mean, a 35/35, I cannot be stopped is pretty close.
We're going to have to see what the next games are, what the decks are going to be playing against each other. We do see that Amy's lineup is very Freljord focused, but we do see this Gnar Darius trying to deal with this Nora Mordekaiser, which has to be slightly better for this Gnar Darius deck to try and beat.
It kind of comes down to the portals, right? This is a little bit more early game focused, but there's no Cosmic Younglings unless a Cosmic Youngling comes out of the portal. That would really make for the day that we've been seeing so far out of some of the portal RNG from these players. But Amy gets everything that they could ask for. They have the Udolski Snowdog in the opener. They have the Glacial Saurian. That's why you brought such a Freljord heavy lineup to this tournament.
Maitri's deck is very low to the ground, as you were saying. It's got 3 copies of Nora, 3 copies of Junk Construct, 3 copies of Ceaseless Sentry, 2 copies of Portal Pioneer, as well as a bunch of small unit interaction, but it doesn't have that much in terms of big unit interaction. It's just Death's Grasp, Piercing Darkness, and Minimoth. So they're either too expensive compared to things like Red Barbed Razor Mace, like Glacial Saurian, like the Skydog. So it's the Snowdog, sorry. So I think Amy can have hands that are able to be really, really...
The Piercing Darkness is a little bit of a question mark for me. There are certainly cards in Amy's list that can buff even their Razor Maces and Glacial Saurians out of the range of that Drain spell, but it is a much bigger life gain tool than we're kind of used to seeing out of Shadow Isle in recent memory. It is a little strange to me as well that it's coming in over Vengeance, but we'll see if that actually ends up mattering.
We're going to see the dog come in, buffing everything +1/+1 just before the what's it called? Not Culling Strike, it's called Soul Harvest. Before Soul Harvest can come down and deal with it, we do see Keyword Denial from Maitri's side. It's sort of tough. You either decide Keyword Denial or Heal, but if you are going to flood the board with units, denying Overwhelm from something like a Darius saves more health than just the 2 from the heal.
I don't believe, at a quick glance, yeah, there's no way to actually generate a weapon in Amy's list, so not something that you have to worry about. No scouted up Nars or Glacial Saurians coming through. That's for the Jaxorn later on. So I do think that in the long run, taking Overwhelm off of a unit likely to net you more health than the sort of hot cocoa that'd get you back a little bit. And now we're going to see the Soul Harvest down onto the Yudalski. No mana from Amy to save this with the Fury of the North. Not that they would have anyway, but now going back into Amy's attack token, unless, yeah, Maitri going to develop just a little bit further.
Maitri's got a really interesting hand. It doesn't actually have a lot of interaction in it right now, but when this attack goes through, you're going to be able to chump block the Gnar and then use the Glimpse Beyond to shadow block it. You're going to be able to shadow block the Crimson Pigeon as well, and this hand that Maitri has currently has like 6 cards in it that are sort of doing nothing, but it's going to expand into an 8-card probable behemoth of interaction and like attempting to have win cons like Mordekaiser.
And we see Durand Architect come out of the portal. That one's going to be a little interesting. A support unit from Demacia that gives its supported ally +0, +2, and formidable. While that's not likely to deal a lot of damage given Maitri's list, it is a 4 HP blocker against Overwhelm. And when you're up against that kind of keyword, the stats are the only thing that matters. That is a huge hit for Maitri.
And as far as I recall, this Razor Mace is not buffed up. It's the 2 cards after it that got buffed up by the Snow Dog, which means you can't have this Razor Mace be a 5/5 and still attack over it. We're going to see Tusk Speaker come down and then presumably an open attack to, or just a regular attack with Fury of the North backup. This is sort of a slow play. It's not what I would have expected. I would have expected the Saurian to try and get the draw on the Yordle keyword.
Yeah, there's a Yordle. I believe Crimson Pigeon's a bird, but honestly, it might not be. But there's definitely a Yordle in play. Gnar fits the description. Instead, it's going to be a little bit of lower to the ground play. Omen Hawk, the only follow-up that's available after the fact, and just trying to go a little bit wider and match Maitri on board. Now, Crimson Pigeon, if it targets the Omen Hawk, you're just opening it up to a Pie Toss, but damaging your Gnar. Opens it up to Hate Spike. There's no clean play here. Amy is leaving up Fury of the North mana, but actually just going to pass.
Yeah, one thing that I forgot about the Tusk Speaker is that it would level up this Gnar, and being able to say, okay, I'm not pushing in that much damage this turn, let's be honest. I can wait for my turn 7 attack token with all of these Overwhelm units try and go in, but Boulevard, what have you done?
What did I say? What did I say? Come on, Maitri, that's how you do it. That's the Cosmic Youngling. You can see a big smile on their face.
They just can't get out of playing this Targon deck. Like, they go into another region, they go with completely different champions, and they still get this healing card, which, I mean, we can't see Amy's face right now. They have got to be, like, putting their head in their hands. Like, what is going on? How did this happen?
The Cosmic Youngling comes back to haunt you. The Americas is popping off right now with the big portal hit.
Gonna see the Hate Spike come down, trying to shuffle in more portals, getting rid of one of the few elusive blockers when this Omen Hawk was buffed. It made it so that it could block cards like Nora. Gonna get even more portals in, block the board as much as humanly possible, then being able to use that fodder to do Glimpse Beyond, chump block non-overwhelm units or chump block whatever gets the Explorer's Blunder on. Maitri is in an amazing position. All they need to do is find a win con.
Which I don't think there's a whole lot of those in this list. It's pretty much just Mordekaiser. There's the Rekindler, but bringing back Nora not as impactful as bringing back the Morgana as a plan B that like we've seen out of the more common Mordekaiser lists. But with another Glimpse Beyond in hand, still a little bit more draw. There's a Portal Palooza disguised as, or Nora disguised as a Portal Palooza in hand as well. So Maitri going to be able to continue to withstand this. They've got many more. They've got the Explorer's Blunder. The stall is in full swing yet again with a Death's Grasp off the top.
I do like how we say that this Nora deck doesn't have win cons, but if you look at Amy's deck, it actually doesn't have that much interaction. The only way to deal with Nora is this 1 copy of Noxian Fervor or leveled up Gnar. That's it. There's no other forms of vulnerable, there's no other forms of direct damage, so we might end up seeing Nora and all of these portals end up being the way that Maitri tries to win. Get those 4 through 7 costs and win the game off that.
We see a lot of portals coming out for Maitri this turn. Can overwrite this Titanic Landmark. Is there? I mean, it would reduce the cost of Mordekaiser should Maitri find one, but I think that's a little bit too far in the future to be thinking about. It's probably a lot safer to just overwrite it rather than one of your units. And so Gnar going to lose the Overwhelm. That is going to be an overwrite. Another elusive threat on the side of Maitri, one that actually trades into a Glacial Saurian pretty cleanly. And it will be a lined up block.
I see these blocks lined up exactly, dealing some amount of damage. 6 damage isn't insignificant per se. You are able to try and use this to deal more, but it's really not enough. This Vikoran Vagabond in the hand, once it goes back to Maitri's action, will level up Nora on the spot, meaning that any future portal that comes through will be from a higher pool of cards. Amy with a bunch of cards in hand that do say Overwhelm, but nothing that's really pressuring enough right now.
Now, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure, but, we can't count the Overwhelm deck out. There are such heavy-hitting top decks in a list like this. Decisive Maneuver, Battle Fury, and a couple of them will get stalwarted by the Mini-Morph, but that's just one piece of interaction, right? Once that Mini-Morph comes through, what happens if Amy draws another Decisive Maneuver or Battle Fury? Until Maitri can actually find that Mordekaiser or start to generate large, expensive units out of portals with the Nora, we've got time on the side of Amy.
Little bit of a low roll from the first portal, but a draw into another Portalpalooza and a Glimpse Beyond to try and get 3 of those 4 draws on the next turn if they decide to pre-commit it, which I think you're allowed to do, right? You don't want to attack with Nora into this 3-3 Omen Hawk, so you're allowed to take it a little bit slower, doing something like the Portalpalooza into the Glimpse Beyond. And if your board is full, you can actually get certain effects by having these cards in your hand as opposed to just...
And there's a Piercing Darkness on the side of Maitri off the top. A great way to take out either the Glacial Saurian or the Gnar. Keep that Darius further and further away from leveling, and still keep Mini-Morph mana around for the following turn. It looks like it is going to be taking aim at Gnar, and honestly, it might even just be a Portalpalooza to finish off the mana for Maitri unless they feel like banking it all.
Amy does have a few options. I can't believe it feels like we've been in this game for quite a while and there's so much going on. It's actually only turn 8. I thought it would be much later than that. It just shows like I'm not used to Shadow Isles decks being able to have this much board presence on a turn like turn 8. Amy has some units they're able to develop, such as 2 copies of the Red-Blooded Razor Mace, then curving that into 2 more Overwhelm units if they want. They can also bank that mana for the Whirling Death, so there is like definitely a not insignificant attack coming in on the next turn, but at 18 health, 19 on the next turn with the Stellarcorn, it's so much to try and get through.
The rough part is going to be, Amy's going to be able to throw down a couple of units here, maybe even develop units pre-combat on the next turn, right? Full swing, Maitri full blocks, but all that really does is free up Maitri's board space for more expensive portal units to come out of. Amy's going to push a little bit of damage in that interaction, but not as much as they would like thanks to the high health of things. I mean, we got a 4 health blocker, a 6 health blocker, a 3 health blocker, just everything coming out is able to withstand a lot of damage from what Amy's pushing out, and now that they've used the Fury of the North, they don't have as much mana to develop a double Razor Mace or a Razor Mace plus a Iron Ballista.
Amy is really playing this slowly, which I think makes sense into this matchup. You sort of have to accept that you have to play it slowly. That's one of the better uses for the 3 sisters, because your only 2 options in this matchup are really going to be Fury of the North and Entomb. Deciding that I want to keep my unit mana later for developing units over multiple attack tokens, not just the next one, is why we saw the Fury of the North there. I think it was a heads-up play. Even if it looks like you're not really pressuring a lot with it, it's going to find your best outs.
And there's a buffed up Razor Mace coming down, but again, when we do the math here, Spids, we're not seeing a lot of Overwhelm damage coming through. It's 2, 3, maybe. That's barring a Whirling Death, but actually, Maitri just going to preemptively use the Deathfire's Grasp. Play a little bit mana efficient here and take out the Gnar before going into the next turn, still banking 2 mana.
Gonna see if Amy tries to open attack or develop units. I think you're sort of forced into developing units. This attack just doesn't seem powerful enough. But we do see the Mordekaiser draw, being able to sacrifice these units and just bring them back. The sacrifice doesn't matter as much, but having this big challenger unit finally able to take things off the board and pressure for a win con eventually.
You know, funny enough, it's going to accelerate the Warlord's Palace by 2 when Mordekaiser sacks 2 of these units, so it doesn't not matter.
And I mean, you can use the Predict to find something, although the Predict will sort of ruin the portals. We do see Captain Calyrex as a draw, not another unit that's sort of like not what you want against Amy. You were really looking for like your Soul Gorges or like your 7/7 big units. Instead, we're getting these like slightly understated Noxus cards that have Overwhelm that want to be comboed with stuff, but Maitri's deck doesn't run Elixir of Wrath, so it's not like these cards are going to be pressuring.
Yeah, but at the very least, you know, Maitri is still getting high health totals on the units that they are rolling out of the portals. It's going to be a lot of Overwhelm damage mitigated. There's also triple Mini-Morph still in the hand. And from there, you know, Maitri can start to develop the Mordekaiser next turn. And actually, if Durand Architect lives through the turn, then Maitri's got a 10 health formidable Mordekaiser with Challenger, picking off whatever they could possibly want.
I don't think Formidable Mordekaiser was really on my bingo card for Worlds, but maybe that's where we're at right now in this matchup. We're going to see the blocks try to be lined up. Going to see how can we like prevent the most damage while also maintaining our board presence, not wanting to overuse our spells. Minimorph doesn't just remove a unit, it does make it a 3/3, so you need to be a little bit more critical on how you want to use it. But this damage is coming in for quite a bit, and if Amy can draw like 1 or 2 more of these big blowouty cards, they might be able to pressure in if all of this damage goes through right now.
Imagine if these are the blocks that are locked in, Amy's probably going to look to use Whirling Death over onto the Minotaur, unlock one of these Razor Maces, and then it's a question of do you mini-morph the Saurian to protect the Durand Architect as well as take some wind out of the mini-morph, or do you just stop the Ichor from coming through by taking out the Razor Mace?
And I have to say, I think you want to deny the Ichor. I think getting rid of that is one of the more important things you can do. And like this formidable unit or formidable like supporting unit, while cool, we do have a fair few portals in the deck. And we're probably going to get even more as the game goes on. And so you already have your board being relatively full. I don't think you need to be protecting this 1/4. And Mordekaiser is going to be able to challenge and kill something anyway. We're going to see the Whirling Death come down, try and deal with the retired Reckoner, but we're probably going to see a mini-morph here and have all of this negated.
And Amy actually going for the Whirling Death onto the Razor Mace rather than the Glacial Saurian to play around Hate Spike.
Right, that's a good point out by Boulevard.
Not as flashy, not as going to get the job done, but, you know, does still trade onto the unit. Unfortunately, Ichor is negated. Stopped from being cursed onto my tree at all, and now we get to see another portal off the top, and this one, the Justicar are going to put some flash bombs into the list of Amy every time they draw, and because... Yeah, Matri gets the one flash bomb into the deck. Unlikely for that to come up a little bit later on, but now are we finally going to get to see Mordekaiser? There's nothing else Matri could do this turn other than drop Mordekaiser or just bank all the mana. Yeah, we're finally going to get it.
I really like the choice of sack targets. It seems like it doesn't matter, but it does heal up Captain Calyrex, give it 4 extra health, which against an overwhelmed deck, that's like saying heal 4. We get this Mordekaiser that's coming down quite large, very close to leveling based on the double ticker on the Mordekaiser. We do see Darius come down, trying to find any way to threaten the Nexus. If you do Fervor right now, Darius will see the Nexus be at half health, even though it'll go back to 11 with this Stellicorn that, by the way, Boulevard, this Stellicorn has been around for like 4 or 5 turns. This has been absolute.
That is Maitri's emotional support, Cosmic Youngling. Please do not look at it funny. It is allowed to be here. They snuck it in, and it looks like the Fervor is going to be the line here, getting that level 2 onto the Darius and getting it outside of the range of Mordekaiser plus High Toss in order to take it out, go up to a 10-7. But when we're still looking at a hand of double mini-morph on the side of Maitri, I don't know how much it matters, Spids.
And it's interesting, we've seen Minimorph not really be a card in the past 2 years. Like, we saw it once in, like, the Lee Sin meta, and then it never came back again. And now we're seeing it in this list as a side grade 2 Vengeance. It is hitting some things that Vengeance does it. I think primarily it's hitting Mordekaiser matchups. But we're seeing here, like, having these 2 Minimorphs is actually helping out quite a bit. All of this pressure that's about to come in, totally negated by one of these.
It is really nice to see, because I feel like there are a lot of metas where you look at the top 2 decks and you're like, okay, yeah, like, Minimorph shuts this off. But then that's kind of a whole thought. You say that, and then you just put that idea down forever. And it's nice to see players say, yeah, you know, actually Minimorph does do this. And with a homogenized meta at the top like we've got here, with over half the field running 2 of the same decks, yeah, Minimorph looks pretty good into both of them. It's one of the most effective ways to stop your opponent from condensing a Riptide Rex or getting that Broadmane online at all.
No damage is coming through despite all of these Overwhelm units. We started this turn with the Darius and 3 Overwhelm units, and we're ending this turn not dealing any damage at all, losing our entire board from Amy's side, while Maitri is able to pressure in and probably swing back for lethal on the open.
Yeah, I wonder if Amy's actually going to use the Sky Splitter to finally try and take out this Cosmic Youngling. No, it's going to go over onto the Razor Mace, which is still not dealing any overwhelm damage. The Ichor never going to touch Maitri's hand. They are sick of these curses. They do not want to deal with it, and it looks like Maitri will be moving on to the top 16 after just a couple more actions.
We do see the Warlord's Palace finally be counted down. We can see a Predict probably going to look for... Let's see. Another Mordekaiser, a Portal Scholar to actually add more portals to the deck might be possible. We can't play Rekindler because no champions have died, which is very, very a good position to be in, but it also feels weird that, like, you can't play your Rekindler. It's currently a brick in the hand.
You know what I was just thinking about, Spitz? Oh,
Wait,
there was a Nora that
did
died.
one die?
Oh, Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser sacrificed a Nora.
Oh, of course! I missed that entirely.
And as we all know, with 2 Noras in play, now Maitri will be summoning 10, 11, 12, 13 mana followers instead of just the usual 4 through 7. And with
2 Noras
triple
come on
Nora,
the field, they add together.
with triple Nora, now we're getting into multiplicative levels of unit costs.
This is definitely a portal everywhere sort of moment. We're going to see so many portals be shuffled in, then being played from hand because the board is just too full. I'm going to be honest, at what point does Amy have to surrender and say, come on now, you've got 4 champions on the field, I can't do anything with my cards, I've got a red-blooded Razor Mace that's not even able to strike the Nexus easily into your Rekindler. What am I supposed to do?
Amy's staying in it for the bad beat story. When you go back to your friends and they're like, oh, hey, I saw you in the World Championship, what happened? And you're like, 3 Nora. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean 3 Nora? Like, you killed one? No, like, there were 3 Nora in play. How does that even happen? Watch the VOD, man.
Yeah, there we go. There's a surrender. Maitri ending up 2-0ing Amy with this lineup, being qualified for the top 16 with a really, really cool lineup. Amazing play.
And I'm so happy to see Maitri, our first Brazilian player that is going to be locked in for this, one of the 3 Team Ninetales members at this event. But we are going to throw it back over to Necra and the analyst desk to give you the full breakdown on what you just saw.
Thank you, Boulevard and Spids, and we do have Alan and Skarzig to break down this match even further. But the first thing I want to ask is just about Maitri's deck lineup at just across the board. Because when we look at the Elder Dragon and the Mordekaiser and the Morgana and the Nora, usually they're switched around in a couple of different ways. So, Alan, what is the thought process behind having the Elder Dragon and the Morgana together, and then the Mordekaiser and the Nora together?
Listen, we will put 2 powerful champions together. You can split them apart. You can put them together to make a real powerhouse, to potentially just bait that ban on this specific deck. And when you have maybe 2 decks that are countering the most common lineups, we've seen the amount of the healing that Aragorn can provide there with the double pony. Really well played by Maitri, not getting baited into cards like a Sky Splitter, protecting the task in the first game, which was really crucial because, and then what happened, the Solari Priestess generating that Celestial, the Sisters, which also in the Elder Dragon deck can proc Boon, healing up those ponies and Nexus to 4 HP, allowing them to block once again. That was so disgusting to see from Amy's perspective. Like, you cannot just smork that Nexus peacefully. You only see that healing, more healing, like from the Targon, like, who heals so much? Come on.
Well, I mean, I think that switching those champions around, like you were asking about, Necro, was just the perfect combination to bully out these aggressive board-based decks. I think in testing, Maitri might have seen a little bit more aggression and was anticipating something like that, with Morgana helping to stun to carry through Targon, the mid-game of the Elder Dragon, rather than the Nora list that we see the Respect Your Elders going for broad main, trying to stabilize instead. Perhaps in that testing, the broad main wasn't doing as much or was coming online a little bit too late, right? And when we look at Nora plus Mordekaiser, the portals, it's beautiful to see these extra effects and stat lines coming through, but you have so much more fodder to use your spells like Death's Grasp and Hate Spike even more effectively to control the board. And it just allows you to win the mirror match, right? Where the Mordekaiser and Morgana lists, right, just are taxing the opponent, building and building and building towards Mordekaiser. But the Nora list gets to basically kind of do the same thing, but have units that are coming out of the woodwork to always block and get potentially revived by Mordekaiser. So you're stacking your Grey Realm and your what's it called? The Death Realm, the Mordekaiser champion spell, even harder. And Amy, big shout out to him for bringing Overwhelm. I know it's a fan favorite, but could not escape the Cosmic Youngling, even showing up in game number 2.
Listen, Pony is a powerhouse.
I thought it was going to get nerfed a long time ago, let me tell you.
Listen, someone is watching over the Pony up there. We have to talk to Rubin a bit after the show today.
1-3
also,
Pony.
Like, come on, there are 2 ponies in the game 1, and then there is another one in game 2 from Portal? Brother,
Exactly.
what is this?
And you said it as well, Alan. Maitri knew how strong it was going to be for the matchup. Didn't take the risk into Sky Splitter. Got the Ocean Drake boon for the heal. I wish I was keeping track. I should have how much HP Maitri had healed over the course of those 2 games just from Cosmic Youngling. Not to mention, Nora was opening portals directly to the gigantic HP pool dimension and was getting things Architect, Calrix, Retired Reckoner, these units you never see because they have low attack and high HP. But in this moment in time, it was the perfect portal for the occasion.
Okay, first of all, hats off for you knowing all the names of those units I've never seen in game.
Exactly.
That's actually impressive. Second of all, I have to highlight Maitri because on turn 2, there was a very interesting line you could have taken. You could have either held mana for the removal to remove potentially Snowdog, or play Nora to start generating portals for fodder. So now the question is, do you want to deny potentially from opponent buffing their units in the deck, thus overwhelms, or do you want to start generating fodder? But given the hand, there was double glimpse, it was quite clunky, there was no blockers, your only blocker would be Nora, so like deciding to go for this line clearly was the winning line over the other one. So big highlight there.
I'm just impressed not just by the decision making, but also the fact that Maitri had Nexus health, like several rounds against an aggressive deck. I feel like just, again, a testament to how well Maitri was able to navigate some of those board states. But hey, that's what's going to get Maitri into the top 16 here. That win will put him into the top 16 alongside Seku and Chal. And I can't wait to see how the rest of these rounds are going to really start to wrap up here, because I feel like we're starting to see some really interesting trends here. Skarsig, when we look at the deck lineups for the players that have already made it in, I would say those are pretty unique.
The decks that are starting to rise to the top here in the early rounds, players were expecting a very specific greedy meta, and it just seems that the players that went just one step or one half step a bit faster are getting massive rewards. And if you are trying to play almost a straight lineup mirror and just hoping the cards go your way, in this caliber of competition, sometimes you need that counter lineup edge that Alan was kind of alluding to at the top of the show.
Also worth to mention, like when you prepare against most common decks in the preparation. You do not prepare into Nico. You don't prepare into Poro King. Like, ain't no way you are telling me you are preparing into Shyvana. Like, those are the decks players are not ready for. Mulligan-wise, gameplay-wise, they can only opt to their knowledge they had from ladder, playing them like in the past, in their iterations. But like, you didn't scream into those decks most likely, and therefore players get rewarded for their creativity and bringing unique lineups, like we can see right now from players that advanced already in top 16.
See, that's the thing, right, Alan? We heard it from you. Like, the best thing that you could be doing to prepare for these tournaments is grinding ladder. And I think someone said, like, I can count, I think it was Boulevard that said, I can count on one hand maybe the number of times I've actually played against Nico and know what she does. So I think that definitely speaks to how difficult it might be to get that practice against decks like that. So fantastic points from both of you, Alan and Skarsig. We are going to take a short break because we only have one more round of Swiss remaining and only so many more spots in that beautiful top 16 to fill out. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, let's figure out who else is joining our players in that top 16.
Hey Boulevard, so we wanted to talk to you about doing some content for the World Championship this year. Now I'm sure you've got a couple of ideas that you didn't get to throughout the year, so why don't you send them our way and see what we can make happen. Boy, do I. So this first idea is called the Bone Club. We're gonna fly in Rico Rex, have him DJ at a nightclub with Tryndamere screams remixed into popular songs. You know what? That's on me. Let's maybe look at something that doesn't involve flying people out though. Okay, Same idea, but instead of flying in Rico, we make a Rico Rex AI to DJ for us. You know, actually the problem was the nightclub. We're not renting a nightclub for a skit. Okay, well, we could do more of a backyard barbecue kind of vibe. Let's circle back on that one. I don't want to just say yes to the first thing that you throw at me, and you've got a pretty thick binder there, so how about you just get us into the next one? Okay, so you know how there's no Poro Queen? Go on. So this would be a gritty drama about the very public divorce of the Poro King. Drama's not really the vibe. What about the next one? Okay, well, we're really starting to get to the bottom of the barrel here. There's not a whole lot left. I thought this was your skip binder. If we're already at the end, what is it so full of? Oh, this? I mean, this is mostly just an objective global power ranking scale of every player that has ever participated in a Runeterra Open. Come again? Yeah, it's just thousands of in-depth player profiles analyzing 17 factors that make a good card player, including aggression, adaptability to situations, hand reading, favorite food, blood type, all the normal stuff to create a fully fleshed out ranking system, because anything less than that would be irresponsible. I'm sorry, did you say blood type? Does that matter? I mean, the top 15 players all have the same blood type, but maybe you're right. Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe that's not worth looking into. Yeah, that. Let's do that. What do you need from us to get the ball rolling on it? You want this? Oh, that's kind of boring, don't you think? I promise this is what the people want to see. Are you sure we can't do Trouble in Paradise? What? The Poro King divorce drama. It's called Trouble in Paradise. No, just give me the power rankings. Fine. Starting off at number 1, we have...
Welcome back, everybody. We only have one more round of Swiss left before we determine our 16 players that'll battle it out on day 2 and day 3 in our top 16 double elimination bracket. It's going to be so fun, but there is so much on the line now for the players that are right at that cusp. Alan, it's getting down to the wire here, and our players have got to give it their all.
Listen, the final game, baby, of day 1, and players are playing for their life in it. I'm giga excited. What about you, Skazik?
I mean, it is so heartbreaking to see 64 players that have fought tooth and nail almost all year to get narrowed down to 16, but somebody has to be picked to advance. You've got the prep in, you've shown your skill. And this is where we have to show off. You also have the endurance and the luck to be a world champion.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, it's not an easy task to come in top 25% of the whole player pool, of the best competing against each other. So again, players who not gonna make it, listen, they had no easy task, but again, it took some luck as well to get in.
That's true. I mean, when it comes down to some of the variants involved, you gotta have the right deck lineup that has to go up against the things that you targeted. And you also have to make sure that you don't just brick your hand right away. There's so many different factors that can go into a player being able to succeed or the game working against them. But here are your standings where these players certainly have made it out alive. When you're looking at the left hand of this page, that's going to be Seku all the way down to the Tank Buster, who have all gotten those 5 wins, Skarzig.
I mean, Seku, we saw on stream with a very novel lineup, 6-0, our only undefeated players so far. Majin Bey, who we haven't had a chance to follow too closely on the broadcast, is always a fan favorite, also locking in that spot at 5-1. Any names jumping out at you, Alan?
Yeah, I'm glad to see some NA folks, Shlulu getting in for sure, and there will be a bunch of players from EMEA, NA, and OC fighting for their life coming through. We see a Kuvi, Shaker. Hopefully they're gonna make it. We want a solid representation coming from the EMEA. Also, there is a bunch of players who are already dropping, but they are still competing for just laddering up to be higher above everybody else.
I mean, as we close out, the day one of this tournament, these are the players that unfortunately had to drop. They qualified. And again, you said it best, Alan. These are in the top 25%, the cream of the crop of the global player base. So even if you happen to have a bad tournament in this moment, it's against the very best this game has to offer. You can't get down on yourself if you happen to take a few early losses. If this tournament was stretched out even further, we played even more games today, who knows what these records would look like. But when the chips are down, we still have several of our top players, of our fan favorites, Floppy Mudkip, Kuvi, trying to stay alive in this tournament.
Keep in mind that some players exceed at the piloting the deck, so that are already well established to the meta, and not necessarily do well in terms of making the decks on top of piloting them. So that also might be the issue here, where the worlds bring those two skills together. You either have to have those two, or have a very good prep group that will do the deck preparation for you instead.
Even more tested when you have this new expansion that just came out a couple of days before the World Championships started. The way that the math shakes out, it is a guarantee if you get those 5 wins that you get to make it into that top 16. But there are still a couple of players that will be at that X3 record at the end of it all that will be able to make it. So everybody that's sitting in that area of the standings at X3 are still going to give it everything that they've got. But we've got 2 players up on deck that are sitting at 4 and 2, I want to say, that are making one last shot here to get those 5 wins and secure a spot in the top 16. That's going to be JO1 and Barcode. So Skarzig, Alan, bring us into this 7th and final Swiss round match.
So I got to kind of just take a deep breath. We're closing out the first day of competition here at Worlds. And now JO1, a long-term dominant player, a fan favorite, a tournament monster, a ladder monster, going up against Barcode, another player that's been flying under the radar. But if you're in these inner circles of competition, this is a player that isn't really going to surprise you to make it to this high level. And both of them now are going to go all in for this win to lock in that day 2 spot.
I mean, definitely, in terms of JO1, he's the dinosaur of competition, ladder, tournaments. He's been there, he's done most of it. Worlds is his last stop where he didn't yet get to compete. And now it's time for him to perform. Barcode, as you mentioned, definitely more of an under-the-radar player, didn't compete as much as his opponent, but definitely not the worst. He'll definitely do the best he can. So I'm looking forward to this match.
Right. All the competitors had a chance to test with the new set, had their prep group, had their scrims going this entire time, and it just goes to show who came up with the best lineups, who was willing to jump out, play something a little bit spicier, and rewarded Seku. And we'll see if somebody on perhaps a bit more of a standard lineup can also continue to show promise as we get a little bit closer look at these decks now. I wonder who we're going to look at first.
Oh, look at that. What's the deck? Skarzik.
JO1 Karma Seraphine set. We got a chance to speak about this, Alan. It's a deck that you want to go greedy, but you also want to pop off just a little bit early with that Pursuit of Perfection and Seraphine doubling your spells.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes the deck just struggles into drawing too many spells and not enough early game pressure, and it just falls so behind that you don't get to come back into the game with these discounts.
JO1 coupling that with the Fizz Yuumi. This deck, has been known to terrorize the ladder in spurts or to spike a tournament from time to time, and now it has shown up here at the World Championships. If you get Fizz set up, his ability to not be able to be cleanly removed by spells allows you to snowball the game and keep knocking on your opponent's door until their Nexus explodes.
Listen, if FaZe gets there, gets some Bone Club, it's Battle Fury, you're looking at a Fatas elusive that just knocking your Nexus in 2 shots.
And when we combine that with the Poro King, another deck that we've seen be able to go the distance, the timer that the Poro King really puts you on, if he's allowed to stick, or if the Poro Sled sticks along with the stacking Poro Snacks, it just means that any removal-based decks or decks that want to try to trade on board are going to lose that war of attrition against the King. 2 copies of Zlani Bloodweaver at the top end, just to put that extra, flair in case you need to close out.
And we see the most common deck brought by the players. So what was the name? I keep forgetting.
Respect your elders.
Respect, yes. Respect your elders. I don't know what Nora would feel about it, but hey, this is a really, really interesting deck to play. If you guys in front of your screens didn't get to play it yet, I strongly recommend it. It is so fun.
Ooh, and Barcode bringing a wild card here, the War Mother's Call. This card was recently buffed to 11 mana, and this Titanic idea with Volibear, potentially She Who Wanders coming roaring back onto the scene, Bodir with Blackened Ice, gives you a lot of late game bombs, and if you're able to just get that quick double ramp with Wild Mysticism, this thing comes online way faster than you'd expect. Invasive Hydravine also in the list as a decent threat on curve and to get off of War Mothers. Rounding it out with Karma Set. You prefer Karma Set, Alan, or the Karma Seraphine version?
Depends what we are trying to target. If you want to go into more grindier, less fast matchups, then Karma Set is definitely better. Karma Seraphine is slightly faster, has more responses to aggro matchups, where Karma Set has that really good matchup into like top heavy decks and gets to establish the board with those stance recalls in more of a copies, in opposite to the Seraphine, which has lesser of those because of how the Seraphine works with the new spells.
Barcode, as we see the head-to-head, is much heavier, much greedier. JO1 looking to be a little bit more aggressive, bringing the Fizz Yuumi, bringing the Poro King, and that Seraphine Karma. A different shade of greed for sure, but the potential to pop off 1 or 2 turns before Barcode can really get a win con online is very scary. JO1 doesn't want to deal with Volibear and War Mother's Call. That She Who Wanders is devastating versus Poros and the Fizz if he's able to get there. But Barcode responds to the ban of the Poro King. Finally, some respect for him.
Okay, if you told me half a year ago we're gonna see at Worlds a Poro King ban, I would make a joke of you. I would make big laugh. I would not believe you. That is absolutely crazy that we see Poro King being banned. But hey, we're jumping into game 1, seeing players preparing for the mulligan. There is already Fizz in opening hand, which is obviously kept.
The Fizz, the Bone Club, the Yuumi. Who's got the attack token?
Oh, this hand is so brutal on JO1's end. Like, look at this curve. And another Fizz just in case. Hey, if something goes wrong to the first one, we have a spare one. Oh,
and I wonder if Barcode is going to just full send. You've got Pie Toss, Group Shot. Just try to pressure this Fizz, see how many spells your opponent actually has.
Yeah, definitely. If he tried to go for it now, he could get it, but it would cost him whole 3 spells. Oh, I don't know if that would be worth it. The Barcode decides to slow play it. So this is a really rough matchup for the Respect Your Elders due to all the targeting spells. So they cannot really deal with the Fizz properly once it gets to the gargantuan sizes with Yuumi on top of it, with the Bone Club on top of it, with the Battle Fury on top of it. It's just so bad to deal with.
And unfortunately, this particular build that Barcode is on, if you remember from the preview, not running that Burblefish Plaza Guardian idea, just going for a much more chill approach. Early Bird being offered on off the Conchologist. Against a lower to the ground matchup, it's not really that good. It'll hit Battle Fury if you go for it. Poison Dart gives you another ping to try to pressure Fizz, but now Yuumi is joining the party, and these pings aren't going to do it any good.
Yeah, this is really awkward now, because this Yuumi will be scaling with the Fizz. Yuumi will be leveling up the Fizz. Once this Fizz gets a spell shield, this is literally impossible to deal with. Meanwhile, Barcode had an option to pick one of your favorite cards from the set, no? The Early Bird, Scalding the top end. Maybe not the best in this matchup, but hey, I think you wouldn't mind discarding Battle Fury in this matchup, would you now?
It depends, right? If Barcode was in a little bit more of a front-footed position, had immediately began raining down spells on this Fizz, maybe forcing JO1 to spend a lot of spells in response, the Early Bird could have been, the final nail in the coffin to get rid of an important blocker. But now with Nora going down to JO1's pings, Fizz now has a clear path to hit the Nexus.
Gets right away the portals. That's a high roll, but again, no elusive, no blocker. And when the hammer starts knocking to the Barcode's Nexus, he is on the clock. 2 free attack tokens, and Nexus goes down, and there is some sort of miracle coming from the top.
Yeah, the portals have to perform another miracle here where Barcode can go wide around this Fizz before the Playful Trickster happens, before the Bone Club or the Battle Fury augments this Fizz even further. With the Yuumi already attached, it looks like, 4 more attack tokens between JO1 taking this first game.
So I think the game plan for Barcode gets a bit clarified here. I think he's gonna try to smorg down, just rush down JO1 instead, and he's gonna utilize that Nora as eventual blocker to Fizz to try to find a wide lethal in few attack tokens himself. So it's just gonna be a matter who can finish the game sooner.
If there's a chance to maybe get a Lord Broadmain down, to turn these pings into just dedicated lethals to overcome the HP total that this Fizz now has access to, it still forces JL1 to top deck a lot of spells from this point. Even using one of them there to save the Squire, trying to already counterplay Barcode's Smork Swarm idea.
Look at the JO1's heads up play, realizing what Barcode will be trying to do, that he'll be trying to raise him down, and he tried to keep his board wide enough where he can potentially trade down with the Barcode and block so he can raise. But now, I'm pretty sure you can do the quick math, and JO1 is looking into lethal potentially next turn with the Battle Fury.
Yeah, and enough mana to back him up.
Or if he draws another unit.
Elixir of Iron. Looks pretty good.
So let's look at the damage. We're looking at the 7 damage just based on the Fizz next turn. Then on top of that Battle Fury, that's a 15 damage just based of those two together. Also, he can decide to go into the Bone Club instead, but then he might be a bit shy on the damage. He could decide to buff it up with the Stance Swap, go into the Bone Club, then it sets it up at 7 more damage with the... but it's 8 mana, 9 mana with the 1 mana buff. So there are 2 viable lines here J1 can lean towards, either Battle Fury next turn with holding 1 mana back with Elixir of Iron to protect Fizz from any sort of like wallop disruption, or he can just try to use the Stance Swap now into Bone Club next turn. I would imagine he's gonna be just going for Battle Fury, open attack next turn into the perfect lethal. But now this is the problem, because he was not expecting Nora to come down, so he has to readjust his game plan, probably with the Overwhelm setup.
Yeah, Barcode drawing multiple Noras buys a lot of time potentially and forces JON into this line. Beautiful. Has Overwhelm now on the Fizz, doesn't care about the Nora, can keep this train of attacks going. Just a free open attack here. Doesn't even have to threaten with the Battle Fury. The next attack token looks like it could be the end. Barcode can block with Nora, but it's only stopping a couple damage. Extends with the Battle Fury. Says, this is a 17-10 Fizz. There's nothing that you have that can stop this boy, even with 0 mana up.
I'm double checking. The only cards that are stopping here are Wallop and 1 of Minimorph. So there are 4 cards in Barcode's deck that could stop it. And
wow!
Like, yeah, Joe decides to not play around any of those, and he just decides to go for it, and there is no punish, and he just takes it all.
I like the idea there of, I'm just going to end the game now. If you have a stun, you're just buying yourself 1 more attack token to try to deal with this feudally. And the longer I wait, the higher the chance you have it. And it's the perfect Battle Fury mentality of, I need to make my opponent have it. And JO1 going up 1 game and needs 1 more win with Karma in order to lock up day 2.
Yeah, definitely. He could not play around Minimorph, he could only play around the Wallop, but why would you play around card when you can just go for lethal? The classic gameplay. Do not prolong the game, something can go wrong, let's just go for it instead. And then we are going to the set Karma against Respect Your Elders. This is gonna be a very cool matchup. I played it a bit, and it's not a straightforward matchup. It should be Karma set favorite, but you can definitely steal games from it by the Respect Your Elders deck, especially the key card is Rex. And if you can potentially set it up with something like Drop the Bomb.
Nora being able to hit the Nexus, get more portals, means you're dealing with a lot more swarm and pressure than you signed up for. And if you're kind of going out of your way, playing whack-a-mole with Nora and all of her portals, you're a little bit less prepared to respond to Sign in Thousand Tailed, getting that AoE buff, and then eventually the Riptide Rex coming through.
Yeah,
looking at Barcode's hand, it doesn't look that strong as of yet.
You see already the key pieces on the one side, like you need set, you need the you need the formula, which speeds up that set's level up, which is really important. You have a way to deal with that Nora, you have a way to generate more value, which is Pharos. So it's looking pretty good on JO1's side.
Yeah, and also the Aftershock lines up into Nora. There's only going to be 1 portal now for Barcode, has Portal Palooza, but doesn't get another one. Very important here with the attack token. No pressure, just has to take an off turn. Next turn, it's going to be drop the bomb to try to prepare for Riptide Rex potentially, but deny, picked up by JO1. I wonder if he's looking that far ahead or is going to just grab Karma.
Definitely it's between Karma and Place Your Bets, but this hand, like you have already some sort of blockers, you have some early game. I'm pretty sure he's looking to pick just more card draw, to set up more coins.
Wow,
and
Snap picks the Song Spitter as well, wants as much utility and as many resources as possible.
Yeah, definitely an insane pickup. Once you get especially that Seraphine leveled up, you can do miracles with the Song Spinner. So now JO1 is looking at the perspective of either developing set, playing a bit more aggressively, or maybe like you definitely want to do something before the respective elders can go into the turn 6+ turns, where that's where they get their power turns. So like now, if you decide to develop, there is not much they can do. But when you are staring at the next turn, potentially like a broad main which can threaten your set. So do I want to damage my set? Do I want to attack with it? Do I just attack with my followers and keep set in the back? So there is a lot of decisions you can make. And then we see the Concologist from the barcode. We've seen there was either Condense or the early bird. Potentially, this is absolutely brutal. There will be a lot of damage output from the JO1s coming through.
And after Divine Draft removes those chump blockers, going to be a lot of damage coming through. Drop the bomb, setting up for Riptide Rex along with Condense. Barcode now has to survive just a few more rounds. Should be pretty easy to do because Karma Set, despite their threatening stance right now, doesn't put on too much gas until about round 9, round 10, as we know. 9 and Thousand Tailed getting a little bit of heal as well. Could just be tough. Keep this body in play. And finally, the portals are coming through. Barcode is stabilized. Beautiful sequencing as well. They get the buff from Side and Thousand Tailed. Why not?
Yeah, you get to swing, refill the full hand. Life is beautiful. Meanwhile, on the JO1 side, he's looking into leveling up set in potentially 3 turns if he decides to cast Formula within those, which will be a big issue for the Barcode. But again, we see the setup we talked earlier about the drop the bomb on 5 into Rex on 8, which will be detrimental turn for the Barcode to stabilize the board against set, which should be also leveling on turn 8 if JL1 decides to play Formula.
Wow, the Rune Weaver off the portal, generating the Fragment, the boost up Keeper of the Box, a fearsome unit that can't be chumped by Mariam, gonna push through 5. This is a battle of attrition, a battle of just small doses of damage here and there to set up for this Riptide Rex. Barcode trying to tenderize his opponent here.
Both players trying to deal as much damage as they can so they can pressure their opponents before they get to stabilize. Definitely the pressure is on the Barcode side, especially... Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I love the pass here. If you're Barcode, I think you take this. You just have your Riptide Rex coming. You get to very easily keep the mana for the Condense you grabbed off of Conchologist. JO1 can't really afford to extend, and Riptide Rex gets to come down on an almost empty board.
JO1 took a very confident pass, thinking, oh, I'm gonna burn Barcode's card. Like, he surely cannot pass in this position. While Barcode goes, yeah, I don't care about card. I'm just about to finish you off with my Rex coming next turn. And this is
everything
such
was already set up ahead of time.
Yes, exactly. And now JO1 is in a very, very tough spot. Being able to only cast 1 spell on the stack, so he can only protect set or play Palm on the stack. It's tough spot.
Yeah, there's formula there. Even if set levels up, the Cannon Barrage is still guaranteed to take him down. When there are no other targets in play, every Cannon Barrage focuses down set.
Yeah, if you recall the set, all those barrages goes to the Nexus, so you take another extra 3 points of damage. And like this gets dangerously close. If you recall your set, you have only 6 mana available to you, then you get to stun 1 unit. If the Barcode can somehow remove that, then you are looking at 6 points of damage to the Nexus, plus 7 dealt from the Rex, so you're looking pretty much at lethal.
And because the Cannon Barrages were already targeted, this Tail of the Dragon is guaranteed to survive this onslaught. Mystic Shot maybe lines up against Keeper of the Box, and there's still a lot of blocking to be had this turn. Very devastating outcome, but still a vigorous defense being put up by JO1. Augmented Clockling also coming through, finding Seraphine.
I don't know if he can afford to pick... He actually did pick Seraphine. I was thinking about Nopify, being able to just not drop too low on HP due to the possibility of Condense coming the next turn, because he cannot remove this turn that Rex, and we know like how crucial are condenses on the Rex, so he's dropping dangerously low.
Barcode is at 12 HP. If he ever loses his dominating position from this turn onward, JO1 absolutely will steal this game back. Augmented Clock Link blocks down. Mystic Shot finds its target. Now it's back over to JO1, trying to get one clutch card off the top of the deck. Buttering Songspitter going to level up Seraphine, but it might not be enough.
Barcode playing around top decking potentially broad main, setting or bluffing that he has a broad main for the Seraphine, damaging her, because he doesn't have enough mana to play the Pulse Tree on the Nexus into the Rex. So that's not an option. And yeah, we're looking in the turn where there might be a condense into the sign and draw more cards, but you are mostly looking into bluffing stuff you can do. Where JO1 levels his Seraphine and he's looking for some power play with the Song Spinner.
Yeah, a lot of ideas being offered from the Song Spinner. Grabs another tag out,
We're gonna see
grabs
the
Black's
pick up
Shield.
Black Shield. We see a lot of protection from the JO1, but nothing really proactive. So like he doesn't get to stabilize the board that much. Oh, we're gonna see a Rex with Condense. Oh, that's so devastating. For the
Peerless
JO1.
Pastry can
He'll
go
have
to the
protect
Nexus.
the Seraphine, but then his Nexus is about to explode, and we're gonna see a consecutive Rex into Rex into Rex, and there is nothing much JO1 can do without having that Nopify that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, Nopify to get rid of these cheap spells and these pings to save the Nexus.
JO1 just
JO1's
waiting
only
on for
hope.
the Condense play into the Rex, and we're gonna see a fat 5 damage another to the Nexus into a next turn open attack with the impact on. Having more boons on the Rex, we have that additional win con enabled from the Elder Dragon.
And once
Absolutely
again,
nothing
you can't
JO1
tag out the
can do
Seraphine
here
or all
to
of these
stop.
barrages go onto the Nexus.
Trying to stabilize by buffing the Seraphine onward, but again, that's nothing against the Barcode board that's coming through.
And if the Black Shield is doubled up, then Seraphine would shackle herself twice, right? Then you form up would I think was one of the other spells.
Definitely trying to utilize Black Shield here. Possibly he needs to have for the next turn recalls against that Impact Rex. There is no options for now to remove it. Sign-in also with the TAF will be impossible to remove for the Seraphine, even though through the doubling the spells. Like there is some sort of bar needed on this board to discount those spells, because again the hand is too expensive. And next turn we have also the Rex with the Deathless, which won't be doing too much because he doesn't have the on summon effect, which Deathless keyword likes that as much.
Yeah, and now that after Seraphine, even after all of those buffs and the Black
So
Shield, just to try to protect the
top deck
Nexus,
pretty much. And
the open attack has to come through.
Not much he can find. He has just 2 recalls in the hand, and then he'll have a spare 2 mana to work with afterwards. And if that... Actually, that will be just enough to stay alive this turn if he removes 1 Rex and recalls 2 other cards, but then next turn he's looking into another Rex and into another Condense. So like that's just extending the pretty much lethal that he's staring at. And he decided to go with the formula, looking for something better, because he decides that he doesn't want to double recall into high note. He decides to find something better. But he's looking at this board and he might be aware that this might be the game.
Yeah, has to prevent all of these from hitting the Nexus because of the threat of
Highlights the
another
recall.
Riptide Rex, because of the threat of Condense for another Cannon Barrage on an empty board. 2 tag outs, an Unworthy Soul to keep
Still
up the
unsure
defense here.
how to proceed. We see double recall into high note. He's gonna allow the Rex to hit, which will enable a second Rex. There is no discard of the Rex, so he's aware that Rex is coming down to finish him off. Like he couldn't let that Rex to hit to proc, but again he's aware that drop the bomb would have enabled the Rex second turn, so it was just inevitable to finish him off.
Yeah, the
again, tough matchup
Rex.
when you are staring and multiple Rexes coming down at you.
And when the deck was meta the first time around, that Vandal Riptide
Set
Rex.
Karma into Set Karma Seraphine. Couldn't wish for a better ending of day one. This would be such a joy to watch.
Yeah, Swiss round 7. Players are 1-1 going into game
so
number 3.
You can approach the matchup in 2 different ways. Pretty much JO1 playing the less greedy version, it has to be technically faster in it. So he'll be trying to play more proactively, where Barcode will be trying to slow down JO1 since he has more karmas, more sets to play around, so he can afford to lose those units, and he afford to lose 1 karma, 1 set here and there, where JO1 has to be very cautious with his resources. And again, he has the Sunken Temple, which is really important this matchup, but Barcode, we see that he's already holding that Aftershock for the answer. And we have also Explorer, so this will be absolutely devastating if we're gonna see J1 drop Sunken and then lose all the tempo to Barcode.
When you take your opponent's landmark-based win conditions out of the equation, JO1 just needs to get to Karma and get to set naturally.
Yeah, definitely.
Seraphine's coming through, looks pretty good. And even without the extra discounts of the Sunken Temple, right, the Seraphine being a threat that comes on a little bit earlier does work in his favor. Barcode going to try to play something very reactive. I expect to see a lot of passes because Barcode just wants to get to turn 10, only needs to respond once. JO1 commits a little bit too much pressure to the board.
We see expert piloting from both players, going pass, into pass, into pass. That's how you're supposed to play this matchup. You pass until turn 10, where you start popping off.
And JO1, because it's playing the... If you're playing the Seraphine, right, you have to kind of play towards your spell power spike happening 1 or 2 turns earlier, and then it's up to JO1 to find spells that can be cast without targets. If Barcode doesn't start developing bodies onto the board, it does become a little awkward for JO1 to level up the Seraphine or even start getting spells onto the pool for Pursuit of Perfection.
Yeah, definitely. Both players are looking at some sort of deck progression quest. So from the Barcode side, it's set level up purely. On the JO1 side, it's primary Seraphine, but there are also cards like Cat, the Pursuit. There is also 2 copies of Set, which you work towards. So Barcode has a lot less that he has to work towards in comparison to JO1. So the ball is on the JO1's court to be proactive in this case, and Barcode understands it, and he's just gonna be like, yep, I'm just gonna blast my spells, have fun and doing nothing, full hand. And you either cast your spells in the air on my Nexus, or you just don't get to do anything. And this is such a wonderful play. Like, look at this card, so much value. You can just develop and there is nothing he could have done. He could have protected with the Seraphine spell, but he decides to develop a Sunken Temple to start discounting the deck. And since Barcode already committed that mana, he has no answer. So
yeah,
that was
had the 9 lives for the 4/1 to go into the Seraphine, but had already used the Mystic Shot, was maybe expecting JO1 to just back off and wanting to open up space in the hand, but tap down under the Portal Pioneer. JO1 gets 1 rep of Sunken Temple, and now this is where it gets dicey, where the Excavation comes through, where there's the potential for Nopify, etc., to stop it from connecting.
Yeah, we've seen that Nopify in the previous hand, which was cycled away, gets discounted. But look at this board, like the Rocket Barrage is staring at this board and it can't wait to get played. It will completely obliterate it. Oh, Empyrean Dance? Maybe?
Oh, just goes for formula, no Empyrean Dance.
Man, this card is so based.
And if you're JO1, do you just let this go through? You say, well, I've got Karma and Set in my hand now, or am I going to try to draw into a response with the formula?
Yeah, you have to decide what else do you want to do, and if you can utilize that recall, this matchup. I think both lines are fine, but again, you need to figure out like what else are you doing this turn. If you're not recalling your landmark, you're probably Rocket Barraging. If you Rocket Barrage, do you care if opponent develops Karma or Set? You you probably do care. So you need to find a line that will allow you to be on the board, keep the pressure, and not fall behind an opponent. That's why you can't really afford to recall your own landmark, trying to get it set up, because again, you know that Barcode has so many ways of removing it. There are those aftershocks just waiting for it. If that Explorer was the only way he could have removed it, maybe JO1 would have considered keeping it alive, but not in this case.
And JO1 is the down, so to speak, in this matchup, is much more incentivized to be proactive with these spells, to actually get a threatening board state, and Barcode wants to react. And when you are the Ionia PNZ player, playing reactively is exactly where you want to be. After the Rocket Barrage comes through to clear the board, Set is sitting to pull Barcode's next defensive development. There is a concussive palm in the hand, so things aren't lost. Both players still sitting comfortably at 20 Nexus HP, but we're only 2 rounds away from 10, and then both Karmas will be enlightened.
You don't want to usually damage your set in this matchup unless he's targeting something important. Remember, everything that's not Karma set, or on the JO1's side, Karma set Seraphine, is just a fodder. You don't care about it. It's just like meaningless cards that are there, that are thrown away to progress your so-called quest in the deck progression on your important cards. So you don't want to damage your set. He's there just to sit, relax, and this is the position where it's pretty cool because you get to protect your set while maintaining way more mana than your opponent, and they'll have to throw multiple spells to try to threaten it. And we see pass from both players. J1 discarding a card, definitely good for Barcode because he got to damage his set, but then this is the important part, where you get to develop your first karma before your opponent gets to develop their, and Barcode has no karma in hand, which is detrimental for this position.
After that first Aftershock came through, I thought that Barcode would be trying to spend another card, maybe try to draw with Place Your Bets to get that important champion before round 10 hit, but now is on a purely defensive idea with a leveled karma in play. Doubling up spells means that this set is also going to flip, and I think JL1 is absolutely just going to run away with this one.
I really like recalling karma here before the Aftershock resolves, due to the fact that it's way harder to protect to the HP karma because of multiple instances of the damage that can take her down. But now we see there is another recall that can just protect her, and that's only one of karma, so it's extremely pivotal for the JO1 for his win con in this matchup, and we're gonna see probably another protection for her.
Yeah, Barcode was probably sitting and just waiting for this karma to hit the board and said, you know, there's only one. If I can answer that one karma, I should be good to go. But with so much card draw and the kind of lack of early mid-game pressure, JL1 has just gotten to this point now, having double recall to save the karma, points, refilling, just a little bit more of a stretch to get this set to flip.
I believe we should be seeing the set level up here after being a coin being played. We do not. J1 was not overdrawing. Maybe he changed his mind mid-play, what he wants to do. And Barcode develops his own set now. He wants to threaten the J1 set, where if he tries to, J1 tries to develop karma, he doesn't have a really good instance to protect it outside of the palm, so we might see the start with like potentially second set, but that can be nopified, so you probably don't want to use it. So yeah, you probably want to play around palm, or you want to start by trying to remove the Barcode set, which is also a pretty good line.
Expliterator is the card of choice, levels up JL1's set, and now Tag Out has to be used by Barcode to save this only champion he has available. You can already see the dichotomy where Barcode has one champion that must be protected, and JL1 can keep constantly threatening now with, but what if my set sticks? Or, but what if Karma manages to get onto the board? There's even a second set in hand.
So if Barcode decides to drop his set, JO1 has an option to burst generate Heartstopper with Formula now. And he can threaten that set again. He can also just threaten it by attacking and setting up lethal with something like Mystic Shot, on the stack and keep the Heartstopper post the combat.
And the implications, right? The decisions in this mirror of, do I want to be aggressive? Am I extending with the 9 lives? How many resources can I save for Karma? Do I have Karma? This all changes the texture of the matchup. You can see that Barcode is playing a very bizarre game by a lot of standards because of the unique circumstance he finds himself in. Post round 10, no Karma to be seen. Place your bets in hand for card draw, but a little bit too expensive to commit to now that JO1 is in the driver's seat. And now we have Showstopper versus Showstopper.
Yeah, Barcode is definitely missing the crucial piece, which is Karma. J1 opts not to generate a Showstopper just yet at the burst speed. He allows Barcode to take the swing at his set instead, which is a bit surprising because you would think that you want the Barcode to use his Showstopper instead, and then so he then can later develop the Karma. Because now what Barcode can do, he can just keep the Showstopper in hand and not do anything, preventing anything else. But again, J1 spent enough mana where none of that is threat. He drew, however, the Nopify, which he could have used, but opted not to. So if he took the formula line, he would have actually threatened that, and he would have protected his own set with the Nopify. So there was an option to save the set.
And Rocket Barrage lands on Karma. Piltover Telstones in hand, can try to draw, but doesn't have enough mana to keep up with that line.
I think it was more of a priority Karma. Like the JL1 tried to prevent Barcode from playing their Karma, because if he tries to play something slower, Clocklink, and Barcode develops his Karma, then JL1 is in a pickle because he can't remove her. And now we were staring at Aftershock plus Mystic Shot as options to threaten that Karma. But
I think you could go for the Clockling, right? Because you have second set. So if Karma comes through, based on how Barcode's been playing, I wonder what the read was potentially from JO1. Now that maybe JO1 has the read, okay, well, I got rid of set. There's no Karma. I can use Seraphine in set now to take over the game.
It was about priority, because what happens if Barcode would start with, if let's say JO1 develops Clocklink, Barcode develops Karma, J1 develops Karma, and then there is a priority back to the Barcode where he can place your bets into coin, into where all the magic happens. In opposite to JL1, he wanted to have a priority to play Aftershock into Karma if there is potential recall on her to respond with Mystic Shot. So it was all about the priority to not allow Barcode develop his own Karma. Even it wasn't the best play he could have made, it was just a heads-up play if there is Karma in the Barcode hand with bunch of cardo, place your bets or maybe some more interaction. He decided not to play around cards like Rocket Barrage.
And here in the tail end of game number 3, and I think that I have to call it the tail end, Barcode is trying his best to delay the game, keep drawing cards, find those champions, grabs a set, but has no card draw in hand to dig deeper and look for Karma. JO1, meanwhile, refilling his stores of resources and responsiveness. Divine Draft, Concussive Palm, these are now tempo cards to let the board drive into that Nexus.
Yeah, this hand is kind of awkward for JO1 because he has nothing to finish the game, and he was trying to keep his board as he was using set as a threat, as a removal, not allowing Barcode to develop anything. But JO1 looks at his hand and he was I cannot wait anymore. I have to start pressuring the Nexus. I need to output the damage because at this point you can have a read that Barcode might not have Karma, but if I'm gonna wait longer, he'll definitely draw into one. And now Barcode has to decide if he wants to utilize his another set. He already lost so much resources. Can I spare another set on this board?
And without enough resources, right, with no Karma, generating Showstopper is going to be pretty difficult. As long as you maintain this defensiveness, with the second Concussive Palm on JO1's next attack token, Barcode might be able to buy way more time than I'm giving him credit for.
Yeah, definitely. There is a lot of stalling tools for Barcode, and there is not much stuff JO1 can use to finish off the game. We might see things like Mystic Shot to the Nexus soon, because again, you need to dump your cards, and we might need to see Progress Day soon from the JO1 to try to find us this lethal line. Because so far, if you're gonna give too much time to Barcode, he can come back into the series.
JO1 is in a very awkward position of needing something like Sunken Temple or Back Alley Bar or Pursuit of Perfection, win cons that are not very well positioned now into an Ionian PNZ opponent, whereas Barcode only maybe needs to use one defensive spell every other turn to cover JO1's attack token until eventually those resources line up and Karma's able to start doubling and he can truly take over the game with Showstopper.
Barcode needs to count the mana pretty much every turn, and iterations of the turn he would do if he wants to squeeze in a set, and like how to protect the set. So pretty much his turns are looking like, I want to have 9 mana to play a card, plus a set, plus 2 spells to protect it, which is Notify and Recall. So this is the exact line he can take while maintaining potential threat on the board and make a comeback. So now the question is, if Barcode commits to this line and it fails, then he's in a big problematic spot. Because what happens, JO1 starts pressuring him hard after he gets to remove those units. So like now he has to decide, do I want to wait more for that karma draw, or do I want to commit? At this point, you are looking at JO1's spot. You know he has no more threats. You developed already a unit. I think you're good to pass. Just draw another card. Get closer to that karma draw.
And with Barcode sitting as well on Aftershock and the Explorer's Excavation is looking to keep those win conditions of landmarks from being a threat. JO1 will still get some extra cards, potentially off of a Back Alley Bar, which is nice. But you can see JO1 recognizing the implications. I have to fight for board. I have to be the tempo, the beatdown in this scenario. Aggressive Palm, trying to push through damage. Barcode responds with another concussive Palm.
There was an option to recall your Mixologist to prevent spawning another follower, but opts not to. Opts to keep it because Barcode is aware that he needs to hold on to some sort of protection once you draw those key units. And JO1 goes into the aggressive route, decides to deny the palm. He doesn't hold deny for that to protect the pursuit from the Barcode's deny on the other hand. So we see the complete opposite of the spectrum plays, one very aggressive and one very passive.
JO1 only has one copy of Deny, so this is very important. It really shows us that he wants to end this game soon. Opify going to remove the high note. 12 damage now coming through onto the Nexus, and a doubled up Mystic Shot going to try to clear this one.
Also, JO1 wants to empty the hand to be able to finally play the Progress Day to try to dig farther into his deck. But also, the Hellstones can be utilized to use that as a transformation card in case there is like no deny, but there is palm, so you can transform one of your units into another 30-30 catastrophe.
And after the coins are expended, that can come down with some backup mana. Doubled Mystic Shot presents lethal on the Nexus. Fortunately, Barcode has the Notify to deny one Mystic Shot, but JO1 responds to that with a Notify of his own, letting these spells go through and advancing JO1 to Day 2 of the World Championships.
Very unfortunate for Barcode not drawing that karma. Well played by the JO1, finding the pivotal gameplay to win this series, which is unfavored. That was amazing series. Absolutely amazing to watch. But hey, let's hear more from the analyst desk what they believe of that game.
Thank you so much, Alan and Skarzig, for bringing us through that final Swiss round of the day to break down all of the action. We've got Boulevard and Spids back on the casting desk, and we've got a lot to break down here. I think we're going to walk it back a little bit. We all just watched that Karma set mirror, and let's go back to the very, very beginning, where we have talk about that Fizz and Yuumi deck. Spids, that was really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Fizz be played on one and then had a bunch of spells to keep up with it. And then the Respect Your Elders deck didn't respect drawing important cards, just kept drawing Pie Toss and Group Shot, which doesn't do anything against Fizz. He'll deny all of it. He'll say, you can't hit me. I'm Fizz. I'm too slippery for you. And you weren't able to find a win con. And that's the issue with a lot of the decks that are doing quite well right now. They struggle to have those wins to pressure the game. The way that Fizz normally would lose is by having units attack them, right? It doesn't do well into things like blocking Badger Bear or Jax, but when those decks aren't as prominent in the meta, Fizz is able to take out everything and be like smiling while doing so.
And I love the way that JO1 played that matchup. Had a line where there are 3 wall up in the opposing deck. The Battle Fury was kind of risky, tapped you out so that Fizz had no counterplay, but said, you know what? It looks like
It was really exciting to watch that too, because not only did we see like the Fizz and Yuumi deck pop off, but Spids, this isn't the first time that we've seen that this Fizz and Yuumi deck has been able to find that success. So what is your kind of key takeaway from the larger metagame that we've seen for this tournament that makes it feel like Fizz and Yuumi? Like, is that the call?
As I was alluding to earlier, right, it's able to sort of do well into the best decks of the format, despite being maybe a little bit weaker power level inherently, right? It is reliant on drawing Fizz by around turn 5 or turn 6, because you only have 3 attack tokens with Fizz before you need to win the game, and if you are too slow, it doesn't work out. The side win conditions aren't that great, but when you are able to fight decks such as the Mordekaiser Morgana, such as the Respect Your Elders deck, such as a few of the third decks, right? LOR is very famous for having like third deck syndrome. You can always target that third deck, and Fizz Yuumi, being a rather flat option, is often able to target third decks as well. It has this really niche opportunity in the meta, but it does feel really, really powerful when it's used in a lineup constructively.
I'm glad that you brought up the Respect Your Elders deck, because that has been incredibly prominent throughout every single player's lineup, it feels like. And it's no different when you take a look at the other side, where we ended up seeing Barcode actually bring like the Elder Dragon and the Nora. But the big difference here is that we ended up seeing a Gnar in this deck, Boulevard. And we did get a chance to see that in action and also take game number 2. I like the Gnar, but Spids, what are you thinking about that choice as well? Boulevard broke down so nicely that it's not really about Gnar being included, but rather the fact that you're taking out some pretty key pieces to this deck. Does it feel like that breaks the deck, or does it open up new possibilities?
I think a lot of people have different playstyles when they're playing Legends of Runeterra. Some people want to be able to draw cards and say, this is how I'm going to win the game. I don't have to worry about anything else. While other players want to be playing on-rate, relatively fair things consistently until their on-rate fair things do better. And that's what the Gnar question is really all about. Gnar is a very basic unit. It gets you a draw sometimes, it pings some things sometimes, it's slightly understated, but also has quick attack, can grant vulnerable. It's very, very toolboxy. And a lot of players respect that toolboxy nature and want to like play nothing but like 30 copies of Gnar if they could, while other players want to have those win cons embedded into their decks, and that's what the question ends up really being about. I think for my, like personally speaking, I'm not a big fan of Gnar in this deck. I feel as if it does sort of like flatten what would otherwise be a rather like lots of highs and lots of lows, and I think in a tournament like this you want to be reaching for those highs rather than being flat all over.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of average it out a little bit, and for some players, that really might be what they're looking for, to just kind of smooth out the curve. But honestly, when you look at even just some of the high highs that this deck or this kind of mixture of champions has achieved, we even look back just a couple of matches ago where you have something like the Elder Dragon and what was it, the Mordekaiser or something? It was a different combination of champions rather than just the Elder Dragon and the Nora.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen lots of different ways of building all these sorts of things. Like, all of these players have had tons of time to, like, work through what feels best for them, right? Not only in LoR are you playing, like, what is meta, you're also playing for yourself, right? And we've seen, even in teams, there will be people bringing different lineups because different players within that team play slightly differently. RPG, for example, have people on different lineups entirely. It's sort of interesting to try and figure out, well, on one hand, clearly there's a best option, so go for that. But on the other hand, there's a best option for me and a best option for other people. What actually works?
Comfort. Sometimes comfort is key, and if it's your own unique playstyle, then maybe it's something that other people don't have practice against, so they might be able to take that to their own advantage. But just to wrap up this final match that we saw between JL1 and Barcode, that third game, that was a slog. It was Karma Seraphine set from JL1 versus Karma set from Barcode. So can you walk me through the overhead of what that match looks like when you have this Seraphine that's a new element in this mirror matchup?
I'm sure Alan went through that in such impeccable detail, breaking every little minor advantage. And Seraphine does do things, right? There's two things that Seraphine does really powerfully. One, you can set it up much, much earlier as that double at WinCon. And two, there are situations where you can have Seraphine and Karma flipped at the same time, and that can blow any deck out of the water no matter where you stand. I think while there are minor advantages you can get when playing that deck and doing certain things, I think you can be quite reductive with Karma set. You can say, well, one player had more Karmas and sets, the other player did not. One player had the Karma on turn 10 with the attack token first, the other player did not. And I think at the end of the day, while I'm sure Alan broke down every single minute play, what we've seen with Karma set consistently is that whatever player had that obvious advantage early on was able to maintain that throughout. While there's a lot of spell slinging and like checkmate scenarios, at the end of the day, the player that had the better hand in the first 5 turns still ends up having the better hand by the last 5 turns.
Very well put. Thank you for making that easily digestible for myself and everybody else at home. If you want the full details, definitely go back and listen to Alan and that amazing analysis that he provided throughout that match with Skarzig. But we are just moments away from being able to figure out our top 16 players, the final players that will round out the amazing set of players we get to follow throughout the rest of the weekend. We're going to take a short break so we can see all of the rest of those matches play out. And when we come back, let's celebrate that top 16. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the end of day number 1 of the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. We have determined our top 16 players that will be moving forward to compete tomorrow in that double elimination bracket. But it's been a phenomenal day so far, hasn't it, Skarzig?
It has been phenomenal indeed. These players played their hearts out. There were so many awesome matches going on, not just the ones we showed on stream, but going on elsewhere that hopefully, you know, if they were streaming their perspective with a nice fat delay, our hardcore fans can dig in and find their favorite player's journey through this first day.
Spitz, what about you? What has been kind of one of your favorite moments of today?
I've really enjoyed a lot of the interesting lineups that we've seen be successful, right? We kept following the successful players, and as the day went on, it felt like we kept seeing more interesting lineups, showing that like these counter meta lineups were actually the line to go for, right? I think like at least 3 or 4 of the players that we were watching in the early rounds and in like the mid rounds ended up being into the top, and they were all very interesting lineups. And I think that's what's been most fascinating to me. We had this like very homogenized meta, as Boulevard kept putting it out as, and then as we get to the top cut, that homogeneity has lessened purely because the rise of the things that broke that homogeneity made it into the top 16.
Yeah, it is always dangerous to take that leap of faith in a somewhat untested meta, especially against the best in the world, and to be rewarded for it.
Well, let's find out who was rewarded for that, shall we? We've got our top 16 players that at least had 5 wins under their belt and will be able to move forward. So you can see here on that page your top 16 players moving forward. And hey, Spids, there's no undefeated players, and there's also a really nice mix of regions represented here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got to give a special shout out now to our players who just barely missed that top cut, but they're all world champion caliber competitors here, and they're going to walk away with their own cut of that prize pool. So they have to be proud of their performances today, and who knows how the cards could have fallen or the way things could have gone any other day. I think that they can all be proud of the time and the prep that they did, especially in this new, fresh meta for our viewing pleasure today.
You have to be proud seeing your name here in Worlds nonetheless. My heart goes out to all of them. They played their hearts out. Sometimes it just doesn't.
If you take a heartbreaking loss, a really close loss, you can only hope that the person that handed you your final one to knock you out of the tournament is going to be one of those top 16 players, or maybe goes on to place even further up in the World's tournament. So you can say, I got knocked out, but it's because the player that beat me was just that good.
By the transitive property, then you must have confirmed it to yourself that you are also that good. I love that positive outlook, and you're right, it is bittersweet to have to say goodbye to 3/4 of the competitors at this year's World Championships, but we get a chance to move forward and look forward to tomorrow, where we will start our top 16 double elimination bracket. It's been a long day, so we're going to go ahead and let our competitors go get some rest, all of everybody on the broadcast as well, but I am so excited to see what is in store for us tomorrow. Make sure you all tune in. Same time, same place. It's going to be 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, and we hope to see you there to celebrate our top 16. Good night.